During a meeting at work, being scolded by the boss. Unexpectedly, the CEO's wife sent a message at this moment. Honey, are you there? I miss you so much. Instantly, everyone in the meeting room was in an uproar. Lin E, this poor guy, earning only 3,000 a month. How could anyone be interested in him? At this moment, the project manager Wang Kaishan impatiently slammed the table. What are you doing? This is a meeting. Everyone quiet down. I felt embarrassed, but I had to pretend nothing had happened and continued my presentation on the screen. Next, my plan is to. Before I could finish my sentence, the message alert sounded again. Honey, I miss you so much. Sneak out from the office later. Let's go watch a movie together. Honey, why aren't you replying? Is that bald, chubby boss of yours next to you? No one is paying attention to the content of the meeting now. Their focus is all on the messages on the big screen. Ha ha, the leaders are all watching. Sunan is in for it this time. Manager Wang is most sensitive about others mentioning his baldness, so he specially bought a wig to wear. Only the senior employees know about this. Wang Kaishan's face turned so dark that it could drip water. He stood up and slammed his palm on the conference table. Bang! Sunan, what's going on here? Wang Kaishan's old face turned red with anger. Besides the company's old employees, who knew he was bald? It must be that Sunan had been complaining about him using this nickname at home. So much so that this guy's girlfriend also habitually called him that. Wang Kaishan, do you address your superior like this at home? Sunan, you must listen to my explanation. I really didn't badmouth you behind your back, nor did I say these things to my girlfriend. You have to listen to me explain. I was full of anxiety, feeling as if I had 100 mouths but couldn't explain myself. At this moment, another message appeared on the screen. By the way, honey, I remember that bald big guy is a taboo nickname for your boss. It shouldn't be mentioned, but I feel like these nicknames really suit his image. Big fat pig, big baldy. Just thinking about his face makes me burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Wang Kaishan glared angrily, breathing heavily with his fists clenched tightly like sandbags. Sunan, pack up your things and leave the company immediately. This afternoon, I will have the HR department dismiss you. Let's see how you can talk to your girlfriend without a salary. Wang Kaishan was burning with anger. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he was about to go up and pull Sunan. The other colleagues saw the situation was not good. They stood up from their chairs one after another, and pulled Sunan and Wang Kaishan apart. Stay calm, manager, don't act impulsively, as impulse is the devil. By acting now, that kid Sunan will take his girlfriend to see the house in the afternoon. Don't act impulsively. And I was still making the final explanation, manager. I really haven't said anything bad about you behind your back. You really have to believe me. Hearing this, Wang Kaishan's blood pressure rose significantly. Never said a bad word? How did your girlfriend know I'm bald? How did she know this is my taboo? All of you step aside. Today I must teach this stinky kid a lesson. Wang Kaishan failed to succeed. He was firmly held by several colleagues and couldn't move at all. At this moment, the message alert sounded again. Honey, I miss you so much. In the afternoon, find an excuse to sneak out of the company. Let's have some alone time together. Your boss seems like a big, not very smart guy, probably easy to fool. Upon seeing these two pieces of news, the calm Wang Kaishan once again burned with anger. What does this little girl think the company is? Coming and going as she pleases. Does she think the company is her family's property? Who did I offend? Calling me fat-headed and low IQ? Wang Kaishan was very close to my phone, and with a stretch of his hand, he held the phone in his hand. Get out of my way. Anyone who dares to obstruct me, I will not tolerate it. I will make them work overtime until dawn every day. Wang Kaishan pushed away the people around him and opened the WeChat app on my phone. I want to see which family's daughter is so unruly. Hey, don't touch my phone. This time, it was my turn to struggle to get up. I broke free from my colleague's protection and rushed forward in a big step, but it was too late. Wang Kaishan had already opened the WeChat page on his phone, and the image was also projected onto the big screen. The crowd quickly identified the user with the nickname Baby. When they saw each other's avatars, everyone was stunned, and Wang Kaishan's mind went blank. This seemed to be the WeChat avatar used by President Li. In the meeting room, someone said this. Wang Kaishan immediately came to his senses, tremblingly picked up his phone, and prepared to open the user profile of Baby. I wanted to step forward to stop all this, but those extremely annoying colleagues once again blocked my way. Their curiosity was piqued, and they all wanted to know if the darling who messaged Sunan was their company's CEO. Mr. Li, if that's true, it would be the news of the century. User data is displayed. Nickname, Lee Cine. WeChat ID. Address, Magic City. Seeing this information, the meeting room was in an uproar. Some people have taken out their phones and started comparing. The result is completely the same as the information on the big screen. It's really President Lee. Their President Lee and Sunan are in a romantic relationship. This news is really too shocking. So much so that everyone was momentarily stunned. Wang Kaishan was at a loss, and in his confusion, he accidentally opened his friend's circle. The content displayed inside was even more shocking, showing two people embracing and feeding each other popcorn intimately in the cinema. There was also a photo of me dozing off in the co-pilot seat of President Lee's Rolls-Royce. These photos were all set to private, and no one else besides Lee Sinny and I could see them. But now, everyone in the meeting room has seen these intimate photos of the two. At that moment, everyone looked at Sunan. An envious glance was cast at him. By this time, no one was stopping Sunan anymore. He took a big step forward and snatched the cell phone from Wang Kaishan's hand, closing the WeChat page. Xiao Sua, that President Lee. Wang Kaishan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He felt that his future was gray. Manager, is the meeting still on? Sunan ignored it and asked lightly. Why don't you bring your computer back to the office tomorrow and we'll open? A sentence that highlights the true nature of Wang Kaishan as a person. From the initial disdain, it is now honored. From being bossy a moment ago, he now bent his head and smiled. Sunan nodded slightly. He was also in a bad mood right now and didn't have the heart to stay here. I'll get busy then. Wang Kaishan quickly nodded. Good. You go slowly. If you are tired, I will help you approve a few days of vacation. Chapter 3 Future Information. What the hell is going on here? As soon as Sunan left on the front foot, the conference room boiled over on the back foot, and a group of people began to shout. Many people pulled out their cell phones. Share these messages with your own friends in the company. What do you mean? That guy Sunan got the CEO of our company. Lee, really? It's true. I also saw President Lee's friend circle, and Sunan in a piece of intimate photos. Impossible. President Lee is the daughter of the chairman of the board of directors. What kind of young talents have not seen? How could she look at Sunan? A poor hanger-on? That's just the way it is. And dozens of our eyes see it clearly. I didn't expect Sunan to look honest and responsible on the surface, but in actuality, in the dark, she actually got President Lee into her hands. So it's really impossible to tell the difference. No wonder President Lee has been running to our department lately, doubly appreciating Sunan's program. So it turns out that such a layer of relationship exists behind the scenes. I still remember the last time President Lee came to inspect our department. No one else paid attention to it, so he picked the thorns in Sunan's side and brought him back to the office to lecture him for 2 hours. Now it looks like those two might be doing something in the office. Damn it, why is this kid so lucky? I can't accept it. The news, which quickly spread to large and small groups in the company. After all, the two are too different. One is Sunan, an ordinary junior employee of the company. The other is the daughter of the chairman of the board, President Lee, who is in charge of the company. Two people who are not related to each other are in love in private and call each other by husband and wife. The kind of thing that only happens in TV shows. And yet it was literally played out in front of them. It's a pipe dream. Have you guys heard? A person in Sunan's cell phone whose note name is Baby is our company's President Lee. Hundreds of people witnessed the two of them chatting intimately during this morning's events. Look at Wang Kaishan, that bald fat man, who usually looks so high and mighty, now serves tea and water beside Sunan. Just like the eunuchs beside the emperor. No way. Those two are really together? Of course, husband and wife are shouting, so I guess the raw rice is already cooked. I said Sunan was quite a spirited person before, but lately she looks confused and depressed. I really can't see that our company's iceberg beauty, President Lee, would like a type like Sunan. Word quickly spread throughout the company. Sunan sat in Wang Kaishan's leather office chair. Eyes are in a trance. Eyes are dull. Mostly because he went to bed so late last night and had to get up so early this morning to catch the subway that it took a toll on his sleep schedule. The main thing, of course, is what happened this morning. His romance with Lee Sinny had been so secretive that no third person knew about it. But now the whole company knows the news. It also means that the company's chairman, Lee Sinny's father, will know the news. The Lee family owns more than 70 large and small businesses at home and abroad. The total of all major assets adds up to $700 billion. It can be said to be a true gentry. And Sunan? Neither comes from a top academic institution nor has a strong identity background. The parents are nothing more than middle school teachers in a small third-tier city. A lifetime of hard work and frugality. For Sunan in the old country, bought a set of houses near the city center, as a wedding when the wedding room. Such conditions could not even enter the eyes of a prestigious family like the Lee family. Not even qualify to join the family. Because of this, Sunan and Lee Sinny's romance had always been very secretive and no third person knew about it. But now, it seems that it must be wrestled with. A month ago, Sunan received a text message purporting to be from him in the future. It records a lot of things that will happen in the future. At first, Su Nan was unconvinced. Thought it was a new type of scam from the scammers. After all, examples of being scammed by text messages abound online, giving him a strong sense of fraud prevention. But the more she looked on, the more alarmed Su Nan became. Because there's a lot of his personal privacy recorded in the back. No one else knew about these private matters except him. But the other man knew everything, with the events predicted by the other side. After being confirmed one by one, Su Nan believes this is her future self, sending a message. After this, his future self told him the charts of several stocks. Relying on this layer of information, Su Nan made almost $100,000 from the stock market, equivalent to the results of his 2 years of struggle at his post. And 3 days ago, his future self once again sent him a message stating that over the next 7 days, the international price of crude oil would skyrocket. From a price of $68 per barrel of crude oil, it soared all the way to $120 per barrel. This is a perfect opportunity to turn the tables. As long as Su Nan dares to let go, his assets will skyrocket in a month's time. Su Nan opened her cell phone and checked up on the price of crude oil stocks. The current price of crude oil per barrel is at $68.7 and is still holding a downward trend. Everything corresponds to future information. What's all the noise? A clear, cold voice sounded in the office. The owner of the voice, Su Nan was more than familiar with. It was his girlfriend Lee Sinny. It might have been a good idea to say we're going out for the day. Lee Sinny didn't wear a professional outfit, but a long black dress, which outlined her exquisite figure perfectly. The bare slender calves, tightly bound by black stockings, were Su Nan's favorite. Her presence instantly silenced the entire floor. Everyone acted like they were serious about their work. I heard your noise before I even stepped out of the elevator. Who allows you to be loud during working hours? Lee Sinny let out a cold cry, her eyes scanning the office and finally gathering on the most inconspicuous figure in the corner. The icy eyes softened considerably. She pretended to make a tour of the office. It finally stopped at Su Nan's side. Su Nan didn't bury his head in his work like the others. Instead, he signaled Lee Sinny with his eyes. There was something he wanted to say to her alone. Because Su Nan remembered that after she left the conference room, she forgot to tell Lee Sinny about what happened in the morning. Ha! Lee Sinny looked down at Su Nan, the corners of her mouth rising slightly, revealing a smirk. This guy, he's really getting bold, usually pretending to be too small and transparent to meet her eyes. Today, however, he was staring straight at himself. An eye contact, really not afraid of being found out. Chapter 4. The whole company knows about it. Coming. The office congregation silently put down the work at hand, eyes focused on the duo in the corner. It was a scene that was very familiar to them. It was because every time President Lee made his rounds to their department, he would stop by Su Nan's side, look for all kinds of problems in him. A couple of times he was so furious that he made Su Nan stay alone to work overtime. If it was before, the crowd might have gloated. After all, Su Nan, the unlucky one, was always receiving special care from the president and was often singled out. Until the morning happened, the crowd came to their senses. This is not staying to work overtime. It's obviously staying to have a rendezvous in the name of working overtime. Maybe the two of them left the company right after the company left and went out for a piece of dinner. The crowd watched in silence. If not what they expected, the president should pick on Su Nan next. Sure enough, it was not what they expected. Lee Sinny took Su Nan's cell phone. What's the point of going to work with a cell phone in your hand? And, how dirty face, is it that you got up in the morning and did not even wash your face? How this affects the company's image? Looking at her, the crowd couldn't help but think, you don't know if he washed his face? I'm afraid you didn't wash him much. The desk is cluttered with personal items. Are you treating the company like your own home? That sounded like a reprimand to a subordinate, but the crowd knew it by heart. These so-called personal belongings. I'm afraid you didn't give them to Su Nan yourself. Also, think of your company as home? It is estimated that in 2 years, the proprietor of the company will be Su Nan. Humph. You don't know how to shave when your chin beard grows. Given your recent good behavior, come with me to the office. I have a project for you. After saying that, Lee Sinny turned around and left. Su Nan hurriedly followed her, intending to clarify the situation with her. After the two left, the entire office was abuzz with talk. Even the people in the next office, they snuck over. My goodness, I thought you guys were lying to me before, but now it seems to be true. I really didn't expect the president of our company to get together with Su Nan. You don't look at his looks. He was the face of our department before. Only recently he doesn't look in good spirits. Maybe he's overworked. President's office. As soon as she entered, Lee Sinny unlocked the door. She pressed Su Nan onto the couch and sat herself down next to her, a happy smile on her face. Why are you being uncharacteristic today? daring to stare at me in the office and making eyes at me. Am I pretty in this outfit? Su Nan looked at Lee Sinny, who was close by, and nodded slightly. It does look good. Except I have something more important to tell you. Lee Sinny's face was filled with anticipation. Say, what's so important? Su Nan first looked at her expression, then only stammered. It is this morning I went out to go in a hurry. Left the laptop at home. The meeting of the phone is using the cell phone cast. You sent the message. When Su Nan said these words, Lee Sinny instantly understood. Her entire body froze on the couch. The cell phone cast, which meant that those messages she had sent were visible to the entire conference room, for all to see. Seemingly in some disbelief, Lee Sinny took out her cell phone and entered the company group chat. Normally she wouldn't even enter a group chat. Messages generally choose not to prompt. So in the first place, she didn't know that she and Su Nan had been exposed. Look at the chat inside the group. It was discovered that not only the chat logs were seen, but also the photos in the circle of friends. Lee Sinny's fair and pretty face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She flung herself into Su Nan's arms without speaking. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have left my laptop at home. Now that it's over. Su Nan patted Lee Sinny's shoulder. It was already prepared to bear the wrath of Lee Sinny, but to my surprise, Lee Sinny didn't get angry. Instead she laughed. So in that case, do we count this as an official announcement? Lee Sinny tilted her face and smiled. Su Nan didn't expect her to react like this. He smiled helplessly. Now this matter, the company all know, which means that the chairman of the board he also knows about this matter. Who would have thought that Lee Sinny had a face that didn't care? It's useless for him to know. It's my right who I like. And he said himself that as long as my boyfriend has a good personality, is of good character, and is gentle and considerate to me, he won't object. Su Nan smiled slightly. If he remembered well, the chairman only had one daughter. Lee Sinny, think about it differently. If he's the chairman of the board, will you give your precious daughter, just like that, to a subordinate company, a poor boy who was always groping for fish and slacking off? Su Nan touched Lee Sinny's long, soft hair and sighed that this girl was still too naive. Now that the whole company knows about me and you have to answer to me. You have to answer to me. Su Nan froze. What accountability? Responsible for what? Cindy Lee got up and out of the way and walked around her large office, talking as she went. Nah, let me do some math for you. First of all, now, the whole company has seen me calling you my husband, right? Yes. Su Nan returned. That's the end of it. A girl calling a guy her husband. What does that mean? Don't you understand? Now that the whole company knows that you're my husband and I'm your wife, then you still have to be responsible for me? If you don't want me, then who will I marry? Who will want me? Su Nan grabbed her nose and returned. Now the bride price of the second marriage dare to ask for 700,000 or 800,000 it. Lee Sinny, you pig brain. Cindy Lee sat in her office chair, crossing his legs as if he was tempting Su Nan. Anyway, now that the whole company knows about us, why don't we just go along and get our license? Su Nan, hey, we obviously didn't have anything happen. Cindy Lee, the phrase nothing happened. Lee Sinny, an adult, of course knew what it meant although Cindy Lee hadn't done it. But I heard about it when I was in college. Thinking of this, Lee Sinny said with a red face. So, if you want it to happen, now, just happen. Su Nan, you're out of your mind. Chapter 5, just don't want to pay back the money. Just as Su Nan and Lee Sinny were in the office, flirting, Wang Kaishan in the office couldn't sit still. He knew that he usually behaved a bit too much towards Su Nan. After all, this kid has been so popular lately that the president has repeatedly praised him. It stole a lot of thunder from him as a program manager. But he didn't realize that there was such a layer of relationship behind it. Had he known this, he would not have dared to offend Su Nan to death. Now it's good that the relationship between Su Nan and President Lee is public, and this kid doesn't need to hide it. So he might replace his seat tomorrow and become the new project manager. And he, without having to think about it. Surely he will be given a hard time by Su Nan at every turn. Let him do the hardest and most tiring work, running his business outside every day, and also to compete with those vibrant youngsters at the bottom of the company, who are more inwardly curled. Thinking about this, Wang Kaishan felt that the 30 pounds of flab around his waist was no longer his own. He had struggled for many years in the company, and it was hard for him to get to the position of project manager. So he must not sit back and wait for death. Su Nan, this poor boy and President Lee are not the right door, not the right household. The chairman will definitely not agree to the two of them being together. I'm going to get ahead of the game and sue. Wang Kaishan had an idea and immediately picked up the car keys on the table and left the company. Su Nan left the president's office. It's still business hours. He and Lee Sinny were alone in the office for too long, and it would inevitably cause a bad influence if word got out. Back at the office, Co-workers with whom he once had problems came running to make amends. Some of his co-workers, who don't have much contact with him, warmed up to him, and bags of small snacks appeared on the table from time to time. Sunan put those aside. Put all your heart into the stock market. The current price of crude oil is still trending downward as stated on the future message. He needs to raise enough money before he bounces back. Sunan, who intends to let go, mortgage the matrimonial home her parents had prepared for her and took out a loan of $2,700,000. In addition, one has $300,000 in savings on hand. After thinking about it, Sunan took out another bank card from her wallet. This was the pocket money Lee Sini gave him, and every month he would put $1 million into it. A portion is also scored on special holidays. Before that, he wasn't going to be a soft touch, but now, $9,700,000 was raised. With information about the future, Sunan will not lose money. The more principal he puts in now, the more he'll get back in 7 days. After a moment of hesitation, he opened his address book and contacted his eldest uncle. The eldest uncle, Su Shang, failed to start his own business that year, owed a large pile of debt, and almost ended up on the street. It was his parents, who took out all their savings and borrowed another $300,000 from outside sources, making a total of $500,000. Help them get over the hump and turn over a new leaf. Now the eldest uncle's family earns $1 million a year, bought a house in the capital, and the family has 3 or 4 luxury cars. Just haven't paid back that money I borrowed in the first place. Still about 200,000 short. Hey, Nan, what's the matter with the eldest? The other side of the phone picked up and a middle-aged man's voice came out. At the same time, there was a cacophony of clinking glasses. Uncle, recently I am in urgent need of money. Can you take that money owed to my family back then? Before Sunan could finish her sentence, the phone was hung up. Soon, however, Su Shang called again. Sunan clicked to answer. Now that the noisy clinking of glasses around them was gone, Su Shang's drunkenness sobered up quite a bit. Xiaonan, recently the eldest uncle's business has had difficulties. The capital chain is very tight. The family's food and clothing have been scaled down quite a bit. You are also grown up. Know that business is not good these years. Just sympathize with the big uncle. I really can't get so much money at a time. If you really need the money urgently, uncle can transfer $200 to you to use first. As for that remaining $200,000, it may have to be until the new year. There's that line of argument again. Sunan inwardly sneered. Growing up, he'd heard this argument so much he could memorize it, and it was just that he didn't want to pay it back. $500,000 a decade or so ago. I'm afraid it's worth $5 million now. Sunan's family had been generous enough not to ask them to pay back the interest, as long as they paid back the principal. But even so, Su Shang is still unwilling to repay. It has been put off for more than a decade for various reasons. If it wasn't for the consideration of relatives, Sunan really wanted to break into a few curses. His eyes gradually went cold. When my parents were trying to raise this money, has borrowed all the relatives he can, and offended them all at the same time. Now Sunan borrows money from other relatives. I'm afraid it won't work, but will be sneered at instead. Forget it, $9,700,000 is enough. All this money, Sunan converted into dollars. $9,700,000 converts to almost $1.45 million at an exchange rate of 6.7. At this point, the price of crude oil has come to $68 a barrel as stated on the future message. The best time to get in is right around the corner. Sunan turned on the highest 50 times leverage given by the securities company. It was the highest leverage he could open with all this capital. If he was a little more well-funded, turning on 100 times leverage wouldn't be a problem. With 50 times leverage turned on, the $1.45 million in Sunan's hand had come to $72.5 million, and he bought all of this into crude oil futures. In the end, Sunan received 1,066,000 barrels of crude oil. Next, for every little increase in the price of crude oil, he makes a huge profit. Of course, behind the huge benefits often come extremely high risks. With 50 times the leverage, Sunan's $1.45 can't really withstand much risk. A slight drop of a few cents and he would have been closed out. However, Sunan has information about the future. The price of crude oil will only go up next, not down. Finally, after doing this, Sunan stretched her back. Every now and then he glanced at the changes in the stock market on his cell phone. Everything was found to correspond to future information. An apprehensive heart finally calmed down. It just so happened that at this time Lee Sini looked over. The duo had no need to hide it now, and left the office hand in full view of the public. The pretense is that they are out on business, but everyone knows that the two of them are out on a date bright and early. It's really too arrogant and doesn't know how to restrain itself at all. Don't you two realize that there are many other single people in the company? Seeing this scene, it was inevitable that the company's crowd had some sour feelings in their hearts. Chapter 6, Chairman, Li Zhanglong. Li's group, Chairman's office. Looking at the tall and sturdy, tiger-backed middle-aged man in front of him, Wang Kaishan trembled with fear and trepidation, not daring to take a breath, and his forehead was filled with beads of sweat. Your name is Wang Kaishan. What do you want from me? The middle-aged man extinguished the cigar in his hand and shifted slightly, the leather office chair under his seat, creaking as if it was going to crush itself. He was the founder of the Li Group, Li Sini's father, Li Zhanglong. Under Li Zhanglong's name, there are more than 70 enterprises, and he himself has to travel frequently between home and abroad. The employees of the lower companies are largely unknown. The number of times he himself appeared in the subordinate companies was even less, and he could not go there several times a year. Wang Kaisen had seen Li Zhanglong from afar a few times. I heard from the rest of the group that the chairman relied on the mob business and made his fortune. At first, he thought that it was someone bragging, but it wasn't until he saw Li Zhanglong himself now that he was completely convinced. This lanky body, arms that are about to burst out of his shirt, and this big bald, tattooed, walking down the street, you'll definitely be treated like a triad boss. No, it would be the mob boss. Wang Kaishan lowered his head, but he was happy in his heart. How can the chairman look down on Sunan? Not to mention being the president's boyfriend. It is estimated that tonight they will send someone to send Sunan to the Black Continent Lower Jurisdiction Company to dig for minerals. Chairman, it's like this. Wang Kaisan told what happened in the company in the morning, hearing that his own daughter had fallen in love with an ordinary employee of the company under his jurisdiction. Li Zhanglong directly stood up from his chair. Are you telling the truth? Wang Kaisan nodded repeatedly, putting Sunan down and making up a bunch of falsehoods. This guy, in addition to handsome, other aspects of nothing? Into the company for 5 years, no upward mobility, every day is to go to work to punch the clock, work to touch the fish. Not only that, this guy smokes, drinks, gambles, perms everything. 2 years ago there was a female college student ran to the company to make trouble, saying that Sunan made her pregnant, to find him to ask for abortion fees. Hearing this, even though Li Zhanglong had experienced many storms in his youth, he was a bit nonchalant at this time. His grandmother, what is it that your own daughter has fallen for? No good things, all bad things. He even made a girl have an abortion. Isn't that pure scum? What kind of stupidity does one's daughter have to be to like a man like that, just because the other guy is better looking? Li Zhanglong's face turned blue, feeling so angry that he couldn't even eat his lunch. He waved at the bodyguard beside him. The other man would understand and walk outside to investigate the situation. Wang Kaisan was retained. Li Zhanglong asked him to continue speaking about Sunan. Such a great opportunity. How could Wang Kaishan give up? Now, as long as Sunan stays in the company, his position as project manager is not guaranteed. He had to be dispatched to the Black Continent branch for him to feel a little more at ease. It didn't take long for the bodyguard to go and return. In his hand was the information he had just printed out. Li Zhanglong looked up. Well, the bodyguard nodded slightly. Miss is indeed dating this kid. Only the relationship between the two of them is kept at a delicate stage, and has not crossed the final step. Hear the last sentence. Li Zhanglong looked like he was relieved and took a long breath. He took the information from the bodyguard. It recorded about all the things Sunan had done since she entered the company, specific to the time Sunan clocked in and out of work every day, as well as the specific amount of money spent in the cafeteria. After reading through it once, he realized that Sunan wasn't as bad as Wang Kaisan had said. Sort of a relatively qualified employee. There was no check on his bad habits either. There is also no record of the so-called female college students who want to pay for abortions. Wang Kaisan has been targeting this Sunan intentionally or unintentionally in recent times. The bodyguard whispered this. Li Zhanglong was instantly enlightened. He still knew some of these flowery ideas of workplace employees. He didn't pay any attention to it, though, and continued to read. What follows is all about some of Sunan's family background. His parents are quite good, but this eldest uncle of his actually dares to sell unlicensed shoddy products, which if the East Window is found out, I'm afraid that he will be locked up for 20 years. Li Zhanglong puffed on his cigar and snorted coldly. He was very disdainful of such people who sold shoddy products and had no idea how many people they would harm. He continued to read on, and at the end of the information was something about Sunan and Li Sini. The number of times and places the duo went out to play were recorded. It's a good thing this brat didn't dare to go any further, or I'd have him here right now, on the ground with a belt. Wang Kaisan, who was on the opposite side of the room, couldn't have a wider smile on his face when he heard the chairman's vicious whispers. It seemed as if he could see the sight of Sunan being shoved onto a plane to the Black Continent overnight. Well, What's with this $5 million? Soon, Li Zhanglong found a transfer record on his daughter's card. Found out that my daughter transfers $1 million to a card every month and some more for various holidays. This is the pocket money that Miss gave Sunan. Before and after almost 6,700,000. Li Zhanglong was silent for a moment. His daughter's spending money on another man makes him feel bad. But the good thing is that he only spent more than $6 million on the other side. A little money, no harm, no foul. What did he do with the money? Li Zhanglong was curious about this aspect, because it can be used to deduce some of Sunan's bad habits, so as to judge what kind of person he is. Previously this money was kept intact, except that half an hour ago, all $6,700,000 was transferred to the account of a foreign securities company. On account? Go check it out. Li Zhanglong was curious about what that Sunan kid was going to do when he suddenly transferred so much money to a foreign securities company account. Is it the fear of losing the money? Li Zhanglong thought it was very likely. Sunan's family conditions have not been good since childhood. All of a sudden evening the daughter of a rich woman gained a lot of wealth, naturally not willing to lose. Yes, the bouncer left again. Li Zhanglong gazed at Wang Kaisan. Wang Kaishan, thanks to you running over to remind me this time. Otherwise I wouldn't have known that my daughter had befriended such a boyfriend. Come back to me when you've finished the project at hand and I'll set you up with a good place to go. Thank you, President. Hearing these words, Wang Kaisan was so excited that he trembled and thanked him in a hurry. The good place the chairman was talking about was either the group's headquarters, where he was now standing on his feet, or the group's branch in the capital. But whichever one it was, it meant that he, Wang Kaishan, was about to get rich. A cheer went up in his heart, and suddenly he kind of wanted to thank Sunan. If it wasn't for this guy, I'm afraid I wouldn't have gotten a promotion until I retired. Chapter 7, forcing him to reveal his true nature. Boss, this is a record of the movement of Sunan's funds. A detailed data. It quickly appeared in front of Li Zhanglong. He extinguished the cigar in his hand and squinted at the data, which detailed the flow of each of Sunan's funds. This kid, investing his entire fortune inside the stock market. This is just going crazy. Li Zhanglong was surprised and didn't know what Sunan wanted to do. As he continued to look, his slightly narrowed eyes widened a few points. His face filled with horror. The 2'9" bodyguards beside him hadn't seen their boss show such an expression for a long time. My goodness, this kid is a loser. Does he not want to live or what? Li Zhanglong didn't expect Sunan to put all her worth, all into the stock market. What he didn't expect is that this guy actually bought crude oil futures, but also pulled 50 times the leverage. The current price of crude oil is inherently unstable and has been in a downward spiral, and who knows how far it will fall. Many people are in a wait-and-see mode. This kid was good. He dove right in headfirst, and pulling 50 times the leverage. The slightest fluctuation and his $9.7 million would go straight down the drain, along with a load of debt attached to it. After Li Zhanglong read the information, a look of hatred appeared on his face. If he was Sunan's parents, he was afraid that he would simply faint from anger. Will this kid ask Cindy for money when he runs out? Li Zhanglong's concern, after all, was still his own daughter. He quickly realized this and tried to call his daughter to ask her not to give money to Sunam, but after thinking about it, he put the phone back on the table. His daughter's character, he, as a father, really couldn't be clearer. It's hard to change what you've decided. It's like now she recognizes this Sunan as her boyfriend. It's a brain that will like it to the end. By blocking from it yourself, you will only make your daughter fall deeper into it. Instead of that, he should just let the two develop. When the time comes that all those stocks of Sunan's, all of them have gone down the drain, and the debts have piled up to the point that they can't be repaid, she will surely beg her own daughter to lend a helping hand. Once or twice, your own daughter is going to give it. But once the number of times increases, the daughter's mindset will change and she will slowly realize her boyfriend's incompetence. Humph. I don't believe that my Li Zhanglong's daughter is a love brain. The money given to that kid, just take it as a lesson bought for my daughter. This amount of money is a sprinkle for Li Zhanglong. But his daughter, she's his only one, his everything. Send a few people to protect Cindy. As long as that kid surnamed Su dares to make a move on my daughter, you guys will pretend to be from the triads and beat him up in a sack. Besides, didn't that kid take out a mortgage on his house? In my name, communicate with that loan company, have them call in the debt, exert some pressure, and it's best to make that kid unable to withstand the pressure as early as possible and expose his nature in advance. You took out a loan to buy something? Inside the movie theater, Li Cindy's cell phone received a debt collection message from a loan company. It stated that Sunan had, this morning, taken out a loan of $2,700,000, urging him that he must repay the loan within a specified period of time, or else he would pay a default of 5% of the total amount. This kind of information which is to steal the information of Sunan's cell phone address book contacts, to spread the net-type group sent. Loan companies usually only call when the repayment period is approaching. It is only in this way, if you are overdue, that you will make a violent collection, so that all the contacts on your phone know about the loan. Sunan was puzzled as to why the loan she had taken out just today was already in collections now. Now I guess all my friends and family know. I wonder how they will react. Facing Lee Sinny's inquiry, Sunan revealed a comforting smile. Don't worry, I'm not messing around with the money. The money I get from this loan will create a huge profit for me. Look at Sunan's confident appearance. Lee Sinny came over and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Hubby is really getting restless. Actually trying to make money secretly and get out of this rich woman's package. Punish you to be kissed by me. An intimate scene like this happens every 2 minutes. Not far away, 2 men in suits and sunglasses were secretly observing the scene. They were the very bodyguards who were assigned to take care of Lee Sinny's safety and security, and at the same time, to prevent Sunan from making a move on the boss's daughter. It's just that they've been here for so long, and I didn't see Sunan getting any colorful. On the contrary, miss, she is very dishonest. The whole person is about to lie down on Sunan. They recorded the scene. Prepare to send it to your boss for delivery. It's not that they don't block it. It's really your old man's daughter, who is not competitive. Ding dong. Most of the boring movie passed. Sunan, who was drowsy, was awakened by the cell phone message tone. He opened his phone and it was a news tweet. 2 countries that hold more than 70% of the world's crude oil have been involved in a fierce armed conflict on the border, which has a tendency to intensify. The news, for now, has become the main story that all the major media outlets are clamoring for. It has become a mainstream discussion on social media platforms. Exactly the same information as in the future. The price of crude oil should see a significant increase next. Sunan couldn't wait to open the stock trading platform. The current price of crude oil has gone from $68 a barrel to $70 a barrel. Prices are increasing at a horrible rate. Speculators have a keen sense of smell. They quickly realized there would be a spike in the price of crude oil, so they jumped in at the first opportunity. Driven by this wave, the price of crude oil will skyrocket as wildly as future information. Just half a day, Sunan then gained $1,600,000. He couldn't help but look at Lee Sinny beside him. Now that you've established that you're able to make money, should you bring your girlfriend into the mix? As the president of the company, Lee Sinny is still very shrewd in other aspects, except for a bit of love brain. After seeing the international news, she also realized that the price of international crude oil would skyrocket. Lee Sinny hurriedly called her assistant. Have someone from the company's investment department develop an investment program on crude oil. Chapter 8, Mom. This is actually my girlfriend. Did you guys get the text message? Nan borrowed a loan of over $2 million on the internet. It is said to have taken his parents' house and mortgaged it to get the loan. I also received it. This guy is also too unintelligent. His parents are tired and hardworking for decades. It's hard to save a sweet for him, and he just squandered it. It's so uncharacteristic. Before I heard that he went into a big company to work, I thought he had made a fortune. But now it seems that the family is finished. Cut off the relationship early. I'm going out for a while before his parents come to the door to borrow money. Sunan is not addicted to internet gambling, borrowing so much money at once. Last time I saw him I still think this person is a little bit out of it. I did not expect that now it has become like this. I was also going to arrange a blind date for him. The woman is good looking but has had 2 abortions, so she only needs a 300,000 dowry. Now think about it or forget it. As a result of a mass message from the loan company. So, all the contacts on Sunan's cell phone received text messages about the loan collection. At this moment, the Su family clan was already in a frenzy. All talking about Sunan. Some people bemoaned, others were indifferent, and still others said they wanted to cut ties with Sunan's family, lest the family come to their door to borrow money. On the passenger side of the Rolls-Royce, Sunan is chatting with her parents in the family group. The parents also received a text message from the loan company. Fearing that Sunan had gone astray, the 2 old men sent a message at the first opportunity, wanting to ask about the situation. Son, are you playing online gambling? I'm telling you, those are all cheats. They are all backstage control of winning and losing. Stop in time, don't get caught up in it. Yeah, now that the internet is full of videos about online gambling, who has gotten rich? Don't they all end up with their wives separated and their money gone? You just don't go thinking about getting rich overnight. Honestly, work in that company. As for the loan thing, we slowly pay it back little by little. We can always get through it. The second old man admonished in a serious tone. In their impression, the loan is not much different from borrowing usury. Subconsciously, he thought that Sunan had learned something bad outside and went into online gambling, so he owed so much money. Although her parents were consoling one after another, Sunan could still feel the trembling of the tone from the second old man's mouth. After all, $2,700,000 is not a small amount of money. Having bought a house for Sunan, they have emptied all their savings and are already struggling to afford the sky-high debt. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I didn't engage in any online gambling. My money was all used for investment, all used in the right way. You don't have to worry about the debt. I'll be able to pay it all off after a while. Sunan rushed to provide comfort and told her parents not to worry. Don't want to put them through all this stress. Are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. How could your son get into online gambling and all that? That's good. That's good. Hearing Sunan's words, the second old man let out a long sigh of relief. The hanging heart relaxed. Next, some unusual condolences. Nearly a year did not see his son. The too old heart more or less miss a little. Sue's mom said, some time ago, your dad took out that photo of you as a child, wearing open crotch pants, and looked through it again, and his mouth was still chattering about wanting grandchildren. Sue's dad next to him was confused. When had he ever done this? Sue Ma continued, now that you're not too young and your job has stabilized, it's time for you to start a family, or for us to hold grandchildren sooner. These photos you a moment, are all the girls inside the town's dating office. Good looking. If you like it, I'll ask for their WeChat for you. Soon, several photos of the women appeared in the matchmaking family group chat. Sunan, who had been mixing with the internet for many years, could tell at a glance that 3 of the photos were PD. In person, I simply can't live up to that kind of face value. The few remaining photos show women with more or less plastic surgery. 2 years before, when I went home, my mom had mentioned to herself about the dating office in town. Sunan also made a point of investigating. It turned out to be very pitiful. $3,000 to arrange 10 blind dates. More than half of them were arranged by the boss's wife as trustees. Sitting down for a couple of cups of tea and a few words and then walking away completely offsets the number of times you've been there. He spelled them out. After a while, Sue's mom replied, what then? You can't be single for the rest of your life, can you? Sue's dad, I think your dad I held hands with girls in junior high school, and when I was a sophomore, I won your mom's heart. If you had inherited a star in this area, you wouldn't still be single. When Sue's dad thought of his own youth, he couldn't help but touch his beer belly, and his heart was full of vigor. But he quickly noticed, beside him, Sue's mom's gaze that wanted to kill, holding hands with a girl in middle school. You're pretty good. No, wife, listen to my sophistry. I'm motivating my son. Sunan looked at her parents' message, knowing they are getting older and want grandchildren. After thinking about it, he opened the camera and aimed it at Lisini, who was driving. What for? Lisini noticed Sunan's behavior out of the corner of her eye. Sunan said, I want to tell my parents about our relationship, so they know I have a girlfriend. Lisini's eyes lit up. Just waiting for a stoplight now. She posed beautifully and revealed a sweet smile, which, together with the beauty function that came with her cell phone, completely crushed those popular female celebrities. Sunan grabbed the opportunity to take 2 photos from different angles and sent them to the family group. Soon after, a message came from Sue's mom. Son, is this your favorite actress? Turn around and I'll help you find a blind date according to this standard. Sunan smiled helplessly and explained, Mom, this is actually my girlfriend. He had expected his old mom to be happy. Who thought mom sent a voiceover? Hey, you young people, you just know how to get all this nonsense. A while ago I saw a college student shouting the cartoon character on the piece of paper called his wife. And now you're posting pictures of actresses saying they're girlfriends. I really can't understand young people nowadays. Well, enough chit-chat. Your dad ran downstairs to play chess with the old man. I've got to call him back. With that said, the family group fell silent once again. Doesn't mom believe in her son's charms that much? Instead, Lisini next to her guffawed. Honey, I want to get in the group and talk to my mother-in-law. I think she's so funny. Sunan nodded. To save his mother to send him day and night. The public number of those late marriage and late parenthood consequences of the article. After pulling Lisini into the loving family, Sunan looked at the family group and found that the people inside were still discussing about him. He didn't really have much to say about these relatives. It's all just human nature. Chapter 9, International News. Miku Studio. Li Zhenglong is in a terrible mood. He didn't move a single bite of the meal on the table in front of him. See the photos sent by the men. Li Zhenglong did not expect that it was his own daughter who took the initiative to hook up with Sunan. A kiss here, a kiss there, and the whole thing was itching to get right down in this kid's arms. What a woman! Li Zhenglong let out a long sigh. Looking at the photo of Sunan is getting worse and worse. He looked to the assistant beside him. Book a flight ticket to the Black Continent. And when Cindy sees this kid's true colors, send him to the Black Continent. So that these two can't see each other for 7 or 8 years. Yes, Chairman. The assistant turned away. Opened the office door just in time to see several men in suits approaching. They're executives from the Lee Group's investment department. Whenever there was a major investment windfall, they would formulate a proposal in the first instance and send it to Li Zhanglong so that he could make the final decision. Boss, something happened to the two crude oil powers. The international crude oil price will soar next. We can take advantage of this opportunity to make a wave of investments. Li Zhanglong asked. When did this happen? Why is it so sudden? There was no wind at all earlier. The man from the investment department said. Just half an hour ago. The news media are now reporting on this aspect. And the price of international crude oil has directly begun to rise. It's a good time to get in. If we miss it, we'll lose a lot of profit. Lee's Group investment department is full of talents. Almost every windfall is firmly grasped. It was also because of such a group of wise men that the money in his hands multiplied several times. Lee's Group can be in more than 10 years. The development of today's scale, the investment department of these people cannot be credited. Therefore, the suggestions of these people will be considered and adopted by Li Zhanglong with emphasis. Crude oil. Li Zhanglong fell into silence. He immediately thought of Sunan. This guy today will hand all the savings, a brain all into the crude oil futures inside, and pulling 50 times the rate of leverage. Even gamblers who have lost their eyes are not as irrational as he is, and will more or less restrain themselves. But now the international news is out. The price of crude oil has skyrocketed and is doomed. Li Zhanglong had a bad taste in his heart. After all, he had just despised Sunan in the front foot, and then he was slapped hard by reality in the back foot. Are you sure it was a half-hour thing? And nothing had gotten out before then? The man from the investment department nodded. This conflict was caused purely by accident. Everyone didn't expect these two countries to fight. Half an hour ago. Li Zhanglong once again fell silent. Sunan didn't buy the futures half an hour ago. He's going to be hours ahead of the time of the incident. At that point in time maybe the market price of crude oil is still going down one way or the other. This kid, what a stroke of luck. But leverage this thing is not so fun. The market's slightly fluctuations. This kid will be ashes. When the time still have to find my daughter to borrow money. Only the time sooner or later the problem. When he thought of Sunan abducting his beloved little cotton-padded jacket, Li Zhanglong had a face of indignation. He left the investment to the investment department to handle. He himself ate, depressingly, the already cold meal on the table. Spent the day hanging out. Li Sini sent Sunan back to his rental house. Anyway, our relationship is out in the open. So why don't you come home with me? This rental house of yours is in the suburbs, far away from the office, and you have to get up early in the morning to catch the subway. You'll be sleep deprived in the long run. Sunan naturally didn't want to get up and squeeze the subway every morning, but then he thought about Li Sini's father. If the other guy sees himself sleeping in his daughter's house, I'm afraid he'll be so angry that he'll beat himself into pulp. Sunan had met Li Zhanglong twice. The steel-like muscles on his opponent's body still give him palpitations. Let's talk about it after a while. I'm still a little attached to this place, and it's a little hard to just leave. Li Sini nodded. Okay, then hubby, I'll leave first. Muah. Bye. Sunan waved his hand and watched his little girlfriend leave. Back inside the rental house, Sunan opened her cell phone. In the car, he received a text message from the future. It was only that Li Sini was beside him at the time, so he was not convenient to open it and look at it. Dude, give it a shot. Dude, I'm straight up rich overnight. It's thanks to your operation. Sunan's side purchased crude oil futures, and it will take another 7 days to see the results. But the future self has gained. Looking at the tone of the other side, crude oil futures should not have any problems. Everything is within the plan. Recently, there is a game company on my side that makes game products that are very popular with the public. Not only do they have a large number of users in China, but they are also favored by foreigners. The company is called Mikuku, and while he's now an MMO company giant in my time and place, they're still a little known studio in your time and place. What I mean is that I want you to invest in them, become their shareholder, and help them branch out their game company, and I'll provide you with the appropriate technical support from my side. See your future self and send a message. Sunan was caught up in consideration. At present, domestic games are completely monopolized by game companies such as Penguin and Netflix. It's very difficult for small game companies to get ahead. This meter lull, surprisingly, survived the siege of these giants. It shows that they produce games that are highly marketable. Soon after, his future self sent another message, told himself the location of the Mikuyu game studio, also their annual income for each year. Sunan realized that this company started out with very low revenues, standing on the same level as ordinary game companies. But after developing a company called Protogod, they made $1 billion in revenue in their first year. The revenue of each channel in the second year directly exceeded 88 billion, almost equal to the Penguin and Net1 game company. That's pretty scary revenue numbers. It's literally exploding. Sunan's heart was moved, and he decided to visit this studio tomorrow to inspect the situation. Thinking of this, he took a vacation from the company's leadership. With Sunan's status as the president's boyfriend, this point was naturally easy to do. Chapter 10 Manager Wang fainted. Let's see what Cindy and mom and dad are talking about. Sunan opened WeChat and clicked on the family that showed 99 plus unread messages. In the afternoon, to convince mom that she has a girlfriend, Sunan specially let Lee Cindy, to the old mother, made a video phone call. By the way, let them both recognize. Mother-in-laws and daughters-in-law don't go toe-to-toe as soon as they meet. Like in a TV show, Suma knew that her son was telling the truth, and the smile on her face couldn't be any brighter. The whole person looked like she was 10 years younger. Seeing that her mother-in-law liked herself, Lee Cindy was also happy and took the initiative to find a lot of topics to talk about. After learning that Lee Cindy was the president of her son's company, Sue's mom smiled even more happily, full of relief. Sue's father, who had a swollen corner of his eye on the side, praised him repeatedly, stating that a tiger's father has no son. Lee Cindy, Granny, is this Sunan when she was little? Lee Cindy, he was so cute and plump when he was little. I want to pinch this little face. Sue's mom, these are still some of the usual pictures. It's the pictures of him at 100 that are lovely. I'll send them to you. Seeing this piece of news, Sunan directly stood up from the sofa, for no other reason than that the centennial photo is the most unflattering childhood photo he has ever taken. The photo shows him wearing a tiger flannel hat, open pants, a bottle in his hand, and looking at the camera with his legs crossed in a confused manner. If that childhood photo, to be seen by Cindy Lee, a strong sense of shame surfaced in Sunan's heart. He hurriedly stopped it. Mom, no, that's just too humiliating. Lee Cindy, who had just finished her bath and was lying on the bed, immediately branched out when she saw Sunan's message. She was filled with extreme curiosity about that centennial photo, wondering what kind of photo would make Sunan so eager to stop it. Lee Cindy, Granny, just show me. Lee Cindy, Sunan has never shown me a picture of him as a child. Sunan was confused. XINE, what's with this aggrieved tone of yours? If you don't know, you'll think I'm bullying you. Sue's mom, it's okay, daughter-in-law. I'll show you as many as you want. Sunan was in a hurry, and he began to swipe frantically, trying to stop Lee Cindy from looking at pictures of him as a child. Who knows? He's only just swiped a few periods. A line of information then appears on the screen. You've been removed by mom from the love one another family category. Sonny, what about the promised love for each other? Just kick me out? If you have a daughter-in-law, you don't want a son? Lee Cindy, who was lying on the bed, hadn't realized that there was suddenly someone missing from the group. She was totally fascinated by the picture that Sue's mom had posted. Fat little faces, clueless little eyes, and little hands that go nowhere. No matter which one it was, it could make Lee Cindy's heart melt. Why her husband was so cute when he was a kid. However, when she shifted her perspective downward and saw Sunan's open crotch pants area, her clear little face was colored with a touch of redness at a speed visible to the naked eye. She hurriedly turned her phone off and buried her face in the pillow. What did she see? It took a long time for Lee Cindy to slow down. She finally realized why Sunan was so resistant to looking at his childhood photos herself. But, is pretty cute too. Lee Cindy once again looked at the photo and silently saved it in her phone. The next morning, a luxury business car, a stretch version, slowly parked in front of the company. Li Zhenglong's lanky body stepped down from the car. This is a business that he has left entirely in the hands of his own daughter. Originally he hadn't planned to come. It was just that yesterday's events had kept him up all night. The daughter you've raised for over 20 years actually has a favorite. He's not ready for this yet. What's the character of that Sunan? Does being in a relationship with your own daughter create bad thoughts? Would his own daughter be at a disadvantage? Would she be given a hard time when she married into that Sunan's family? A series of questions made Li Zhenglong, who was an old father, sleepless at night. He planned to come to the company himself to see that brat named Sunan. However, Li Zhenglong did not expect that it was not easy for him to come to the company. But that Sunan kid actually took a vacation. The kid took a vacation, and his own daughter simply didn't come to work, and slept at home, leaving all the business to her assistant, and the company's executives. These two guys. Never mind. Since we're all here, let's see how well my daughter has taken care of this business. Li Zhenglong didn't inform anyone about this visit. Along the way, many company employees greeted him and he responded respectively. You guys don't know. At that time, when the chairman heard that President Li and that Sunan kid were together, that face blackened. Don't mention how horrible it was. It's the first time I've seen the chairman's face look so ugly. It scared me so much I couldn't take a breath. Inside the office, Wang Kaishan was talking to his coworkers, bragging about his experience yesterday. When he came to the company, he heard that Su Nan had taken the day off, so he subconsciously thought of Chairman Li Zhanglong. This is nowhere near a leave of absence. Obviously, the chairman had secretly sent someone and put Su Nan under control. It won't be long before they send him to the Black Continent. Wang Kaishan thought beautifully in his heart. The smile on his face grew even wider. He looked around and all the staff were looking at him. This makes Wang Kaishan flutter inside. He is still the project manager, or the senior leader of the company. Even if that kid, Su Nan, climbed up to the high branch of President Li, he would still be able to easily bring down. In fact, the chairman used to be a gangster. That Su Nan kid wasn't on leave at all. He was kidnapped, and is probably on a plane to the Black Continent by now. Outside the office, listening to Wang Kaishan's words, Li Zhanglong directly laughed in anger. It was fine for this guy to slander Su Nan yesterday, but today he dares to smear him behind his back? When has he ever been in the mob? Li Zhanglong looked at the assistant behind him. Didn't you book a ticket for the Black Continent yesterday? Let this guy go to the Black Continent to experience for 3 to 5 years, and then get him back when the infrastructure on the Black Continent side is done. Inside the office, Wang Kaishan was speaking in colorful voice. Suddenly, the cell phone in his pants pocket rang. It's the HR manager, calling. Old Wang, you're rich. The chairman's assistant personally called me and asked me to arrange the process for you, saying that he wants to transfer you to a good place. Promoted. Wang Kaishan was first stunned, then ecstatic. I didn't expect the chairman to set him up so quickly. Wang Kaishan said. Then will I go to the Li Group's head office next, or the branch in the capital? The HR manager stammered for a moment before saying, Black Island Li Mining Company. The Black Continent. Wang Kaishan, people stupid. The phone fell to the ground. The whole person paralyzed in the chair and did not move. The old face rose into a sickly purple-black color. It looks very scary. It's not good. Manager Wang has fainted. Chapter 11, taking over Wang Kaishan's project. Su Nan got off the subway, and based on the information provided by his future self, he arrived at the area where the MiQ studio was located. It's an old office building. The studio is on the 3rd floor with no elevator. Su Nan could only climb up the stairs. When I came to the 3rd floor, a strong smell of bubbly noodles hit me. Hello, are you here to apply for a job? A young man in the doorway, eating instant noodles and wearing square-framed glasses, looked up. He wiped his mouth and opened his mouth to inquire. Su Nan was silent for a moment, nodded and said, Yes, can you introduce me to your studio? The youth was overjoyed, not realizing that the job advertisement that was put out 2 hours ago would have someone applying at his door so soon. He moved a seat for Su Nan. The studio was described in colorful detail. My name is Li Siming. I am one of the founders of the MiQ studio. Li Siming made a brief self-introduction, and then introduced MiQ studio, and also took out 2 games that had already hit the shelves of major app stores. It was all produced by a small team of 7 under his name. Su Nan tried to play a little bit, and found that these people were indeed rare talents, very thoughtful and innovative. Of course, he didn't have much knowledge related to making games, so he just nodded his head vigorously. After that, Li Siming talked a lot about his future plans and the grandeur of his heart. Su Nan said, By the way, after all that, you haven't talked about the salary aspect. Su Nan saw that the more he talked, the more excited he became, and there was a feeling that he was out of control. Then he couldn't help but open his mouth and interrupt him. Asked this question that Li Siming had been deliberately avoiding. For salary, Lissom stiffened slightly. Their studio is going very badly. At the beginning, they are just a small team of 3 people. The conditions are very difficult. No salary. 3 meals basically rely on noodles to solve, and occasionally go downstairs to buy a fried noodles. As for the accommodation, it's more like sleeping directly in the studio. Then the first game made some money. They recruited 4 other members, their schoolmates, who, like them, wanted to create a unique game. The rest of the money was basically put into the development and production of the second game. As far as the second game goes, it didn't do too well, even worse than the first game. Now, Li Siming and others are working hard on the third game, hoping to make a breakthrough in this area. As the 7-member team saw that it was no longer enough, Li Siming advertised on major forums, trying to recruit like-minded partners with them. For salary, it's only $3,000 a month for now, but we can provide you with accommodation. Hearing this, Su Nan had already figured out the specifics of this meter lull studio. To put it bluntly, it was lacking money. With money, all problems are solved. Su Nan interrupted with a nod. Well, I've understood the general situation. I like this studio of yours very much, including the games produced. I'll consider whether or not to join your company at my discretion when I go back. Of course Su Nan would join. only he wouldn't join as an employee, but as an investor. In the future, Mikuyu will become one of the top internet giant companies in China, and he will be the top shareholder. Lee Siming didn't know Sunan's plan. He assumed it was a polite refusal from Sunan. The other side is saving face. Lee Siming knew that with the conditions he had offered, it would be difficult to find suitable employees in the huge magic city, but there's no way around it. He's having trouble even keeping up with the rent on his studio now, let alone improving the welfare of his employees. $3,000 in wages, but no 5 insurance and 1 gold. In the magic city as a security guard are earning more than this. Lee Siming revealed a polite smile, but inwardly he was bitter. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. Sunan nodded and took out her cell phone to take a picture of the cell phone number on the job advertisement at the door. Lee Siming didn't say anything. It was only thought that Sunan liked to do the whole show and wanted to give him enough face. In the afternoon time, Sunan took her computer and returned to work. He'd actually taken a day off work, coming back from the Miku studio, and he was going to lie down at home and play the game. What did he expect? The leader said that something had happened to the company, and told him that he had to return to work. Otherwise the consequences would be quite serious. When Sunan heard this, she didn't dare to slow down and rushed back to the company without stopping. Something big is going on. Sunan hurried back to his office. Along the way, he found quite a few people staring at him. He didn't have time to ask to understand the situation and rushed back to the office. A leader said, "Sunan, you kid is lucky. That guy Wang Kaishan was talking about the chairman behind his back in the morning, and he just got caught. Now he's on a plane to Black Continent. He left the hands in charge of the project no one to take over. The chairman knows that you happen to be involved in this project, named you to continue to be responsible for it. If you don't take charge of this project, the chairman will likewise send you to the Black Continent to keep company with Wang Kaisan, and the president won't be able to stop you even if he comes." Sunan's eyes suddenly widened when she heard his words. The chairman is at work? Leader, I suddenly feel a little sick to my stomach. I might have to go to the restroom. Sunan pulled his leg out and tried to bolt. The leader saw his intentions. Don't pretend. The chairman inspected the company once and left. Phew. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief and looked like she had a heart attack. The leader patted him on the shoulder. It's better to find a way to get the project done. If you do it beautifully, the chairman will change his mind about you. If you don't do it well, or if you mess up, just contact Wang Kaisan and ask him to pack a clean room for you. This was something that Sunan was not worried about. The projects that Wang Kaishan was responsible for were basically distributed to the people below him. The program part, in particular, was developed by Sunan herself. That is to say, Wang Kaishan left. Not half of the impact on the project. The work can still be maintained. Thinking of this, Sunan couldn't help but sigh that she was lucky to have met a leader like Wang Kaishan, who likes to leave all the work to the people below to accomplish. If this were to be replaced by a more diligent leader, even if Sunan had been in the company for 5 years, it would still be very difficult to take over a half-finished project for a short period of time. It seems that the chairman is eager to send me to the Black Continent. Fortunately, Wang Kaishan is not reliable. Sunan quickly took over as project manager. A quick meeting was started to organize the next steps. Hearing this news, Lee Sini arranged for her right-hand man to secretly help Sunan. She didn't want her husband to be sent to Africa. In that case, it is expected that we won't see each other for years, and there is even the possibility of accidents. Chapter 12, 7 days have passed. It's not easy to be a good manager. Inside the office, Sunan stretched. 6 days had passed since he had taken over the position of Wang Kaishan's project manager. It had been a pretty rough 6 days for him. In order to ensure that there were no surprises in the course of the project, Sunan had to familiarize herself with everyone's work and then distribute the tasks in a reasonable manner. It made it necessary for him to spend a lot of time involving elements of the job that he had never been exposed to before. For this reason, Sunan got up early every day and worked day and night, and the whole person lost a lot of weight. Luckily, after his tireless efforts, the project has stabilized for the time being. Hubby, it's been a hard day at work. I've made you a rib soup with several tonic herbs. Near mealtime, Lee Sini carried her insulated lunchbox and came to Sunan's desk. Opening the lid of the box, the rich meat aroma mixed with the faint fragrance of medicinal herbs instantly filled the air. Soon the entire office was filled with the smell. This was certainly a fatal blow to the staff who had labored all morning. These days, they were equally busy in order to cooperate with Sunan. After all, a new officer has 3 fires. Some of the old greaseballs who were good at speculating and slipping during Wang Kaishan's reign were directly kicked out of the project team by Sunan. President Lee's side was also cooperative. Let the personnel department put these people down to the bottom units, at a much reduced salary, not to mention doing the hardest and most tiring work. Seeing the miserable state of these people, when Sunan was in the office, not a single person dared to desert. much less touch the fish. Even for the most basic toilet, he had to pass by Su Nan and report to him, as if he had returned to the time when he was young and went to school. And when it was close to dinner, no one dared to walk in front of Su Nan. Only when Su Nan got up to go to dinner did the others dare to follow in his footsteps. Having labored all morning, all the people had expended much of their brainpower and were famished with hunger. When Lee Sin insulated lunchbox meat aroma wafted out, I do not know how many people's stomach issued a grumble sound. Hubby, come and taste it. I've put ginseng, wolfberry and sustanches in it, all nourishing medicines. Lee Sin served a bowl of soup and prepared to feed it to Su Nan. Hearing the names of the 3 herbs, the office staff reacted immediately. Hurrah! No wonder the Su Nan kid is getting shriveled up lately. Turns out it wasn't caused by work. Rather, it's the result of working day and night. Look at all these herbs. The aphrodisiac effects are one over the other. The crowd already seemed to see the scene of Lee Sin holding her big belly and coming to deliver soup to Su Nan 7 months later. One of them was more sour than the other in their hearts. Who would have thought that Su Nan, who was usually quiet, would secretly take down the president of the company? The crowd sighed silently in their hearts. Su Nan came back from his work and received the soup that Lee Sin had personally made for him. And at the same time, he also noticed that everyone's interest in work had subsided quite a bit. Let's all go ahead and eat. Everyone has been working hard lately. I'll apply to the company later and give everyone a bonus. After saying that, Su Nan looked at Lee Sin beside her. Lee Sin smiled and nodded her head. That day she followed Su Nan's advice and allowed the company's investment department to enter the crude oil market and gained a considerable amount of profit. Even if Su Nan didn't say anything, she would give the staff below her a portion of the bonus. Now that Su Nan had said it, she went along with it, letting her husband do the honors and gain a certain reputation in the company. Lee Sin said, I've seen everyone's hard work lately. When this project is completed, each person will receive half a month's extra salary. Hearing this, the office was filled with horror. They've been with the company for a while. Except for New Year's, paying bonuses at other times is almost non-existent. Even if you volunteered to stay overtime every day, you would only get verbal praise, and actual rewards were almost a luxury. Especially under the leadership of that Wang Kaishan guy, it was impossible for their project team to have a bonus. But now it's different. Su Nan just mentioned it, and the president promised to give them a bonus, or half a month's salary. What did they just do? Simply just not touching the fish, not deserting and working wholeheartedly for those 6 days. If this were normal, the leader would not even look at you. Maybe see you work efficiently, and arrange more extra work. Try to squeeze you. Following manager Su seems pretty good. It's more than good. It's just great. There's no way you could get this in any other department. Manager Su, I admit that I was a bit loud when I complained in the restroom, and now I sincerely apologize. Manager Zhang, don't get so close to me in the future. I'm afraid Manager Su will misunderstand. Is this what it feels like when one person gets a government position? One word makes the president give us a bonus. In the future, who dares to badmouth Manager Su behind his back? I'll be the first one to rush up and beat him up. The office crowd quickly changed their opinion of Su Nan. A blow-by-blow account of him. It made the honest Su Nan embarrassed. In the afternoon hours, the company made an announcement. The general idea was that because of Su Nan's proposal, Lee Sin decided to give everyone in the company a batch of bonuses. The number was not as high as those in Su Nan's project team, but it was enough to excite the company's staff for a while. Many department managers invited Su Nan to get together after work. Of course, their purpose was definitely not as simple as eating, but they wanted to curry favor with Su Nan, and to be on good terms with him. In the future, if Su Nan really joins the Lee family, they will be able to rise up the ranks with this relationship. Even if Su Nan couldn't join the Lee family, what they paid was just a meal. No harm done. However, Su Nan waved his hand and politely declined these people's invitation, stating that he would go out for dinner with Lee Sin in the evening. In fact, the duo had no plans at all for the evening. Su Nan just didn't like the company's drinking culture. He went back to his office and turned on his cell phone. 7 days have passed since crude oil rose. The international price of crude oil has come to $118 a barrel, just a stone's throw away from $120 a barrel on Future Info. The price of international crude oil is still on a soaring trend, but Su Nan knew it was only on the surface. In half an hour, those two clashing crude oil powers will shake hands and make peace. By then, the price of crude oil will have fallen as well. Therefore, Su Nan must pay close attention to the changes in the stock market. As long as the price of crude oil comes to $120 a barrel, he will not hesitate to sell. The slightest second later and he risks crashing out. Chapter 13, Sudden Changes in the Situation. Chairman, the US stock market melted down twice more today, and I'm afraid the price of crude oil is going to skyrocket. and there's still the possibility of continued growth. Inside the office of the chairman of Lee's group, the executives of the investment department were holding a thick stack of information and analyzing the direction of the stock market to Li Zhanglong. Luxurious data on the table. Li Zhanglong nodded slightly as he listened to their analysis. This group of investment department executives under him are all well-known experts in economics and investment. When they were first poached to the group, but it cost a lot. But in hindsight, it was worth the effort. These people in the investment department have generated huge profits for the company, especially in the crude oil market during this period of time, which has earned a profit of $20 billion. You all are worthy of being experts in economics and investment. Some words have made me, Li Zhanglong, thatched. Upon hearing his praise, the faces of the investment department executives across the street revealed smug smiles. One of the executives laughed. Chairman, while the price of crude oil is still on the rise, we should continue to invest money to earn this wave of dividends. Another senior nodded. Yes, when has the price of crude oil seen such a terrifying rise? Even if we look at the entire stock market, this phenomenon is extremely rare. The rest of the senior investment department agreed with the words of the previous two. Yes, the time is now. The time is now. We should hold on to this opportunity. Chairman, in fact, before we came here, we had already mortgaged the family's property and were ready to divert funds to continue the wave of investment. Hearing this, Li Zhanglong pressed the button on the table. Two assistants came through the door. What are your orders, Chairman? Li Zhanglong said. Take a portion of the funds from the subordinate companies and increase the investment in the crude oil market. All the money that Li's group can divert is already inside the stock market. To increase your investment in the crude oil market, you have to transfer from the accounts of the companies under your jurisdiction. Soon, a document was sent to Li Zhanglong's office computer, which was the account balances of all the subordinate companies. How did Cindy have so much money in her company account? Li Zhanglong didn't realize that on his daughter's company account, there was $20 billion of liquidity stored. It is important to realize that the business model of the Li Group is to constantly invest and expand abroad. Money in your hands will only continue to depreciate. Li Zhanglong owns $700 billion. In fact, most of them are fixed assets. Liquid assets are only a few tens of billions. Now all this money, all of it, is in the stock market. The daughter's company account, however, inexplicably has $20 billion of liquidity. Where did this money come from? Li Yongryong was inwardly puzzled and hurriedly asked his assistant to check. A call came in. On the other end of the line was the voice of an assistant. Chairman, misused 70% of the liquidity in the company's account, as well as her own petty cash, to buy crude oil futures some time ago. The $20 billion, that's all she got from selling the futures, and now she's transferred $70 billion into her private account, leaving $13 billion in the company account. Sitting in the office investment department senior, also heard the content of the phone on the other end, half stifled. Miss is still too young. If we sold the crude oil bonds in our hands 2 days later, at least another $3 billion would be added to the company's account. Yeah, missed a good way for nothing. She should have called and asked the chairman. A person from the investment department teased with a smile. The young lady has grown up after all. She is not willing to discuss many things with the chairman and likes to make her own decisions. There was something in his words, because during this period of time, all of Li's group knew that Li Sini had found an ordinary company employee as her boyfriend. As the sole heir of the Li group, what kind of young talent can't Li Sini find? But you can't grow a lousy, stinky, salty fish to be your boyfriend. Countless people expressed their deplorations, secretly sighing that Missy was just too much of a fool. How can you get a guy like that as a boyfriend? I'm afraid that if the other side has bad intentions and secretly shoots something bad, they will be taken to death. Li Zhenglong's eyes flickered. His daughter had always sought his opinion on this aspect of investment, but not this time. Instead, he acted on his own in secret. If he hadn't needed to mobilize funds on a temporary basis, he probably wouldn't have noticed that his daughter had bought crude oil futures. This is very counterintuitive. Not the way Cindy does things. Li Zhenglong said to the assistant on the other end of the phone. Go and check if it was that kid, Su Nan, who abetted Xine to do this. Buying crude oil futures is just a small matter. Daughter is really listening too much to that Su Nan. This caused Li Zhenglong to feel a chill down his spine. If Su Nan wanted to do something to jeopardize Xine, with Xine in this current state, it would be very easy for something to happen. His daughter is his one and only, his everything. For the sake of his daughter's safety, Li Zhenglong could even give up everything he had at hand. He would never allow anyone to do anything to hurt his daughter. Soon, the assistant's side checked in. Yes, it was Su Nan who ran to Missy's office and asked her to sell the crude oil futures she was holding. At that moment, Li Zhenglong's face became gloomy. He said to the assistant on the other end of the phone, Immediately go and book 2 flight tickets to the Black Continent. Tonight, send someone to send Sunan to the Black Continent. I don't want him to appear in front of my daughter tomorrow. Seeing the chairman like this, the investment department showed their mouths. They were actually jealous of Sunan for being able to climb onto Lee Sin's high branch. It's a feeling like seeing someone else making money is going to be worse than losing money yourself. Seeing Lee Junlong's dislike for Sunan, the people from the investment department clapped their hands and prepared to add more fire. The chairman must discipline a great lady properly. She can't be allowed to indulge like this any longer. Missy is really too much to listen to the words of this Sunan. This time just cause financial losses. Money is gone can still earn again. But if the next time is Missy herself in an accident. Yeah, there was a girl on the news a while back, who was abducted and sold by her own boyfriend to a remote area, and it took her 15 years to escape. It's good enough to escape. A lot of girls are trafficked and end up more miserable than this. They all knew that Lee Sin was Lee Zhenglong's soft underbelly, so there has been a flurry of bashing this. As expected, Lee Zhenglong's face became increasingly ugly. It's on the verge of a rage. Just at this time, another assistant of Lee Zhenglong ran in from outside. It's not good. Chairman, the 2 major crude oil powers met secretly at the border. Each side took a step back. Peace was restored to the region on both sides once again. And now the international crude oil price has dropped by 2 percentage points. The sudden news brought calm to the office. Everyone did not expect things to take a turn for the worse after only 7 days had passed. Chapter 14:3. 6 Minor Objectives. The change came too soon. This was totally unanticipated. In the face of such instability, the various luxurious figures listed by the investment department are as ridiculous as a child's drawing. The assistant spoke up. Chairman, now that funds from various countries are rushing to withdraw from the crude oil market, the price of crude oil will fall off a cliff next. If we don't pull out in time, I'm afraid we'll have to spit out all the gains we made before at once. Li Zhenglong could not think too much, and hurriedly notified the assistant on the other end of the phone, arranging for the people in the investment department to withdraw their capital. When the international news comes out, financial giants around the world began selling crude oil. Li Zhenglong was only a little late in selling. The value of the crude oil bonds on hand fell by $500 million. It's hard to imagine that if he hadn't investigated the matter of his daughter's company's account just now, but had followed the advice of the investment department and invested the funds of his subordinate company inside the stock market, would he have become a big wrongdoer who took over the business? Li Zhenglong's heart palpitated, thinking that he had just praised these people from the investment department. His old face slightly reddened. That Sunan kid, is he just lucky, or does he really have some level of investment? In contrast to the people in the investment department, Li Zhenglong thought of Sunan's operation. This kid has rushed from his initial purchase of crude oil futures to his current sale at the best possible time. Li Zhenglong will never believe that all of this was done intentionally by Sunan. After all, this time the price of crude oil was able to skyrocket, completely unable to know through analysis, purely an accident. He preferred to believe that it was all due to Sunan's superb luck. This kid's luck, it's just a little too good, Li Zhenglong muttered in a low voice. He couldn't help but think to himself, if her own daughter, comparing herself to that Sunan kid, would she worship that kid even more, to the point of obeying him to the hilt? Li Zhenglong thought it was very likely. He was getting a little annoyed in his mind, looking at the people in the investment department in front of him with growing irritation. You few experts in economics and investment, can't you even compare to a Sunan? Why are you stammering and not saying a word now? You guys don't want your bonuses at the end of this month as a way to cover the company's losses. The investment department is sad. Their end of the month bonus is $300,000. Just so lost. Chairman, my stomach is a little upset. I want to go to the restroom. Is that okay? An investment department of the senior face anxious. His house, car loan money, all in the stock market. Now he must operate a little. Quickly cut meet stop loss. The other executives also rushed to find excuses to leave. Humph. Want to leave? That's not impossible. Li Zhenglong pointed to the senior of the investment department who had just said that Sunan had said the fiercest things. I've already bought you a plane ticket to the Black Continent. You go home now and pack your bags. Then return to the company to report for a month's training in the Black Continent and then come back. That investment department senior heard the word Black Continent and was so scared that he directly paralyzed on the ground, taken out by the strong bodyguard at the door. As for the others, Li Zhenglong did not continue to punish them, but only gave them a slight warning. The remaining investment department executives were amazed and trotted out of the office. After doing this, Li Zhenglong was in a much better mood. He sat on the leather sofa chair and looked at the assistant beside him. How is Sunan's recent project completed? Bring me his proposal. Within a few moments, the assistant returned with copies of the program. Li Zhenglong took it and looked at it carefully for a while, trying to find some flaws from it. But Su Nan didn't give him a chance. This program was recreated later in his life. Some of the details are optimized and you can't find too many flaws. This guy is cautious. I guess he's afraid that Laozi will send him to the Black Continent. After looking at it a little bit, Li Zhanglong put the program aside, moderate, nothing bright. After a moment of silence, Li Zhanglong looked at his assistant. Didn't that kid brag about being great at investing? Transfer him to the investment department as a manager. Assistant, when has Su Nan ever bragged about it? Isn't it all about your old private investigation? But the assistant could clearly sense that the chairman was not in a good mood. Thinking about it, after so many years of raising his precious daughter, was under the jurisdiction of the company's small staff to pick up. In his place, a moment is also difficult to accept. Yes, chairman. The assistant quickly arranged it. On the other side, Su Nan was notified. Why did you transfer me to the investment department? Su Nan was dumbfounded. The field he was involved in at the company had nothing to do with investment. Wasn't it a joke to transfer him to the investment department? He hurriedly inquired who had sent him to the investment department. Learning that it was Chairman Li Zhanglong, Su Nan woke up. It seems that this future father-in-law of mine still has no small amount of preconceived notions about me. Su Nan smiled helplessly. If you don't have information about your own future, that's how you become an investment manager. What's the difference between that and a kindergartner? Going into a classroom and teaching middle schoolers or high schoolers? Let's not talk about his ability to make the right decision. The pricks in the investment department alone would be difficult to discipline, and no one would choose to obey him. Su Nan breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that he had future information. Even if you're a noob who doesn't know anything, you can still wind up in the investment department. Su Nan opened her cell phone. When the price of crude oil came to $120 a barrel, he had 1,066,000 barrels of crude oil bonds on hand and sold them all. In total, it received $127.92 million. After deducting the money from the leverage and various fees and such, Su Nan's net profit amounted to $5.450, calculated according to the exchange rate of 6.7. The balance on Su Nan's account reached $365.15 million, directly realizing 6 small goals. Go ahead and pay off that crappy loan. Calling and texting me every day like you're afraid I won't be able to pay it back. With money in hand, Su Nan directly paid off the loan, and then hit another $5 million to her parents' account. Son, there's a text message saying I've received $5 million in my bank account. Help me see if it's a fraudulent text. Su's mom was shocked by so much money. Rushed to his son for help. Su Nan replied, Mom, this is the money I transferred to you. In addition to the loan I have already paid off, so you two don't have to worry about it. Su's mom said, Son, is this money coming from the right place? Su's mom was a little scared. She had never heard of any decent way of making money that could make so much money at once. Su Nan said, Don't worry, Mom. The price of crude oil skyrocketed some time ago. I earned all this money from speculation. Su's mom didn't understand the stock market, and she asked Su's dad beside her, whose eye bruises had subsided considerably. Su's dad said, The price of crude oil has really gone up lately, and I, who don't know how to speculate on stocks, have made some money out of it. The thought of his thousands of dollars of fishing rods being on their way brought a smile of joy to Su's dad's face. Soon, however, his smile tightened. Was this a disguised exposure of his private money? Without waiting for Su's father to open his mouth to sophistry, Su's mother's cold laugh already rang in his ears. Chapter 15, Pack up and get the hell out of here. Yang Ping, the manager of the investment department, was upset. There was a lot of resentment about the chairman's sudden decision. He was an executive in the investment department when the company was founded, and had a hard time getting his previous bosses out of the way to take the manager's seat himself. But he didn't expect Su Nan to come out of nowhere and push him out of the manager's seat. He has been working hard for the company for 8 years, so even if he doesn't have credit, he should have hard work, right? Just kicked him out of the manager's seat? Yang Ping was very indignant inwardly, and his face was terribly gloomy. What's even more annoying is that the president actually asked him to be Su Nan's assistant to help him manage the investment department. What is he? Su Nan? What's the point of replacing him with a clerk from another department who doesn't know anything about investing? Is it possible that it's just because you've fallen into the president's lap? For this, Yang Ping really didn't have much of a temper and could only vent in his heart. In the end, one is just a stinking part-timer. It's still up to the boss how the positions are organized. He forlornly gathered his personal belongings from his desk and left the office. Walking to the door, a number of investment department employees, casting pitying glances at him, but none of them opened their mouths to greet him. After Su Nan entrusted the project in hand to his successor, he came to the investment department alone. Before he left, Cinny sent a message saying that he had been assigned a right-hand man. With the assistance of the other party, he would definitely be able to easily take charge of the investment department. Sunan was in a good mood, but when he inquired clearly, he learned that this assistant was no one else but Yang Ping, who had been squeezed out of his manager's seat. Great, he took someone else's job, and now he wants someone else to assist him. It's a wonder this can be done willingly. Where was this girl helping herself? She was clearly making it more difficult for him. Hello, Manager Su. An investment department employee saw him, not reacting for a moment. He paused for 2 seconds before remembering that Su Nan had become his top boss. Hello, Su Nan responded with a smile. When he came to the office, it had already been cleaned, and all of Yang Ping's personal belongings had been emptied out. A short while later, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Yang Ping, who was an assistant, came in from outside with a large amount of information and reports. Manager, you're new to our department and may not be familiar with it yet. This information will help you get up to speed. Yang Ping placed the information on the table. After that, he stood coldly, like a wooden man, without saying a word. Su Nan took the information. The small, dense black letters on it made his head spin and his eyes glaze over. That, Assistant Yang. I'm going to need you to share more of my work from now on. Su Nan directly pushed the work at hand to Yang Ping, who was standing beside him. Secretaries and assistants are actually pretty much the same. As the saying goes, there are secretaries to do. It should be reasonable for you, as a manager, to have your assistant do what you can, right? Yang Ping was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. How can this guy have such a thick skin? The information turned 2 pages, and then pushed the work in hand to me. I'm a crappy assistant. $9,000 a month. No commission or bonus. Why should I share things for you? Yang Ping nodded his head at the table. Okay, manager, just order me if there's anything. Looking at Assistant Yang's back as he left, Sunan smiled faintly, picked up the teacup on the table, and gently took a sip. Assistant Yang is really a good person. I thought he would resent me, but now it seems that I was narrow-minded. With Yang Ping as his right-hand man, Sunan felt much more relaxed. He continued flipping up the information. The profile records a lot about the company's assets. Hey, this address. It seems to be the same office building where MiQ Studio is located. I didn't realize it was our company's asset. This discovery surprised Sunan a little. These days he is busy with work, but ignored the Rice Neglect Studio before leaving the phone, but also did not play. I wonder what happened to the lads. Sunan thought of the rich smell of noodles coming out of the MiQ Studio, and couldn't help but marvel that it was such a group of people who had developed the studio into the top gaming company in the country. Sunan made a phone call. It turned out that no one answered, presumably because Lee Siming and the others were busy with something. Never mind. I'll go over there and see for myself. Sunan packed her things and left the company, took the congested subway to the neighborhood of MiQ Studio. Thinking of the group of lads in the studio eating instant noodles all day long, Sunan was in a nearby hotel and ordered a table. After running back and forth for a while, Sunan was sweating and panting from the sun. Now that I have money in hand, it's time to buy a mobility scooter. Sunan muttered softly. When he came to the 3rd floor, he had just stepped out of the stairway when he heard a clamor coming from the studio. Are you poor bastards going to get out or not? If I still see you staying here tomorrow, I'll get someone to smash your equipment and beat you out. A tall middle-aged man with his arms crossed stood at the entrance of the MiQ Studio and shouted angrily towards the inside. Immediately after that, Lee Siming's rebuttal sounded. Didn't we just pay the rent the day before yesterday? What gives you the right to kick us out of here? The middle-aged man sneered. You poor bastards. Do you know that this world is a place of the weak and the strong? Someone else is paying more than you. Then you should get the hell out of here instead of staying here with your dead ass. Besides, I own this office building. I can rent it to whoever I want, and I can let whoever I want get out of here. Do you have a problem with that? The middle-aged man's tone was sneering and his eyes were contemptuous, completely looking down on these fledgling brats like Lee Siming. He glanced at the boxes of instant noodles piled up in the corner, and the look on his face became even more disdainful. Eating instant noodles here all day long, making the whole building smell like instant noodles. How many times have the upstairs and downstairs studios sued? I've been extraordinarily gracious by not asking for compensation. You should be on your knees thanking me. You can't even afford to eat, and you're still starting a business here. So get your ass back to the countryside and work the land with your parents. You really think you can start a successful business by tinkering with some computer games? It's a daydream. I don't know what I'm talking about. When Lee Siming heard the middle-aged man degrade his dream so much, and incidentally even his parents were humiliated, his fair face reddened with anger. What? Not convinced? There's no use being unconvinced. So today you'll all pack up your things and get the hell out of here. In the MiQ Studio, A small fat man wearing glasses couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to rush up to the theory, which knew that the middle-aged man thought that the little fat man was going to make a move against him and directly kicked out. All day to eat noodles to spend the day, coupled with a long time to stay up late and not exercise, the little fat were to withstand this kick. Directly kicked to the ground. Forehead out of a dense cold sweat. Chapter 16, You're on your own. Seeing their best friend who had shared the same pain being kicked to the ground, the remaining 6 people in the Rice Kool-Aid studio were enraged. Call the police. We can't let him go. This guy is simply too deceitful. An apology must be made, or this matter is not over. The middle-aged man grunted coldly. Apologize? What are you apologizing for? Can't you see that it was this fatty who started it? I'm fighting back on my own. He didn't come alone. Behind the middle-aged man, there were 2 other tall, burly men with bulging muscles on their arms, comparable to trainers in a gym. I say, are you going too far? Su Nan walked out from the stairwell. He didn't expect that when he came here, he would bump into such a scene. These days, his future self has sent, one after another, personal interviews with Lee Siming, the chairman of Mikuyu Games, and Mikuyu's development from a studio to a game company. One of the biggest turning points is that Lee Siming chose to suspend the operation and maintenance of the first 2 games after he ran out of money to maintain the studio. These 2 games don't have a huge audience, but there's no shortage of gamers who genuinely enjoy both games. One of the players, whose family owns a company, he funded Lee Siming with $5 million and called on other gamers to contribute with their money. With the help of a number of players, the Miku studio was able to keep going. The gamer who helped Lee Siming became the second in command of Mikuyu directly in the later life, and his life has soared from now on. And Su Nan, who was in the stairwell, already knew the general situation. The middle-aged man had collected high rents from other people, so he was ready to kick Lee Siming and the others out. With the loss of the studio, Lismore's first 2 games could not continue to operate and had to send out announcements apologizing to players. And the next moment is when the player steps in to save the day. So much fan funding that Lismore's studio came back to life and was able to recruit more game makers to complete the 3rd game. Proto God, Su Nan secretly said. Fortunately, if he hadn't come here today, he might have missed a great opportunity. His voice made the middle-aged man in the doorway turn his head. Lee Siming in the workroom also saw Su Nan's arrival through the glass wall. Bro, right now I have some things to take care of. About applying for the job later, we'll sit down and talk. Lee Siming hasn't forgotten Su Nan. He hasn't recruited a single employee these days. No one even came to the door to see it. This leaves Lee Siming disheartened and at the same time more impressed with Su Nan, who came to his door on the first day. Applying for a job? Just a brat from the countryside too. The middle-aged man inwardly smiled coldly, not putting Su Nan in his eyes. He warned, Kid, who gave you permission to come up here? This is my office building. There's no permission. Who allowed you to come up here? Get the hell out of here. Su Nan didn't take his warning to heart. Instead, he smiled lightly. I remember this office building. It should be under the name of the Lee Group branch, right? When did it become your private property? Moreover, on the company's lease contract, it is clearly written that secondary subletting is not allowed, or it will be regarded as a breach of contract, and a deposit of $700,000 will be deducted. Su Nan's words caused the middle-aged man's expression to stiffen slightly. He shouted angrily, Nonsense! This is my office building. If you dare to talk nonsense here again, beware, I'll have someone beat you out. Su Nan made a point of checking out the building after learning that the office building was an asset of the company. The building is currently rented by a person named Chen Ching, and the first clause of the lease contract is that it cannot be sublet. After all, if you sublet to someone else and something happens, the responsibility is borne by the Lee Group, not Chen Shang who rented the building. Su Nan looked at the middle-aged man and asked, You should be Chen Shang who rented this building, right? Seeing Su Nan say his name, Chen Shang's face stiffened and his lips dried up, as if he realized that the situation was a bit bad. Who are you and why do you know my name? Finally, Chen Shang's attitude was no longer arrogant. Only Su Nan was no longer going to ignore him and dialed the company's number instead. He explained the situation here. The company quickly responded and began investigating the office building. After learning that Chen Shang actually sublet the office building for a second time, the company immediately contacted the person who was responsible for renting out the office building in the first place. That person also hurriedly contacted Chen Shang. Hey, brother Huang, what's the matter with me? Chen Shang had already realized that things were not going well, but he still held his head high and picked up the phone, hoping that things would not go in the direction he thought they would. What did you do with the company office building? You asshole? Didn't you agree with me to open an agency in the first place? How come you became a second-hand landlord? Do you know how serious the consequences of this matter are? The security deposit you pledged to the company has already been deducted. The company is now arranging for a lawyer to prepare for further prosecution against you. So you're on your own. Chen Qing's mind went blank. Unable to say a single word, he begged bitterly, Brother Huang, please help me. I don't want to be prosecuted. Asshole, get out as far as you can. And from now on don't tell outsiders that you know me. Bad luck. The phone hung up quickly. Chen Qing leaned weakly against the wall. The two tall men beside him saw the situation and simply slipped away. They were hired for $200 to support the scene. And now that Chen Qing has no money, there is no need to stay here and waste time. It's you. You made me this way. Chen Qing glared and looked at Sun An. He picked up a mop stick that had broken off a piece on the floor and swung at it. The mop bar was as thick as a teenager's wrist. Or wooden. And I'm afraid it would have left a traumatic injury when swung hard enough by an adult. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're crazy. Sun An didn't expect this guy to be directly annoyed. It was a good thing that the stairwell was right beside him. And Sun An sped off without looking back. Li Siming also realized that the situation was a bit wrong and hurriedly chased Sun An out, fearing that Sun An might have an accident. It's a good thing that the people at the Rice Kool-Aid studio chose to call the police after the little fat man was kicked in the face. Two uniformed police officers had just gotten out of the car when they saw Chen Qing chasing Sun An with a wooden stick, and without saying anything, they pressed him to the ground, and the wooden stick in their hands was kicked to the side. We got a call to the police that some triad members are provoking trouble here. I think it's this guy, isn't it? Sun An nodded. Yes, it's him. Chapter 17 Investing in them on a personal basis. Comrade police officer. This is the surveillance video of the incident. My friend clearly just wanted to theorize, but he was kicked to the ground by Chen Qing and couldn't even stand up. Lismore is taking the officers through the surveillance footage. The little fat man who was lying on the ground beside him, looking at the car, suddenly put down his cell phone and let out a wail, because the little fat man is really too serious injuries. So the police hastily recorded a statement, ready to send people to the hospital to identify him. Chen Qing, who was put on the silver bracelet, was anxious, and it was obvious that this little fat man was trying to screw him over a sum of money. If he really went for a disability evaluation, the guy would be lying in a hospital bed wailing, and who knows how many levels of disability the hospital would rate. Comrade policeman, can we go private? The police officer was silent for a moment and looked at Sun An and the others. If both of you are willing to settle the matter privately, it's not impossible. Chen Qing was now calm. If he was taken away, he'd be in the station for at least 10 days and half a month, with the possibility of being prosecuted by this fat little man. With the existence of the surveillance video, it's unlikely that Fatty will lose the case. At that time, he would not only end up with a ruined reputation, but he would also be knocked down hard by this little fatty. In that case, it would be better to just give the money. Ahem. At this time, Sun An lightly coughed twice. His eyes looked at the small fat man on the ground. He is a local of Mordor. The family 2 sets of demolished houses. These years rely on this office building earned no less than 2 million. A few days ago, speculation also earned 50,000. You dick. Chen Qing was furious and struggled to get up from his chair, but after feeling the gaze of the officers, he instantly lost his temper. In little fatty's eyes, Sun An's image at this moment was incomparably magnificent, and his face was filled with strong gratitude. I want $500,000 in damages, as well as our studio's lost labor costs, moral damages, the deposit we delivered not long ago, and the deposit we paid when we rented the studio. All of it, not a penny less. Spit it out for me. Chen Qing's face was really green this time. He gritted his teeth and said, okay, I'll give it. 2 officers removed Chen Qing's silver bracelet, nearly $600,000 in the account, all of which was transferred to little fatty. After doing so, Chen Qing and Li Siming signed a pledge stating that this matter would be resolved through private negotiations between the 2 parties, and then the officers left with the bond. Chen Qing also left the place, seemingly not wanting to see Sun An and the others, not wanting to stay even for a moment. As for this office building, naturally, there are people from the Li group to clean it up. After seeing them leave, the people from the Nikkei studio finally relaxed. At that moment, Li Siming looked at Sun An beside him. Brother, who the hell are you? Why do you know so much about Chen Qing, and the contact information of the Li Group's top management? At this moment, everyone looked at Sun An with respect. They felt that this person's identity background was definitely not simple. Sun An laughed. Don't look at me with such eyes. I am only a company under the Li Group, a newly appointed investment department manager. Maybe I made a mistake one day. I was fired by the boss. Sun An didn't put up any kind of a fight and had a calm and peaceful look. A lot of distance was drawn with the likes of Li Ziming. These few people in front of me are the future giant figures of Mikuyu Corporation. Sun An opened the door and stated his purpose. I'm very interested in the third game you've developed. so I want to invest in your studio to the greatest extent possible, and help you complete the development of the game. Hearing the word investment, Lee Siming and the others immediately brightened up. Su Nan's identity, they already know, although it is a company under the Lee Group, but also has a market value of tens of billions of dollars, has a very large volume, and as it happens, Su Nan is the manager of the investment department. So is he representing the company and coming to invest in them? Thinking of this, Lee Siming and the others almost cheered. If they, the studio, could have such a big backer, would they still worry about the game not being developed? It's an honor for your company to look at our little studio. Lee Siming's face was agitated. But soon, Su Nan's words poured cold water on him. I am not investing in you as a company, but as an individual. What? Individual's name? Lee Siming and others are dumbfounded. They looked over at Su Nan, about their age, and wearing clothes that were all cheap on in UUU. How much money can he get to invest? It's not that Lee Siming and the others don't look down on Su Nan, but game development really requires a lot of financial resources, especially their third game. Is still only a confused framework? Even the specific direction is not clear. The subsequent need to invest in the capital of less than 10 million, or even more. Lee Siming didn't have the heart to speak. Instead, it was a young man beside him who spelled out the situation. This brother, our game research and development needs to invest a lot of money. Even if you can come up with $1 million, it can only last for a while. Su Nan didn't pretend at this time. I'm a person who has nothing but more money, not to mention 1 million, as long as the contract will be drawn up. Even if it's 10 million I can give it to you, to convince the lads completely. Su Nan directly took out her cell phone and showed them her bank account balance. That's a couple of digits. My eyes glazed over. $30 million? 300 million. My God, to have a deposit of $3.6 billion at such a young age. Is this really just the manager of a subordinate company and not the illegitimate son of the chairman of the Lee Group? Lee Siming and the others who had never seen so much money in their lives were confused and no longer knew how to face Su Nan by themselves. It felt like the gap between the two of them was like a cloud of mud. I ordered a table at the hotel downstairs before we went upstairs. Why don't we talk over dinner? The hospitality was overwhelming, and Lee Siming and the others agreed. At the wine table, Su Nan portrayed the original god of the latter days. To Lee Siming and the others, players will take on the role of a mysterious character called Traveler and meet companions with different personalities and unique abilities during their free travels. Su Nan also didn't know what the latter-day proto-god was like as a game. He simply recounted the message, sent by his future self, to Lee Siming and the others. These people were instantly immersed in it, and from time to time their eyes lit up, as if they had been enlightened, as if even the delicious delicacies on the table were not as good as the framework of the game in Su Nan's mouth. Chapter 18, 50% of the shares. In Lee Siming's plan, the first two games were all practice. It's also trying to use these two games to generate some revenue to fund the development of subsequent games. His planned third game, Proto-God, was a masterpiece that his heart had dreamed of accomplishing. Lee Siming firmly believed that this game could definitely be loved by countless players when it was produced. It's just a shame that the money, the technology, the framework and concept of the game made it difficult for him to produce it. At the slightest bottleneck, he would become impatient. His mind would go blank, and he would completely lose his direction. The remaining 6, 2, were in this situation. They have an even more serious problem to face. That's how to deal with the family. They both graduated from graduate school and used a lot of the family's savings while they were studying. Now they say they work outside the home for work, but in reality the paycheck is pitifully small, and sometimes they need to find excuses to ask for it at home. If they didn't share the same dream as Lee Siming to produce an ideal game, I'm afraid the team would have fallen apart long ago due to the pressure of life. But even so, their current creative environment is still difficult, and the future is gray and confusing. If the production doesn't break new ground yet, it's possible that Nico Studio will have to disband completely. However, the concept of the game from Su Nan's mouth made their eyes light up, as if they had discovered a new continent, and each of them was excited. The ones he said, "Isn't that what you've always wanted to do?" Brother Su Nan really did say exactly what I had in my head. This is the game of our dreams. Geez, I never knew what the framework of the game should be like before, but now that I've heard Brother Su Nan's words, I'm simply enlightened. Lee Siming was even more excited. Brother Su Nan, thank you so much. With your words, the direction of production has been clear in my mind. Su Nan scratched his head, a little embarrassed. I just told you guys about your future works, in advance. I intend to invest $10 million in you first, and help you recruit a certain number of people in the name of the company. Also, I know a big guy who makes games. I can ask him to provide some technical support to help you guys finish the game as soon as possible. Su Nan doesn't know any bigwigs who make games. However, As long as he became an investor in Miku Studio, then in the future, he would become a major shareholder of Miku Game Company, a major shareholder in a gaming company. Getting some in-house tech shouldn't be a problem, Lee Siming said excitedly. Brother Sunan still knows big shots who make games? Sunan nodded. That's right, his game production level is quite outstanding. One person can be worth a team. Except that for some reason I can't disclose his name. I can only let him, in private, provide you with some technical support. The rules of the industry were still known to Lee Siming. Some big gaming companies, in order to prevent their core members from being poached by rival companies, keep their identity information strictly confidential. I'm sure that Brother Sunan's friend is a big shot figure within a well-known game manufacturer. With this, the 7 people of the Rice Kool-Aid workshop were invigorated. Everyone looks like they're pumped up. Sunan and Lee Siming began to discuss the investment agreement. At the moment, Miku is still just a studio, a type of sole proprietorship. The registration threshold is lower than that of a company, and there is no overly clear division of positions, so everyone is on relatively equal footing, which is perfect for a small team of 7 like them. Now, however, Sunan intended to invest money and become a shareholder of Miku. That's why Lee Siming and the others plan to register the studio as a meter-lugging company in a few days. At that time, Sunan provided capital and certain technical support, and enjoyed 50% of the company's shares. Give me 50%. Sunan was shocked. Wasn't that a bit too much? Lee Siming said, Brother Sunan, you are our studio's great benefactor. If you hadn't appeared, we might have really left Magic City tomorrow and gone back home to farm. And you invested $10 million. So much money that it would be enough to buy out our entire studio. In addition, you also provided us with the concept and framework of the game, promised to give us a certain amount of technical support, 50% of the shares. I still think it's less. His words made the remaining 6 people in the studio nod, feeling that Sunan deserved more. Good, then this 50% of the shares. I'll take it, turn around and I'll let the company's people draw up a contract and send it to you to go through at that time. If there's no problem, we'll sign the contract, and then I won't lose any of the things I promised. Sunan quickly realized that right now, the 7 people of the Mikusha studio did not yet know what they could achieve in the future. There's no telling how hot and popular the game, Proto God, will be in the future. They're just 7 bloody young boys out of school now, not many years ago. Just want to fulfill my dream of creating an ideal game. Haven't switched to capitalist yet, nor do they realize that they have created a game that can boast billions, if not tens of billions, of dollars a year. Sunan said, by the way, I'll take over the office building you're in, so there's no need to move the stuff inside, and I'll take care of the rest for you. Lee Siming laughed. That's great. In the Magic City, where every inch of land is expensive, even office buildings in the suburbs have frighteningly high rents. He hadn't really thought about where he was going to move his studio after he left that office building. Now that we have the Sunan brothers to help us out, we can save a lot of effort and devote ourselves to game creation. After a full meal, Sunan left directly due to the fact that the company still had things to take care of. Lee Siming's 7 people looked at his departing back, their hearts filled with emotion. Brother Sunan is truly our honorable man. Obviously has $300 million in savings, but so low-key. When I have money, I want to learn from him. Brother Sunan is like-minded with them. Why don't we find an opportunity to become sworn brothers with him? That's a good proposal. Let him be our big brother. And when we have difficulties in the future, he can help out a few of our little brothers. Chapter 19 Proto-God Data Codes. 10 days later, the Miku company was officially registered. On Sunan's side, a contract was drawn up. Lee Siming, as well as the other members of the group, went through it to make sure there were no problems, and then officially signed their names. Soon, $10 million of investment money, not a penny less, appeared in the account of the Meter Lull Company. Brother Sunan, I don't know how to thank you. Your help is so timely. Lee Siming's tone was choked and her eyes were red. Alright, manly man, why are you crying? Our sights are on the stars and the sea. A mere sum of money is not worth mentioning. Sunan patted his shoulder. Now the company and the contract have been determined. I do not know the future of their own. What kind of changes will occur? That night, lying in bed, Sunan received a message from her future self. Brother, you are just too powerful. Buddy, I've directly become the first major shareholder of Mikuyu Corporation, and the chairman of the board. Lee Siming, along with the other 6 founding members, are all my sworn brothers. Now I'm worth tens of billions of dollars and have become a celebrity in the internet industry. But a big tree beckons the wind, and I've run into some trouble here. Penguin has been secretly making small moves in order to suppress the rise of Miku. It also paid high prices to poach our employees to achieve Penguin's monopoly in the gaming world. In short, It made us anxious. However, Mikuyu has a large audience both at home and abroad. And no matter how Penguin suppresses it, it will be able to occupy a certain market share and not be trampled to death with one foot. Future self explains a little bit about the future of Mikuku Company. Sunan wasn't surprised. After all, Penguin's mouth was something he could relate to right now. For the good little game makers, it's a matter of acquiring them when you can. If you can't acquire it, you'll be subjected to a series of crackdowns, poaching all of your core staff, and then replicating a better game out of it. Nip you in the bud completely, to achieve their goal of monopolizing the market. Of course, Penguin's tactics go far beyond that. Their most terrifying is still the war of public opinion. Massive pushes of negativity about you, or massive pushes of mindless videos and articles touting you. Through a network of big data, let the market create a certain aversion to you, but it's not like there's no way for us to avoid their suppression. As long as we keep a low profile during the production period, and then go public at lightning speed to stake out a position in the market before Penguin reacts. Now that I'm a major shareholder, it's no problem at all to give you technical support. Soon, a large amount of program code was sent over, so much so that Sunan's phone was experiencing a certain amount of lag. In addition to these, there are detailed data for some of the characters, modeling parameters, and map aspects of the design. Brothers, this data is enough for Lee Siming and the others to digest. Remember not to give it to outsiders. After all, Penguin relies precisely on bribing core technicians to easily copy and paste other games. As long as they don't get the core technology, trying to copy and paste it is almost impossible to achieve. It won't be long before the latter-day progenitor god comes out a few years ahead of schedule, and I'm sure he'll amaze the whole world. Sunan gave a secret cry of empowerment. It feels like you don't need to put much thought into it, and your future self is already organized. It was also true that he stood in the future and viewed what had already happened more clearly than he did himself now. For sure. Brother Sunan, on this great day, we decided to go out and celebrate and do something great on the way. Lismore smiled and walked over. Sunan was puzzled. What's the big deal? Lee Siming said. Brother Sunan, you knew we were a studio that was about to go out of business. Yet you had no choice but to invest in us to renew our breath. This favor is too great for us to repay, so we intend to recognize you as our elder brother. Sunan didn't realize that her future self was telling the truth. Lee Siming really recognized himself as a big brother. He thought that it was his future self who was too excited and slightly high-mouthed. But this was good. With this brotherhood in place, his relationship with Lee Siming, as well as the rest of the 6 people in MiQ, would be even stronger. Sunan agreed, and the 8 of them came to a simple ceremony of tying the knot, filling the office with a cheerful atmosphere. Siming, my friend who made the game, sent me the character model data on the work he used to practice on. I looked it over and thought it was pretty good, so I'm sending it to you guys to take a look. Sunan forwarded the message, sent by her future self, to Lee Siming's cell phone. Lee Siming entered this set of data inside the computer, and when he saw the outline of the model, he felt astonished. This is just perfect. Geez, is this really a practice run? I'll go. This kind of practicing work, let Penguin, Net One's executives see it. I'm afraid they'll offer a high salary to hire. That friend of Big Brother Sunan's is definitely an absolute great man. I really want to meet him. It will definitely benefit me greatly. A few people saw the model of the figure and felt astonished, constantly letting out exclamations of amazement. Sunan laughed. There is also the data of the map, and some codes on the program, which is also something he used to practice, but now he doesn't want, so he gave it all to me. You guys see if it comes in handy, and if it doesn't, just delete it. Lee Siming and the others hurriedly ran the dozen or so sets of program codes, and each set managed to leave them in awe. This is a perfect counterpart. My game in the making. A little modification to it and these programs will come in handy and save us a lot of work. Modify a hair. How perfect these codes are. If we want to change, we should also change the program we have in our hands. We absolutely can't desecrate the Big Brother's work. Yes, 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 we're the ones who have to change. Lee Siming was so excited that he was trembling. He turned to look at Sunan and said in a trembling voice, Big Brother Sunan, this is really too valuable. We can't accept it. He looked at the string of data, and even if he tapped it as it was, it would kill a whole bunch of brain cells. That friend of Brother Sunan's, knocking out these program codes, I'm afraid, has turned into the Mediterranean Sea. Isn't it a little bit not so good that the other side has given so much and they and others are getting something for nothing? Don't worry, that guy's got a lot more practicing to do, and I'm not taking his stuff for nothing, so don't worry about using it. I'll take care of all the rest. Lee Siming and the others were relieved. Sure enough, you need a certain background, a certain amount of power to come out. I think before they were hitting walls everywhere and struggling. Now that I have my big brother to look after me, Everything is a lot easier and a successful career is just around the corner. Chapter 20, Can't miss this divine opportunity. When he returned to the company, his assistant Yongping knocked on the door and walked in with an odd look on his face, holding a proposal. Manager Su, this investment program, is it something you seriously considered? Or is this the president's idea? When he first got this investment proposal, Yang Ping thought he had misread it. This is because these enterprises, which are expected to be invested in the program, have suffered continuous losses in recent years and are on the verge of bankruptcy. To invest in them is undoubtedly to take the company's money and put it down the drain. Is that a ing choice a normal person would make? Yang Ping was filled with disbelief. Even people who don't know the slightest thing about investing know that they can't invest in these small businesses. Although Yang Ping had been replaced by Su Nan to take over the position of manager, he still maintained a heart of sincerity towards the company. Seeing that Su Nan had made such an absurd program, he sought it out at the first opportunity. Manager Su, with all due respect, this behavior of yours is simply taking the company's money for a ride. This program, the back is to be taken to the head office, so that the chairman of the board of directors personally over the purpose. If he knows that you are so reckless, he is afraid that he will send you to Wang Kaishan to fight. Instead of taking the program, Su Nan pushed it back. These days, through his future self, he sends messages and learns that in a month's time, the country will provide some support for new energy enterprises, and these several enterprises invested by himself happen to be related to the new energy industry. For example, new energy vehicles, new energy batteries. Now these businesses appear to be on the verge of closure, but in reality they are just short of funds. With funding and strong support from the state, these companies can explode with some potential. In the future, the new energy products of these companies occupy a large domestic market. Trade orders from overseas are even more numerous. The market capitalization has skyrocketed upwards. One of these companies, in the future, has a market capitalization that exceeds the $1 trillion mark. Now, Su Nan's investment in these companies may seem like a very foolish act, but he is not aware that he is laying out his plans in advance. When the time comes, the news of the state's support for new energy enterprises is released. I don't know how many people will rush to make investments, and once these companies are flush with cash, they won't take on excess investment. We'll have missed this heavenly opportunity for nothing. Assistant Yang, I'm not fooling around. This investment program was decided by me after much deliberation. You just carry it on. When these few businesses bring in a good profit for our company, I won't forget your contribution and will apply for a bonus from the president. Watching Su Nan calmly say these words, Yang Ping was dizzy for a while, feeling like his whole body was going to faint in the office. He took 2 deep breaths to calm down or he thought he'd get high blood pressure. Yang Ping said, Manager Su, have you investigated these companies? Without exception, all of these businesses have lost revenue in recent years, and all of them are unprofitable businesses. Today as well, their financial statements for the first half of the year show the same loss in revenue. Do you think the company will get a profit from investing in such a business? Of course, if Su Nan had only invested a few million, tens of millions, Yang Ping might not have been so angry. But Su Nan wants to throw $5 billion in at once. A whole $5 billion, almost half of the liquidity in the company's account, was invested. The point is that the president even indulged the guy and passed the program outright, already signing off at the end. The 2 mouths are simply a piece of nonsense. Su Nan continued to explain. I know all of this, but the main reason they lost money some years ago was that they put a lot of money into product development. Now that their technology is complete and the industrial chain is taking shape, they can already carry out production on a large scale, and I believe that before long, all of these enterprises will be profitable. The more Yang Ping heard, the more he wanted to laugh. This is a bit too much to take for granted. Su Nan, Manager Su, how do you know they'll be profitable? This is all just your speculation. We do investment by data, not by personal guesses, conjecture. Su Nan sighed slightly and spoke. Assistant Yang, your pattern is small. The spike in crude oil prices some time ago has had some impact around the world. With inflation in commodity prices, this is still just a small border friction. What if the next time it's a larger conflict? And with the first, there will be a second, a third, and even more. What's going to happen to the price of crude oil then? And how high will inflation become? Therefore, I concluded that next, the country will definitely choose to support the new energy industry and get rid of its dependence on the crude oil side, which is why I invested in these companies. Yang Ping listened in silence for a while. Soon, though, he shook his head and laughed. He was mixed up in the investment industry. How was he bluffed by Su Nan? Yang Ping said, Manager Su, although you make a lot of sense, but I have not seen the relevant reports. In the end, this is still your personal speculation. In all my time in the investment industry, I've never seen anyone succeed by guessing. At the end of the day you're still transferred from another department and know nothing about this aspect of investing. You should listen to the advice of your department members a bit more instead of getting bent out of shape. I'm afraid the chairman would be very disappointed in you if he knew that you took $5 billion from the company to invest in a few businesses that are about to go out of business. Su Nan had explained it all, but Yang Ping still felt it was the wrong decision. Su Nan sighed. He didn't know how to get through to this guy. After thinking about it, he was the manager, the most powerful person in the whole department. Why should he be subject to an assistant? Understanding this, Su Nan directly took the program and walked out, allowing the department to implement it. Yang Ping kept following behind. Seeing Su Nan bent on having his way, he directly yelled at the person who took the proposal. It can't be implemented. I can't watch the company incur such a huge loss. Su Nan is not happy. This guy repeatedly, again and again to tear him down, not to support him away. I am afraid that it is difficult to implement the program. Assistant Yang, I'll help you buy a flight ticket to Sanya and give you a half-month vacation. You go out to relax and unwind, and I'll personally reimburse you for the expenses during that time. Assistant, get this guy out of here. As Su Nan's words fell, two tall assistants lifted Yang Ping straight up. These two assistants were equipped by Li Sini for Su Nan. Help him with his daily tasks. Some protection also exists. Seeing that Su Nan came straight to the hard way, Yang Ping struggled, his arms and legs constantly swinging. Don't carry me away. That program can't be implemented or the company will lose money. Put me down. Both of you. I don't want a vacation. I want to work. Su Nan, you can't do this. If the chairman knows, he'll definitely blame it. Xiao Lu, Xiao Wang, you guys quickly. Before the words were finished, Yang Ping had already been carried out of the department and sent into the elevator. Chapter 21, Sleeping at your girlfriend's house at night. Have you heard? Yang Ping, from the investment department, was racked out of the company just now, and the security guards at the entrance have already prevented him from coming back. What's the situation? Did he get caught committing a crime, so he was kicked out of the company? I asked a friend from the investment department. It is said that he prevented Su Nan from implementing the investment program, so he was two other assistants besides Su Nan, and gave him a half-month vacation. What program was stopped? It's just too good to be true that you get a vacation. It seems like Su Nan is planning to use the company's $5 billion to invest in several companies that are about to go out of business. What? The president even signed off on this kind of program. It's not strange that our president hates the whole thing to fall back on Su Nan and sign it. When Yang Ping was racked out, he made quite a commotion, causing the company, as a whole, to know about it. A lot of people started dissecting the reasons why he was racked out. After learning about that absurd scheme of Su Nan's, they couldn't help but sigh that Yang Ping was truly a righteous man. Various rumors began to circulate within the company. Su Nan was also informed of the situation. The whole company has now called him a male scourge and a scourge of the country and the people. But it doesn't matter. The investment program has now been implemented. All processes have been completed. When the news of the country's support for new energy is released in a month, all public opinion will change with it. The chairman of the board, by then, should also look at him differently. Baby, hubby, are you there? Baby, tell you something. The cell phone message alert beeped. Su Nan picked up the cell phone on the table, saw that it was a message from Li Sini, and quickly replied. What is it? Say it. Baby, just now my aunt at home called me and said that her little grandson has a fever and needs to take 2 days off work. Baby, hubby you see this person will not cook. Night go back even warm food is difficult to solve. Soak and instant noodles are likely to mess up. Baby, can you bear to see your little darling go hungry at night? Baby, and I'm a person who is afraid of the dark. I'm the only one in the house. I guess I don't dare to go to the bathroom at night. Looking at the message from her baby, Su Nan smiled. Instantly understood what this little ninny was thinking. Doesn't that mean you want to stay at her house? In fact, Su Nan also had thoughts on this, but when he thought of his future father-in-law, with his strong, bear-like physique, he felt a pang of fear in his heart. Baby, I bet you're scared of my dad again. But something happened at the Kyoto branch this afternoon and he's already rushed over to take care of it. Baby, he went over there and had to talk about business matters and visit a few close friends, so he won't be able to come back for a while. It seemed to know what he was concerned about. Li Sini revealed the news she had just gotten to Su Nan. Su Nan, I'll make dinner today. Hubby, I knew you'd say yes. Inside the rental house, Su Nan simply packed a few clothes and prepared to follow Li Sini, heading to a villa area located in the center of Magic City. Hearing his girlfriend's words, Su Nan scratched his head. I will find a way to make my father-in-law accept me. Li Sini nodded heavily. Hubby, I believe you can do it. If my father won't accept you, I'm willing to run away with you and live a quiet, happy life in a place where no one knows you. Sunan affectionately touched the back of Lee Sinny's head. I don't know if I saved the world in my last life. How could I have met such a good girlfriend? Probably heard the commotion in the rental house. The door to the landlord's house across the street opened. Little Sue, there are still 3 days left in this month. When will you give me that rent? Coming out of the door was an older woman with curly hair, speaking a local flavor of Magic City Mandarin. To be honest, rent in the Magic City is really expensive. Half of Sunan's monthly salary goes to rent and utilities. Now, though, he doesn't have to worry about rent anymore and can easily afford it. Sunan just wanted to take out her cell phone to transfer money. When Lee Sinny, who was on the side, heard the word rent, she seemed to have thought of something and shook Sunan's arm. Honey, the cottage next door to me is being rented out. Why don't you move next door to me? By then, even if my dad finds out, he won't be able to say anything. Lee Sinny's words made Sunan's eyes light up. The landlord saw this and understood what he was thinking, and didn't open his mouth to stay or anything. Located on the outskirts of the Magic City, this place is full of freshly graduated college students looking for a house to rent without worrying about renting it out. The house has 3 days to expire, so if you don't want to renew the lease, little Sue, let me know. Sunan nodded. Okay. Leaving the rented house, Sunan got into his girlfriend's Rolls Royce, taking a look out the window in the meantime. If you really move next door to Lee Sinny, then he's not thinking about buying a car anytime soon. After all, what under the sun is more comfortable than riding in a rich woman's car? Come to Lee Sinny's place. Sunan communicated with the owner of the house next door. $50,000 a month in rent. The price was within his range of acceptance. After looking at the floor plan, Sunan actually wanted to buy the villa next door more than anything else. It's just a pity that most of the villas in Magic City are only for rent and not for sale, especially the downtown locations. Hubby, Auntie already bought the ingredients this morning. They're all in the fridge. Just make something. I'm not picky. Cindy Lee introduced the kitchen. Then he picked up Sunan's luggage and helped him hang it inside the closet of his room upstairs. And by the way, take another shower to rinse off the exhaustion from your body. Sunan looked at the ingredients in the refrigerator and quickly had an idea. When he was 10 years old, he could simply fry 2 dishes. In the past few years since I graduated from college and started working, I have been cooking and eating by myself, rarely going out to restaurants or ordering takeout. After preparing the ingredients, Sunan planned to show his hand and conquer his girlfriend's taste buds. Chapter 22 Li Zhenglong Spitting Blood. The capital's all-gathering house. After Li Yong finished dealing with his branch, he accepted the invitation of his partner to come here to talk about business issues and have a meal on the way. Dong Li, we still need you to take care of our business in Magic City. The partner smiled and poured wine for Li Zhenglong. That's natural, and it's good for me when your business is up and running. Li Zhenglong wore a smile and nodded slightly. Just as the two of them were talking, the assistant outside the door knocked on the door hurriedly and walked in. This behavior made Li Zhenglong very unhappy. This assistant had followed him for several years. Why was he so unruly? He should have at least waited for the people in the room to give their consent before coming in. Chairman, this is the program that Sunan personally formulated. Not long ago the lady has already signed and passed it, and now it might have been implemented. Anxiety and panic were written all over the assistant's face. At first when the group sent him this document, he thought that the numbers on it had a few extra zeros typed in. Called back specifically to confirm. That confirmation took a while. The assistant was afraid that this $5 billion would affect the company's subsequent capital chain turnover, so he hurriedly ran in. Bring it to me. Li Zhenglong took the document in his assistant's hand. To give my daughter a better workout. Li Zhenglong gave Li Sinny great power. The mobilization of funds does not need to be reported to the group's headquarters. Just do it. In the current environment in the country, it is very difficult for people who are too timid to let go to succeed. Cowering in a fast-moving environment will sooner or later make you obsolete. Therefore, Li Zhenglong has been encouraging his daughter to let go and do everything with him as her dad. However, this is all based on the premise of his own daughter. When Li Zhenglong heard Sunan's name, his eyes immediately filled with scrutiny and carefully flipped through the proposal in hand. So much money. This kid is going to flip. Seeing Sunan mobilize so much money, Li Zhenglong felt that his chest was stuffy and a bit breathless. He continued to look down. When Li Zhenglong saw the investment enterprises, but all the new energy enterprises, a mouthful of old blood nearly sprayed out. This asshole, does he know what these businesses do? Over the years, the new energy industry has indeed been developing, but most of it is photovoltaic power generation and wind power generation. Now that Sunan has chosen to invest in these two industries among the new energy sources, he may not be so angry. But what the hell is this guy investing in? Surprisingly, it's a new energy vehicle. Pretty countries' new energy vehicles have not made much of a name for themselves. The domestic automobile companies can turn out flowers? $5 billion at once. It's like taking my old man's money and sending it into the fire. Li Zhenglong was so angry that his forehead veins rose and his face darkened. The muscles in his arms and chest began to bulge, and 2 buttons popped open surprisingly hard. Calm down for a moment. Li Yong-ryung looked at his assistant. Isn't there a single person in the company who is standing in the way? The assistant nodded. It was said that the former investment department manager Yang Ping desperately made a block, but Su Nan only had his hands on him, directly letting people throw him out of the company, being stopped by the security guards at the entrance, attempting to break through several times, not being able to get back into the company, shouting so much that his throat was already muffled. It is also because of this Yang Ping that the group's headquarters learned of this news and accessed the program documents at the first opportunity and sent them to you. Bang! After hearing this, Li Zhenglong was so furious that his face turned red and he slapped his palm on the table. The dishes on the table were shaken with a crisp clatter. His grandma, it's really against the law. The co-owner sitting across from him was shocked. If this Li Zhenglong uses him as a punching bag, he is afraid that he can't even take a punch. Old Li, calm down. It's just some small mistakes of the staff. Let him make up for the mistakes on the line, and then directly lay off is not possible. It was fine if he didn't say this, but once he did, Li Zhenglong's face became even darker. You call $5 billion a small mistake? Feelings are not your own money to squander, is it? Let him make amends. How? Even selling that Su Nan kid wouldn't fill the loss. Li Zhenglong internal burst of remorse. How he was hot-headed. Let Su Nan, that boy went to the investment department. Isn't that the Monkey King entering the Garden of Peaches and being lawless? His own daughter, too, and I can't believe she didn't block it. That's a whole $5 billion. It was signed off on straight away. Don't even call to check in on your old man. Li Zhenglong's expression was in a trance, as if he had already seen himself lying on his bed in his old age, and would soon be breathing his last, while his own daughter snuggled in Su Nan's arms and said to him, "Old thing, it's time to pop gold coins." Phew! Li Zhenglong, who had come back to his senses, gasped for air. His eyes were black, he was dizzy, and he felt that the blood pressure in his body was skyrocketing. Old Li, are you okay? Do you want me to call my personal doctor to take a look at you? The other party is well versed in Chinese medicine. Give you 2 needles and you'll be fine. The collaborator had a look of concern on his face, while curious as to what exactly was written on that document of Li Zhenglong's that could make him so angry. He raised himself slightly and could only see a few scattered words, and couldn't tell what was on them at all. Well, that's it for today's meal. We'll both have a good natter the next time we're in the capital. Li Zhenglong, full of fatigue, picked up the jacket on the chair next to him and got up, ready to leave. Old Li, wait. I have something very important to discuss with you. Don't go yet. The co-owner hastily shouted him to a halt, got up and pulled him back into his seat. Come. This is something I've inquired about at great expense. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I promise to make you feel better after hearing it. In order to give face to his partner, Li Zhenglong had to sit down. Now he was in a very bad mood. Can't listen to anyone at all. The so-called good opportunity in the other party's mouth was, I'm afraid, an attempt to cheer himself up a bit. The other day international crude oil is not skyrocketing. A large amount of money into the stock market. The price of crude oil speculation on the sky. The world countries have been affected, especially in a big industrial country like our China. The price of crude oil is so expensive that cars can't even afford to drive. Li Zhenglong was in an irritable mood and didn't have time to listen to his nonsense, coldly saying, get to the point. Ha. The collaborator gave a sarcastic laugh. No, the central government has also realized the seriousness of the problem, and if those 2 crude oil powers continue to clash, the international crude oil prices will continue to skyrocket. When that happens, not only will our country's industrial development come to a standstill, but people's livelihoods will also be greatly affected. Therefore, the central government intends to vigorously support the new energy industry, especially the new energy automobile industry. If the streets are filled with new energy vehicles, I'm sure our dependence on crude oil will be reduced quite a bit, and when those 2 crude oil powers clash, it won't affect us too much. The collaborator smiled and rubbed his hands together, his eyes looking at Li Zhenglong with a thirsty look. Old Li, this news is not announced yet. I paid a lot of money to inquire about it. The capital some big brother has been ready to invest in new energy automobile enterprises. Originally I can also share a piece of the pie, but there is a hateful guy, not long ago directly to those good new energy automobile enterprises, invested $5 billion, squeezing our share. Old Li, you also know that I'm from Jizhou. My ancestry has little background, and I'm completely a profiteer who got rich by relying on the dividends of the era's development, and I can't integrate into the circle of bigwigs in the capital. But Old Li, you are different. You have the strength and background. As long as you open your mouth, those big brothers will definitely be willing to give up a little bit of interest, so that you can also participate in the foot. Chapter 23, Sunan's hiding is just too deep. Li Zhanglong froze. Did he hear it right? The central government wants to support the new energy sector and has put this program on the agenda. He hurriedly opened the creased file in his hand, double-checked 3 or 4 times. It felt like my heart was beating fast. Old fan, you wouldn't swindle me, would you? The cooperator's face changed when he heard this, and he quickly waved his hand. No, how could I lie to you? Don't you have a few good friends in the capital? They must have heard the rumors. Just call and ask. It's guaranteed to be true. Seeing him say that, Li Zhanglong didn't even need to confirm it. He knew that this matter was true. New energy vehicles. The other party had just said that there was an abominable fellow who had invested $5 billion in the new energy automobile industry. I think it must be that Sunan kid. Li Zhanglong was confused. His mind was in chaos. Now those several new energy automobile enterprises, in addition to the $5 billion invested by someone before, the rest of the investment amount has been wrapped up by the big brothers, and money can't buy shares. However, if you, old Li, indicate that you want to get involved, with your connections, wealth, and status, those bigwigs in the capital will definitely give you a piece of the pie. As for how much you'll be split, it's hard to say. The collaborator felicitated that if Li Zhanglong could get a share of the benefits, then he could also taste some sweetness. The smile on his face widened at the thought. Li Zhanglong was silent for a moment, took out the cell phone on his body, and made a call to his best friend in the capital. The other party also owns a number of businesses in the capital. After all, to be able to mix together and become good friends, the status background must be similar. Old bye. I heard that the central government has recently planned to support new energy enterprises. Is this matter true? The caller didn't expect Li Zhanglong to know this news, and his tone seemed a bit surprised. Old Li, how did you know about this news? The cake is that big, and the fewer people who know about it, the better for sure. To tell you the truth, there is such a thing. Originally I was going to let you with me into the partnership, but I do not know where to kill out of a program. Directly to the bottom of the thickest several new energy enterprises, invested $5 billion. The bigwigs are now checking out who leaked the relevant information. Straining relations, and the amount of investment allocated to each person is quite limited. But Laoli, if you join the gang, our brothers can talk for you and allocate you $50 million of investment. Li Zhanglong and the person on the other end of the phone were on pretty good terms. Without saying a word, he agreed to help him get in. However, to Li Zhanglong, who was worth up to $700 billion, this $50 million seemed a bit too little. Old Li, this $50 million is already quite a lot. These new energy vehicles have been losing money for years and years. The scale has been downsized again and again, and the amount of investment that can be afforded is already limited. Moreover, I got a professor from Qingbei University to predict that if the new energy automobile industry has a substantial breakthrough in the technical level, then the future profits will be 10 times, 20 times, or even more. Hearing his best friend's words, Li Zhanglong's eyebrows snapped up. Is it really that profitable? Old White said. Nonsense. Or else what are so many people rushing to invest for? Li Zhanglong swallowed, feeling a dryness in his throat. 10 times, 20 times the profit. Then the $5 billion that Sunan had put in would become $50 billion. 100 billion. Okay, old bye. I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow and we'll talk about this matter. Old White said. When did you guys become so calm? Your tone actually didn't have any fluctuation. Back then you were the one who had the most fluctuating temper amongst the few of us. Well, since you're inviting me to dinner, I'll oblige. It just so happens that we haven't seen each other for a while. Where is Li Zhanglong calm? He is not slowing down. A trance passed over him as he looked at the papers in his hand. It doesn't feel as much real. That kid, Sunan, is hiding too deeply. I've investigated him before. He doesn't have much investment experience at all. And the majors involved in college don't have half a thing to do with investment. It's simply a case of not making a move, but making an amazing move. Before it was crude oil, and now it's in the field of new energy vehicles. Li Zhanglong had already vetoed his previous idea. Recognized that Sunan has a certain vision and foresight when it comes to investing, along with an indispensable amount of courage. Li Zhanglong couldn't help but think differently. If one substitutes for Sunan's identity, one would never dare to come up with the risk of taking such a big risk to invest in a new energy enterprise that is losing money. It is even more unlikely that they will be able to force their way out of a whole $5 billion of sky-high investment money. At best, taking out a few $100 million would be at the limit of mental capacity. The boy, Li Zhanglong, didn't know how many times he had sighed in his heart. Calming down a bit, he looked up at his partner sitting across from him. I'm going to have dinner with my best friend tomorrow, So if you're free, come with me and I'll introduce you too. I'll give you a share when the time comes. After all, I didn't have the chance if you hadn't told me. The partner, Lao Fan, smiled when he heard it. Well, thank you so much, old Lee. If there's any use for my little brother in the future, feel free to use him. With the 5 billion invested by Sunan, Li Zhanglong could no longer see much of the 15 million share given by his best friend. It's no problem to even out a little bit of it for old Van. However, hearing his second sentence, Li Yongryan came slightly more energized. The chief administrator of your branch, isn't it a man named Su Shang? Old Fan nodded and curiously said, how do you know the chief executive of my branch? Do you know each other? Li Zhanglong shook his head and said, I don't recognize it, but I learned something by chance. That guy has made a lot of money over the years by selling shoddy products and substituting them for good ones in the name of your company. Su Nan's background. These days Li Zhanglong investigated clearly, including those relatives behind. So, Su Shang didn't pay back the money he borrowed from Su Nan's family. Li Zhanglong also knows. What he hated most in his life was this kind of people who had money but dragged their feet in paying it back. It's a pig in a poke when you respond like this to someone who was trying to help you out of the goodness of their heart. Punish the Su Shang as a reward for this brat. Li Zhanglong thought silently in his heart. Old Fan was furious when he heard it. It's no wonder that over the years, their company has received a lot of complaints from customers. On the internet, there are also a lot of people who say that the quality of their company's products is so bad that they are sorry for that price. Lao Fan always thought that it was a competitor who smeared him. Now it seems to be a problem with the men. When he saw Su Shang's pitiful appearance when he failed to drift north, he couldn't help but think of himself when he was young. Plus it's hard when the other person is dragging their family along. Then he reached out and recruited him into the company. But now it seems that this guy is a complete blank slate, tarnishing so much of his company's reputation. Old Fan was enraged. Old Lee, don't forget to yell at me tomorrow. I'm going to clean up that asshole now. He left the restaurant in a hurry, ready to go to the branch now to settle the score with Su Shang. Chapter 24, Su Shang, call the money quickly. It smells so good. Hearing his girlfriend's admiration, Sunan smiled slightly and turned her head to look. After taking a shower, Li Sini was wearing a black and red silk nightgown that made her skin look white and flawless. The long dress clung to her exquisite and delicate body. There was a crime-inducing aura all over her body. Sunan felt her cheeks rolling a bit after just a glance, and hurriedly turned her head away, stirring the small vegetables in the pan. Honey, why are you blushing? Let me see if you have a fever. Li Sini smiled wryly, knowing that her outfit was very seductive. She deliberately came to Sunan's side and pinched and touched his face. A young girl's gust of scent poured in through her nostrils. It made Sunan want to take him into his arms as soon as he could. Only his hands were covered in grease and his apron in front of him was stained and not very convenient. The fire was turned up too high. Sunan made a random excuse, feeling Li Sini's small hand becoming more and more restless. It was all the way up to his chest. He spoke hastily, dinner will be ready soon, so why don't you go watch some TV on the couch? The smell of kitchen fumes is too heavy, and if you stay long enough you'll have wasted this bath. Li Sini nodded, but before leaving, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed Sunan on the cheek. At once, Sunan's face reddened a few more points, especially when he felt his elbow brushing against a soft object. The whole man breathed a few times faster. The food was brought to the table one by one. Sunan, who had been busy for a long time, washed her face and found a chair to sit down. From the storage room, Li Sini took out a few bottles of Mao Tai, turned off the chandelier in the dining room, and backhandedly turned on the sublight that was a dull yellow color. The atmosphere in the room was charming. Honey, to celebrate your impending move next door to me, let's have a drink. Li Sini poured Sunan a full glass. Great to get him alive and drunk. And she poured herself a glass. Under the influence of her father, Li Zhanglong, Li Sini thought she could hold her liquor quite well. Getting Sunan drunk was easy. Which into a cup drink down. Sunan's face is not as red as in the kitchen. A look of nothing. On the contrary, Li Sini drank so much that her cheeks were red and her eyes were so mesmerized that she could barely hold the cup. Hubby, when did you know how to split? All of a sudden it became 5 and now it's 7. Hiccup. Seeing his girlfriend drinking like this, Sunan got up and took the glass out of her hand, stopping her from the chair. Oh, hubby, who did you get hit by and why is your face so swollen? I came to avenge you. Li Sini's eyes were mesmerized and she had already started talking nonsense. Don't move. Sunan held her tightly in his arms and sent her to the upstairs room, helping her to cover the quilt. And in the meantime, he leaned over and kissed her on her vermilion lips. That done, he went back downstairs and began to clean up the dishes and pack up the food waste to throw away at the dump outside the villa. After a bit of tidying up, all the items were returned to their original places. Since it was still early, Su Nan came to the gym in the villa's basement and exercised a little. This was his second visit to the villa. Last time I just stayed for a while and left, but this time, he's staying the night. However, Su Nan did not intend to sleep with Lee Sinny, but stayed in the next room. If we sleep on a piece now, it's moving a little too fast. Coupled with the scent of Lee Sinny's body, it made him feel hot and dry, with a feeling of spring coming. Literally lying on a bed. Couldn't sleep at all without doing something. After taking a shower, Su Nan laid down on the bed. Ding dong. At this time, the cell phone placed on the bedside table suddenly rang a tone. Su Nan glanced at it. It was someone from the Su family clan who was eyeing all the members. It seemed to be something important. Ever since the lone texting incident, Su Nan's family then ignored the inside of the family group and never took the initiative to bubble again. Messaging Do Not Disturb mode is turned on. Su Nan, who hadn't clicked on the family group for a long time, really didn't know what was going on in there. Holding on to his curiosity, he clicked on the family group chat. Su Shang, it's really a bit embarrassing to disturb you all this late. Just now my company had a situation and needed a sum of money to fill the gap. This is a major matter of the company's survival. The boss personally asked me for help, hoping that I would help him raise a sum of money. Of course, this favor isn't for nothing. When the company's situation is smoothed out, the boss will give me a portion of the shares and make me an executive of the head office. And then I'll let whoever I want to work in the company work. Originally, I didn't intend to say anything about this, but on account of the fact that we're all relatives, and I can't bear to see you all stuck in the countryside for the rest of your lives, so I said it anyway. As for how much to raise, naturally, it's getting better and better, and I hope people will step in and help. Since it was evening, the relatives were more idle and had their cell phones with them. It didn't take long for Su Shang's message to be sent out, and the family group was abuzz. All the diving relatives ran out. In the eyes of these relatives, Su Shang was the most promising person in their Su family, with his wife and son to the capital to fight. Not only the annual income of millions, but also bought 2 sets of houses, a few luxury cars. That's just a great example of a successful man. There are quite a few people in the Su family who secretly urge their children to look up to Su Shang when they grow up, to be as successful as he is and to have a foothold in the big city. There were also quite a few relatives who were even planning to let their children follow Su Shang in the future. Don't expect to make $1 million a year, just a couple $100,000 a year. After all, Douyin is littered with young people who earn millions of dollars a year, and with a monthly income of less than $50,000, without a few sweets and a few cars, you can't even marry your wife. And what kind of female lecturer versed in human nature casually gets men to spend $280,000 for her? When the Su family elders saw these messages, their hearts were filled with sorrow. Your own kids don't have much going for them at all. They are so far behind the kids on the internet. After thinking about it, it's still more reliable to let your own children follow Su Shang. The big guys are, after all, related and can take care of a few things. It was a pity that Su Shang had ignored his relatives' requests in order to prevent his selling of shoddy products from becoming known to them. Various reasons for excuses. Tonight, however, he was uncharacteristic. By transferring a sum of money to him, he promised to vacate the appropriate positions and allow the children of his relatives to join the company. Seeing such an opportunity in front of you, who could not be moved by these elders of the Su family? Soon the family group was buzzing. Chapter 25, 2 years later happens early. Su Shang, see if my son can enter your company to work. After he dropped out of junior high school, he plays games at home every day, sleeps during the day and plays games at night. Let him enter the electronics factory to work and still stubborn with me. Really pissed me off. A Su relative was the first to ask a question. Su Shang hurriedly replied, yes, your son has a good character. This kind of person does things steadily and doesn't make mistakes easily. Perfect for our company. And your son is proficient in computers. Our company is just short of a typist. Sitting in the office every day drinking tea on the line. A month easily $30,000. Seeing how well the company was treated, the rest of the relatives opened their mouths to ask questions. Su Shang, my son is about to graduate from secondary school. There is not much room for development in his hometown. Can he come to work in your company? Su Shang, yes. Your son's major is the right match for our company, and we are short of such talents. Su Shang, my daughter came to work for your company. Can you find her a boyfriend who earns hundreds of thousands of dollars a year? Has a local account in the capital? Is handsome and tall? Su Shang, of course there's no problem. My company's name is full of graduates from Tsinghua University and North China. They will all take the initiative to pursue your daughter without my introduction. Seeing Su Shang's reply, this Su family elder looked at his daughter who was on the sofa with disheveled hair and picking at her toes, and revealed a reassuring smile. Su Nan had been silently observing the movements inside the group. Within the Su family's older generation, other than his own father, who was a teacher. The most educated person was his eldest uncle, Su Shang. The rest of the relatives basically have elementary and middle school education. Having lived in a small town all my life, I've only been to the city a handful of times. There's not much to see and it's easy to get fooled. Su Shang was an unbelievably perfect image of success in their minds, and his words were easy for the family group's parent generation to believe. As for the younger generation, they hang out on the internet all day long, and they have indeed seen a lot of things, but they do not like to communicate with their parents. So what is the use? As far as the Su family's family group was concerned, there weren't many young juniors, and they basically didn't bubble up much and ignored the messages inside the group. Some even just don't join the group to get a clean slate. And, based on Su Nan's own knowledge of this group of relatives, the Su family's parents' generation, all like to help their juniors decide something themselves. For example, right now, after the junior members of their family know about this matter, I'm afraid that the money has already arrived inside Su Shang's pocket. This Su Shang, could it be that the East window has come to an end? I can't believe I'm in such a hurry to ask for money. Su Nan had asked his future self before, wondering if his parents would get sick so he could prevent it in advance. The results satisfied him. His parents have focused on exercising over the years, going to square dances every night, so they are in very good health and have no major problems. The future self, though, mentions what happened to Su Shang. That guy was selling shoddy products and was discovered by the company's leadership, who found a few strong men and pressed them to the ground and beat them severely. Later, the company even took him to court. According to his crime, it's enough for a 10 or 20-year sentence. However, on the day of the beating, Su Shang, through a variety of rhetoric, cheated 800,000 funds from relatives and friends to buy air tickets to fly abroad. As for visas and passports and whatnot, I also paid a lot of money to have someone get them. It just got away and slipped out of the country, because there are a bit too many people who have been victimized by inferior products. Su Shang's story reached the internet and quickly caused a backlash. There was a steady stream of curses all over the place. Pity those relatives of Su's family. Not only was their money cheated by Su Shang, but they were also stared at by the townspeople from time to time. A relative was cheated of $200,000, and was scolded and spat upon by the townspeople, and could not bear to drink pesticide and wanted to commit suicide. Luckily, it was discovered in time. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Could it be because of me that Su Shang's dumping of shoddy products was discovered in advance? According to future information, this matter will not come to the East until at least 2 years from now. I didn't realize it was now ahead of schedule. Watching the parents in the group chatting more and more, already ready to transfer money to Su Shang, Su Nan had to choose to step in. People trace their roots back to relatives. Plus, he was extremely upset with this guy Su Shang. Not only did he owe his family money, but the guy sneered at his own parents after word got out about the loan. He said he had an ungrateful son and would lose the family fortune sooner or later. Moreover, according to the current trend of this development of his own, in the future on the internet, someone will definitely come to dissect his identity background. What happened to Su Shang would more or less affect him in some way. Instead of suffering curses in the future, it would be better to be righteous now and let Su Shang be imprisoned for 10 or 20 years. Alright, everyone hit my daughter-in-law's account with the money and send me the transfer records afterward. I, Su Shang, am here to guarantee that when the company gets over the rough patch, we will definitely not forget you all. Su Shang has already started to harvest. As long as there is money, he can still continue to live in style when he flees abroad. But what he didn't expect was for his useless nephew to jump out. Everyone, don't transfer money yet, Su Nan reminded the crowd in the group. Su Shang is in a listed company with a market capitalization of $60 billion. Ask a company with a market capitalization of $60 billion? Why would Su Shang lend a helping hand? How much money can this guy come up with? Or do you think, uncles and uncles, that the little money you gave to Su Shang can save a big company with a market capitalization of $60 billion? Su Nan's words caused the group to fall into a short silence. Su Nan's distant second aunt asked, Xiao Nan, what are you talking about? What market capitalization of $60 billion? I haven't read a book. I can't understand these, Su Nan said. Second aunt, you can ask your cousin. She's read books. She should know about these things. If you can't, you can let your cousin search the internet and you'll be able to see that Su Shang's words are full of cracks. Su Shang's words were full of holes. It's okay to fool middle-aged and older people who haven't read a book, but it's still not quite enough to fool educated youngsters. Nan, do you mean to say that Su Shang is lying to us? How can that be? Su Shang is a big boss who earns millions of dollars a year. How can he possibly look at this amount of money from us? My son is a college student. I'll call the kid and show him the message inside the group. Regardless, Su Nan's words put the relatives in the group on alert. Seeing this situation, Su Sheng became anxious. He is now in dire need of a sum of money to buy a plane ticket to a foreign country, and trusting someone to get a visa and a passport will require quite a bit of money as well. This is something that, if he is late, he will be in a world of trouble. Chapter 26 Old and Young. What are you doing? Hurry up and call me. If you call late and the company's finances are in trouble, none of your sons or daughters will want to come to work for my company. The anxious Su Sheng directly sent voice inside the group. From his tone, one could hear the hard-to-conceal anger that had come to the brink of fury. Don't listen to that little brat Su Nan. This guy doesn't know anything. He can only work for others for the rest of his life. He doesn't learn at a young age. He goes to get some kind of online loan. Sooner or later his parents will be killed. Su Nan, you brat, hurry up and find a way to pay back the loan. If you keep yakking about nonsense, I won't even look at you when your family of 3 is out on the streets. The furious Su Sheng attacked Su Nan. He doesn't yet know that Su Nan has paid off the loan, and with a whopping $300 million in hand. If Su Sheng knew about all this, I'm afraid that he would immediately change to another face now, constantly playing the affectionate card between relatives, hoping that Su Nan would reach out for assistance. Su Nan, don't you mess up inside the group. I know you're a guy who's vengeful because my dad won't pay your family back, so you're running out to cause trouble. But you've seen the situation now. Only after we get through the company's crisis will my dad have the money to get it. And if you dare to run out and make trouble again, you won't be able to get my dad to pay back your family's money. Su Sheng's son, Su Nan's cousin, threatened him in the first private message, and Su Nan's eldest mother even called directly. Su Nan, what does that little pussy want? All day long uneducated run to make what mess? Adults between the things you a junior interfered what mouth? No rules It's true that what kind of parents have what kind of son? Simply the same as your mom. No wonder you ran out to borrow loans, deserve a family to suffer. I tell you, when your family is on the street, running to the street to pick up leaves of vegetables to eat, my mother will not even look at you, but will also step hard on you all. Su Nan was infuriated by both of them, mother and son. He didn't respond, though, instead, continued to send messages inside the group. Soon, a number of relatives realized that something was wrong. Isn't this Su Sheng a bit too pushy? These parents' generation rushed to ask up their own juniors. Juniors mixed in the network have seen a lot of anti-fraud propaganda video, and soon noticed that something is not right. Damn you, Su Nan. Inside the hotel, Su Sheng looked at the relatives in the group, making one questioning sound after another, angry and furious. I don't know for what reason. The chairman of the company surprisingly found out that he was selling shoddy products with the help of the company's name. Selling shoddy products? That's an offense. Anyone whose sales amount is more than 2 million yuan shall be sentenced to 15 years imprisonment or life imprisonment and shall be fined not less than 50% and not more than 2 times the amount of the sales or shall have the property confiscated. At the first sign of the incident, Su Sheng ran to the company's underground garage and hid inside the hotel. And he commissioned his friend to send his wife and children to take refuge inside the hotel as well. Now the company's looking for him. The occasional sirens from the street scared Su Sheng's liver and gallbladder so much that he didn't even dare to pull open the curtains. Honey, what now? My mahjong playing best friend tweeted that all the police cars were downstairs from our house, and that the cars in the underground garage, all of them, were towed away by a tow truck. Dad, do something. I can't live without those cars. If I don't have those cars, how am I going to show off in front of my friends and go to bars and get laid? Su Sheng had a splitting headache and was in a foul mood. He growled at his son. What can I do? If I had a way, why would I need to hide in here? When had Su Yang ever received this kind of anger? Since he was a child, his parents have been obedient to him, as a little ancestor. Even scolding are not willing to give up. Now being yelled at by his dad, he directly stood up and said angrily, "It's all your fault. I told you to put the house under my name a long time ago, and now that we've lost our house and car, we can only hide like a street rat. Look at this hotel. I've never stayed in a hotel this shabby in all the hundreds of times I've gotten a room. Asshole." Su Sheng, who was already in a state of rage, saw that his son dared to talk back to him, and he, who had never given up hitting his son, once again swung his arm and hit him. Pop! Su Yang was directly slapped to the ground. Since he was a child, he has never been angry. He directly stood up, roared, "Old, see, I don't beat you to death today. It is all because you caused me to fall into this situation now. Come on, you're going to jail anyway. Let's show you what a father's kindness is before you go in." Su Sheng was unafraid to face his young and strong son. He was infuriated by his son's words. He himself had gone to great lengths for this family, illegally selling shoddy products so that they, mother and son, could live a rich, upper-class life. But what happened? This little brat actually scolded his old self. This simply didn't make Su Sheng vomit blood. What the hell are you two? Father and son. Up 2. Su Yang's mother made a strong entrance and became a third-party force, pulling the father and son apart hard. Seeing the room move calmly, the guest next door was not happy, tapped the wall that was not too soundproof and asked, who won the fight between the old and the young? It won't be both down, right? Being taunted like that by the guy next door. According to Su Shang's father and son's previous urbane nature, they would definitely want to find the door to have a theory. But now they have become street rats, not even dare to step into the door of the room. How can they still have the courage to come to the door to the theory? Well, all for that little Su Nan. If he hadn't stopped those poor relatives, we would have been able to trust someone for passports and visas abroad. During the period of selling shoddy products, Su Shang has become acquainted with a lot of big hands. The other party can, in a short period of time, help themselves to passports and foreign visas. It's just a shame that all of this presupposes that he has to have money on hand. Without money, people simply won't take care of themselves. Seeing that his mother had shifted her spear to Su Nan's head, Su Yang's face was hideously twisted as he said angrily, "That damn thing. When I was a kid, I should have kicked him inside the river and drowned him." Su Shang also wanted to open his mouth to curse a few times, but time waits for no one. Getting the money 1 second later increases his risk of being arrested. After all, the dumping of shoddy products was done by him alone, and he must have been the prime target of the arrest. Well, keep calling those poor relatives over there, and cheat a little bit if you can. The big deal is that I'll leave the country first, and when I've stabilized abroad, I'll find a way to pick you mother and son up. Mother and son were definitely not happy to hear that. Once Su Shang left them, mother and son could hardly maintain even the most basic life. Chapter 27, Is there such a pitiful thing? Su Shang kicked Su Nan, who had spoiled his good deed, out of the family group chat and let his wife and son continue to fool around inside the group. Although the chances are very slim right now, there will always be 1 or 2 grievances that will hit the money. Su Shang himself, on the other hand, called a few of his uncles. They are all in their 70s and 80s and have accumulated a lot of pension, so they can make a little bit of money. What makes him anxious, though, is that older people don't transfer money via cell phone, and it's the middle of the night and the banks are closed. Even if Su Shang had fooled 1 or 2 old people, he would not be able to cheat them out of their money in the first place. Dad, someone transferred money to me. Su Yang looked at the $50,000 on his account and laughed out loud. Quick, transfer the money to this account. $50,000 is enough to get a visa. Su Shang's demeanor perked up. Su Yang transferred $50,000 to an unfamiliar account. His face was very reluctant, but he also understood that the dad was gone, and their family was finished. Just then, one of the Su relatives in the group sent out a blurry picture, along with a 30-second long voiceover. Everyone, don't transfer the money to Su Shang. This guy has broken the law. The police have already come to the house and asked us to transfer the money because we want to escape somewhere else with this money. Listening to the voice, relatives in the group clicked on the picture. There were at least 4 police cars with flashing red and blue lights on them, and behind them was the small 3-story house that Su Shang had built in the town. Now Su Shang's assets have been frozen. The house and car are all gone. I just told the police comrade about the borrowed money. He told us to never transfer the money to Su Shang, or else it will be hard to get this money back. Now that relative who had transferred the money outright panicked. What to do? I've already transferred the money to Su Shang's son, a whole $50,000. That's a year's worth of my income. When they saw someone fall for it, others immediately verbally attacked them. Serves you right for transferring the money after Nan told you that. Humph. Who told you not to listen to Xiao Nan? Now that you've been cheated, don't make a scene in the group. Hurry up and go to the police. I was going to transfer the money, but luckily Nan appeared in time to stop me, or else I would have lost the $80,000 in my hand. Instead of turning toward his eldest uncle, Xiao Nan stood up to help us relatives. It really shames me. I looked down on him before. Tomorrow I'll have my old man send 50 eggs to his parents. I don't know if Nan has pets, but one of my terriers had 8 little terriers, so I'll hold one for him to play with. What kind of puppy should I raise? I should introduce him to some pretty young girls. It just so happens that my neighbor's daughter is coming back tomorrow, and that long-legged little Nan will love it. Strange. Why don't Heian and Sujayam come out to chat? Soon the relatives in the group realized that Su Nan's parents hadn't said a word from start to finish. Usually the two don't talk much, but they are still very active in grabbing red envelopes. But I've sent out 3 or 4 red envelopes today, and I haven't seen either of them show up. This is not the school summer vacation. Haiyun and Xiuqin traveled. It is estimated that they will not be back in a short time. A relative who lives near Su Nan's house responded. Traveling? Didn't Nan owe a loan some time ago? Do the two of them still have the heart to travel? Could it be that the two families have given up and don't want to pay back the money? So they want to go out and have a good time and not waste their lives? To tell you the truth, Nan called the two of them back with $5 million to go out and relax, and in the meantime renovate the family home, and probably bring a girlfriend back for the new year. Xiaoqin asked me to keep this matter a secret, so you guys shouldn't just tell anyone. 5 million. This news instantly roiled the group chat. Didn't Su Shang say that Xia Nan was working as a black laborer in the city? The kind where the labor contract isn't even signed, and you can't even get half a paycheck for New Year's Eve, and we're told not to lend him any money. You believe the words of that bastard Su Shang? I think Xia Nan has become a small boss in Magic City, otherwise it's impossible to get so much money at once. It is said that Su Shang was able to turn over that year, all thanks to the succor of Haiyun and Xiaoqin, and lent $400,000 to their family before and after. But it turned out that this money has not been returned until now. The Su Shang family is truly a white-eyed wolf. Haiyun treats them as relatives and they turn their backs on them. I suggest that the Su Shang family be erased from our genealogy. Agreed. The messages in the group. Su Shang and the others no longer had time to read them. A siren sounded downstairs. Pulling back the curtains to take a look, the red and blue police lights that caught my eye stung. Quick! Transfer the money! Su Shang was anxious and turned his head to his son. Su Yang's fingers trembled, and he continuously lost several wrong numbers, obviously frightened. As he was about to enter his full bank account, the police called and told him to return the money or else he would be arrested for fraud and brought to justice. Dad, what to do? I'm going to get arrested too. Su Yang does not want to eat jail. He is still young. He still has a great youthful years. Asshole, hurry up and transfer the money. Seeing that his stupid son actually made a mistake at this time, Su Shang hurriedly lunged forward, wanting to grab the cell phone and transfer the money to the other party's account. In the face of this situation, Su Yang recalled the words of his former fox friend, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "If people don't do it for themselves, heaven and earth will be destroyed. If they can't indulge in enjoyment, what's the point of living?" Instantly, Su Yang's gaze towards his own father changed, and he directly swung his fist up. "No! I want my money back! I can't let you old ruin my great life!" Su Shang did not expect his son to strike again, and the left side of his face was solidly punched. Seek death. He couldn't stand it anymore either. It was better to have a child like that than not to have one at all. Su Shang directly copied the nearby bench and rushed up. Su Yang saw the situation and hid in the bathroom. Father and son engage in a confrontation. There was a knock at the door. "Hello, I'm a staff member of the hotel. The boiled cabbage 20-year deluxe set you ordered has arrived. Please open the door to claim it." A calm fell over the room in an instant. Su Shang realized what was going on and didn't dare to utter a breath. Instead, Su Yang in the bathroom cried out, "Help! My dad is going to kill me to silence me." Hearing the sound of distress inside the house, the police outside where to wait, with a spare key directly opened the door of the room. The criminal Su Shang pressed on the ground, wearing a delicate silver bracelet. "Comrade police officers, thank you so much." Su Yang walked out of the bathroom with a bright laugh, took the initiative to tell all the evidence of Su Shang's guilt. Seeing his son victimize him, his old man, in such a way, Su Shang directly sprayed out a mouthful of old blood, looking at his wife with questioning eyes, wondering if he was being cuckolded. Was there such a pitiful thing? Chapter 28, Stew a Great Soup. The next morning, Su Nan woke up from her sleep. A very strong sense of oppression was felt. Li Sini didn't know when she ran to his bed, one leg hooked around her waist, her hands wrapped around her neck. Her posture looked ambiguous. Sunan felt like a large doll, held tightly by his girlfriend. This little ninny, when did she come to my room? Su Nan reached out a hand and groped for the cell phone on the bedside table from memory. Noticed that after he fell asleep, there were a lot of private messages from people looking for him, as well as various messages from inside the group. He didn't pay the first attention, because his future self, once again, sent him a message. "Dude, XINE gave me 90% of the company's shares in those new energy enterprises. Now I've become the largest shareholder of those new energy companies, with access to the core technology." Seeing this message, Su Nan looked towards his little girlfriend who was lying on top of him, huffing and puffing. "This is really something that Cindy Lee can do. I'll send the core technology over later. With this technology, our new energy automobile field will stand on top of the world." But it's worth noting that new energy vehicle batteries require a lot of lithium ore, and 80% of our country's lithium ore need to be imported from abroad. The development of new energy vehicles, the price of lithium batteries abroad climbed, more than doubled. Why our country lithium ore is not much, highly dependent on foreign imports. No matter how they raise the price, we have to bite the bullet and import. When this wrongdoer, so I suggest, if you have the ability, you can buy foreign lithium mining industry, can for our new energy car manufacturing, save countless costs. By the way, here are a few recent stocks that are about to go up big. I'll send you the data right away. With information about the future, Su Nan can invest with precision. The stock market has become even more of an ATM for him. Whenever you run out of money, you can make a fortune out of it. It's just a shame that none of these stocks that were sent have risen as much as crude oil before them, and the gains they can make are quite limited. Next, Su Nan opened WeChat. A sea of private messages met his eyes. What with all the aunts and uncles coming, cousins that he hadn't had much contact with before also greeted him warmly, and there were a few that Su Nan didn't even know what they looked like, let alone know their names. He opened the WeChat family group. After some relative found out he was kicked yesterday, just pull him back into the group. Since there is no setting for the message no disturb, the messages from the group chat have been at the top of the list. Link, breaking news. It turns out that what we've been using all these years is actually shoddy products. Link, XX company executives selling shoddy products were arrested. In the end, how many people have been victimized? Link, hit by the trick? These shoddy products used the family are in the ICU. Link, these shoddy products have caused 16 people to develop cancer, and XX may face sky-high payouts. The group is full of news about Su Sheng. This thing was festering last night. A large number of marketing numbers and self-publishing media outlets all looked like they had smelled the traffic and began to report on it on a large scale. The content does get more and more outrageous though. All sorts of hogwash. And none of the accompanying pictures are of Su Sheng himself. Su Sheng was arrested and did not flee abroad, attracting a large number of media attention. But on the contrary, the relatives of the Su family, who should have been subjected to white eyes, were not burdened by public opinion. Seeing this ending, Su Nan was still satisfied. Returns the list of messages. These private messages are invariably solicitous. Some were trying to borrow money from him, and trying to get him to help find a job. In addition to these, there are those who introduced him to people. Nan, this is fourth aunt's neighbor's daughter. What do you think? If you like it, fourth auntie will send you her WeChat, so you two can chat in private. The photo was of a young girl in a cool dress. White thighs fill the entire picture. It's suspiciously photoshopped, but it still looks eye-catching. Feeling the quilt squirm slightly, Su Nan instantly exited the WeChat page, and the expression on her face returned to normal. Honey, you're awake. Li Sini sensed the commotion and woke up from her sleep. Her voice was soft and sticky, and every syllable felt like it was tugging at the heartstrings. Su Nan gave a hum. What do you want to eat in the morning? I'll go downstairs and make it for you. I want tomato brisket pasta. But honey, I'm so cold and sleepy. Can you hold me for a little while longer? Li Sini's entire body lay on top of Su Nan, greedily inhaling the fresh scent of her boyfriend's body. Su Nan smiled helplessly and took his little girlfriend into his arms, placing a kiss on his forehead. Read the entire message on your cell phone. Su Nan received a notification from the company. Su Nan, didn't the company invest in those new energy automobile companies yesterday? This morning their chairman is going to personally come to our company to meet the president. You're the one who made this thing happen. Find a way to get the president to come to the company to deal with these people. Those of us underneath go forward to receive them. And in the eyes of those people, they will think that we look down on people. The news made Su Nan sleepy, didn't have the heart to stay in bed. On the contrary, Li Sini once again fell back to sleep. Without disturbing her, Su Nan gingerly came to the bathroom to wash up and realized that her neck was covered in strawberry prints. Quite a bit of ambiguity remained on his face as well. What's going on at? Su Nan touched his clean and handsome face, and these marks were expected to be noticed by others at a glance. A little association can conjure up a plethora of images. Yesterday Sini went to bed very early, so it's reasonable to think that she got enough sleep a long time ago, but she's still sleepy in the morning. Su Nan looked at the culprit on the bed and was so angry that she couldn't wait to leave these marks on her body as well. Tried several methods and couldn't cover it up. Su Nan simply swung directly to the rotten, just so greatly to others to see it. Come downstairs. Auntie, who had taken yesterday's leave, had come to the villa with groceries. The moment he saw Su Nan, the other party smiled knowingly, as if he understood something, and revealed an amiable smile. Auntie, go and work on something else. I'll just make breakfast. Su Nan took the ingredients out of the refrigerator. Not bad for a young man who can cook. Auntie stepped back and stood silent watch, looking at the marks on Su Nan's neck. Her weathered face moved. In a serious tone of voice, he advised, young man should be a little more moderate. Tonight Auntie will give you two a big tonic soup. Sunan. Chapter 29, The President is Pregnant? It's delicious. Li Sini patted her inflamed stomach. She didn't eat much last night. The tomato and beef brisket pasta cooked by Su Nan made her appetite so big that she ate all at once and sat paralyzed in the chair, not wanting to move. It was Su Nan who drove to work. The ride was uneventful and made it to the company parking lot. Hello, President. Many company employees got out of the car and greeted towards the parking space. the luxury Rolls-Royce that hadn't been turned off yet, trying to make a good impression on the president. However, it wasn't the person they had in mind who got out of the car. Sunan, why is this guy driving the president's car? Staff preparing to go upstairs have stopped to watch, very curious about this situation. Good morning, everyone. Sunan smiled and said hello. Then he came to the passenger side and helped Lee Sini down. She had really eaten too much in the morning. So much so that Lee Sini's stomach was still rising even now. The parking lot employees all froze at the sight. How did they both come to the office together? Could it be that the president drove to Sunan's house in the morning to pick her up and bring her to work at the company? What's wrong with the president? Is he injured? He actually needs Sunan to assist him out of the car. His hand is still covering his stomach, and his face is surprisingly ugly. Various conjectures come to mind. Soon, the crowd realized that Sunan and Lee Sini's homes were more than 30 kilometers apart. The morning traffic was heavy and the roads were congested. It's simply not realistic for Lee Sini to drive to pick up Sunan from work. But Sunan drove to the company with Lee Sini. What does that mean? It means these two haven't been separated since yesterday. That means these two have been living together. There is no way to verify when the cohabitation took place. But at present, Lee Sini was in this condition, like a pregnant woman with a belly at least 3 months old. This belly of the president. I guess it won't be long before she has to raise her baby at home, right? Did you guys see the marks on Sunan's neck? The big battle last night must have been fierce. Holy, these two are dry wood meeting fire. This is now the nail in the coffin for Sunan to become the Lee family's son-in-law. Substituting the chairman's perspective, he already hates to personally send Sunan to the Black Continent. Now that the child has been born, I guess it won't take long for the chairman to announce the wedding of the two. Sunan wasn't sure what these guys were thinking. After looking at the crowd at the back with strange expressions, he assisted Lee Sini into the company building. Along the way, a number of staff members gave sideways glances. Others grabbed their cell phones to take pictures and record videos. Inside the elevator, finally free of the gazes of those around her, Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. He touched the marks on his neck and looked over at his restless little girlfriend beside him. You made all these marks at night, didn't you? Lee Sini hemmed and hawed. I couldn't sleep after waking up last night, so I ran to your room, and feeling bored, I made some small traces. Sunan said, tonight the landlord of the villa next door will come back to discuss the rent with me. When I get the key I'll move over, and come back when the marks on my neck are better. Lee Sini was in a hurry. No way. Sunan shook her head. No discussion. Soon, the elevator came to the floor where the investment department was located. Before leaving, Sunan thought about the morning's notice. By the way, the chairman of those new energy enterprises that invested yesterday have already taken a plane overnight to Mordor, ready to come to our company in the morning to discuss the contract. I'll deal with that aspect. Lee Sini nodded in agreement. She is in fact than her father Li Zhenglong. Earlier than the central government is about to support the new energy enterprise news. His own BFF's dad was involved. When Sunan proposed to invest in the new energy enterprise, Lee Sini was actually a bit shocked in her heart. And as Sunan spoke her mind about the future, this shock of Lee Sini's turned into a strong admiration. Isn't this the purpose of the central government's support for new energy enterprises? My own husband is just too good. Simply a genius in the investment world. Subsequently, Lee Sini told Sunan to let go and do it, and she would help to cover the bottom. In the eyes of others, Lee Sini had become a love brain, obedient little daughter-in-law to Sunan, but in reality, she personally takes a look at every proposal from the company. Good. I'll work hard for you today. I'll have Auntie make you something nice tonight to replenish your body. Lee Sini stood on her tiptoes and straightened Sunan's collar, covering the marks on her neck. A passing employee of the investment department next to him was sipping a hot cup of coffee and looking at the messages in the WeChat group chat. The group is now in a frenzy of noise, saying something like Sunan and the president are living together. The baby in the president's belly is already 3 months old, and the president will be going home to raise her baby soon. Remarks such as these unfolded all over the group. This employee is a little transparent. It's just a fun way to look at such unconfirmed news. However, when he heard the president and Sunan, that familiar voice, he immediately looked towards the elevator entrance. These two look intimate. It's an absolute blast for singles. What other tonic? Does this body of Sunan's still need a tonic? You don't even need to catch the subway in the morning to run to the office to catch your breath. But that's not even the point. The employee glanced at Lee Sini's stomach. It does bulge a bit more than the other day. This can't be true, can it? The employee swallowed hard. At that exact moment, Sunan and Lee Sini said their goodbyes. Ha, why are you sneaking around, Chang? It's almost time for work, so don't linger out there. Sunan spotted Xiao Zhang, who had a strange face on the side. Xiao Zhang looked terrified. Manager, I'm not drinking some coffee to refresh myself. I'll be right in. Without much thought, Su Nan nodded and walked into the office. Wait for the office door to close. Xiao Zhang immediately put the coffee in his hand, put it on a side table, and frantically snapped words on his cell phone screen. Brothers, the news in the group is 80% true. I heard the conversation between Su Nan and the president just now. Next, Su Nan is going to start his confusing investment operation again. Our department is kind of screwed. Su Nan has become a good son-in-law of the chairman. He definitely doesn't need to be punished for doing something wrong, but we will definitely end up in a miserable situation. In order not to be sent to the Black Continent, I suggest that we all hurry up and look for our next home and be ready to quit and leave at any time. Yesterday, Yang Ping was publicly racked out of the company for rebelling against Su Nan's tyranny. Something that everyone saw. Su Nan is just a manager and he dares to do this. When the president is at home nursing her baby and he takes over the reins of the company, won't the company become his one word? When the time comes, I'm afraid all the credit will go to Su Nan. All the hard work falls on the heads of those below. Who's gonna be able to handle that? Chapter 30. New energy vehicles have many problems. It's time to go to work, and Su Nan deals with the matter at hand. I don't know how much time has passed. A phone call came through. It's the president's office on the phone. Hubby, the chairman of those new energy enterprises are already waiting in the parlor. Go meet them. Okay, I'll be right there. Su Nan organized the papers on his desk, got up and left the investment department. Inside the parlor, several bigwigs in the new energy sector sat on the sofa and looked at each other. They had thought they had come here alone, but I didn't realize there were a few peers. The cheerful atmosphere sank instantly. Several people knew each other, and a faint hostility filled their eyes. Sorry gentlemen, for keeping you waiting. Su Nan opened the door to the conference room and walked in. After leaving the office, he went to print out some more papers, so there was a bit of a delay. Your President Li? Doesn't look like it. More than unlike. President Li is a woman, and this one here is a big old man. May I ask where President Li is? We've traveled a long way to Mordor. We won't even see us, right? Yeah, it's a bit rude of President Li to do that. And what's with these guys? The conference room was soon in an uproar. Su Nan calmed them down. Everyone listened to my explanation. I'm Su Nan, the manager of the investment department. Investing in several of your businesses is something I made possible, so I'm fully responsible for the investment side of things. Su Nan? The name was fresh in the minds of several of them. When I walked into this company, I heard employees whispering. At first a few people were puzzled in their minds. Big companies in the Magic City. Their employees look like this at work? Doesn't the leader come out and rein in the whispering during work hours? Later, they realized that it wasn't that the leaders didn't care. It was that the leaders were all huddled together with their employees chatting away. The topic of conversation between them quickly caught the attention of several people. What with the president being pregnant? Su Nan has only one hand in the company. Too many people discussing it led to them walking into this company and getting to know Su Nan as well, knowing what happened between Su Nan and President Li. At that moment, several chairmen of new energy enterprises took a fresh look at Su Nan. One of the chairmen wanted to ask about Su Nan's relationship with Li Sini and wondered if he could represent President Li. But just as the words reached his mouth, he saw Su Nan's neck, the connected strawberry marks, and instantly understood. This young couple should be on good terms. Ideas should be interchangeable. Since Mr. Su can represent President Li's opinion, then please go through this share contract proposal once, and a contract of entry into our business. Investments between businesses, especially if the amount is significant, require the signing of a contractual agreement for equity participation. 5 copies of the agreement that appeared on the counter. Su Nan took one of the copies. On it, in addition to the basic content, the most concern to him is the Lee's Group branch, the shares occupied in this new energy enterprise. $5 billion of investment. $1 billion for each of the 5 companies. $1 billion of investment money for 18% of the original shares of this business. Through the future information, Su Nan learned that this enterprise, in the future, became a $1 trillion listed company. The market capitalization has more than doubled nearly 100 times, and the $1 billion he invested will be more than 100 times the profit. Su Nan took over several other contracts. The contents on them were similar. The company's shares occupied by these enterprises were all in the 10% range. These contracts are all fine. Gentlemen, wait a moment. I'll take them to our president for his signature. Su Nan took these contracts to Li Sini. After a process, the matter of the share contract is considered to be officially finalized. The chairman of a new energy enterprise looked at the contract in his hand with a sigh on his face. I can't imagine that manager Su is so young, but his vision is so long-term, and he has already predicted the general direction of the next investment. Several of them already knew about the central government's upcoming support for new energy enterprises. The new energy industry is sure to hit the big time next. A 10 or 20-fold increase in market value is possible. How many bigwigs had squeezed their heads to invest in their several enterprises with perfect production chains, only to have Sunan take the lead in grabbing several pitches? Grab the news before it comes out. It's just luck. Sunan smiled faintly, but a few of you don't leave in a hurry. I still have important things to discuss with you. Anything else? For this young man who was so young but had a long-term investment vision and was able to trick the daughter of the chairman of a listed group. Several chairmen were still interested in sitting down and hearing what he wanted to cover. But before speaking, Sunan looked at the assistants, and the team of lawyers behind a few of them. At the eye signals of several chairmen, the men left the parlor in droves. Alright, now that the people have left, Manager Su, feel free to say whatever you want. Sunan cleared her throat. What comes next is entirely in my personal name. Negotiating with a few of you. Several of you. How big a share of the market do you think the field of new energy vehicles will be able to occupy in the future with the support of the central government? A few people lapsed into silence. That's not a good thing to say. Now their industry chain is complete. But that's also the base left over from building small electric donkeys before. They have made a technological breakthrough in the field of new energy vehicles and have the capability of mass production. But there are still certain flaws. This flaw seems insignificant, but when it comes to the market, it will slowly amplify and cause countless tragedies and accidents. Businesses can also suffer from the storm of public opinion as a result. The market capitalization will even fall off a cliff. By then, centralized support will certainly be reduced accordingly. That's why it's important for them to fix the small problems on the new energy vehicles before mass production. However, solving these small problems is not something that can be done overnight. And if they could be solved easily, they simply wouldn't have dragged it out until now. Now our enterprises still have certain technical difficulties that have not been overcome. And only after overcoming these problems can new energy vehicles be produced on a large scale and create a constant stream of value. The center saw this scene and chose to increase its support. And now, the cars of my enterprise, there are still quite a few small problems that have not been solved. And in the short term, it is definitely not possible to carry out large-scale production. And the support received will be lower than that of other enterprises. So Manager Su, I may not be able to carry out the answer to your question. I can only take one step at a time. The speaker was a straightforward chairman of the board, straight to the heart of the business. There is no fear of being targeted by your peers. The others glanced toward him without speaking. Their new energy vehicles are more or less technically challenged. We all know these things by heart. If there was no problem, that person would be jumping up and down and shouting about it, hating to let the whole world know about it and attracting a steady stream of investment in order to capture a large market in the first place. Chapter 31 New Energy Vehicle Technologies. The conference room was quiet. Sunan already knew a rough idea through their expressions. I have a document here, and I was wondering if a few of you would like to take a look at it? Sunan took the file bag behind her and put it on the desktop. The several chairmen sitting on the opposite side of the table had long been filled with curiosity about this bag of documents Sunan was carrying around. After all, the guy had walked away with the paper bag under his armpit before taking the cell phone on the table. Shouldn't a normal young man reach for his cell phone first, then his paper bag? For a while, the gazes of several people were all focused on the hand that Sunan had reached into the document bag. A document was brought out. Seeing the above, the chairman who spoke out was directly dumbfounded. Isn't this the problem their enterprise is currently facing? Could it be that Sunan had investigated in advance and already knew what technical problems existed in their enterprise? Nope. Continuing down the page. This document not only documents the problem, but below it is a series of solutions to the problem. With this synthetic material, will that take care of the charging aspect? This chairman's hands were shaking. The expression on his face was full of horror. The charging problem is exactly one of the problems that his company, New Energy Vehicles, is currently facing. He has lost track of how many times his business has experimented with this and how much money he has invested. But in the end it didn't work out too well. The charging issue remains unresolved. Sunan took out this document, which detailed how to solve the problem of charging, and which synthetic material to use, which was the most cost-effective. The smile on the face of a chairman next to him gradually narrowed. His company has perfectly solved the charging problem, using the synthetic material on this document. Old Zhao, why does your face look so ugly? It's not possible that this is the synthetic material that your business uses to solve the car charging problem, is it? The gazes of the people around him all turned toward him. This director Zhao said stiffly, yes, and the solution documented on the paper seems to be better than the one my business has researched. Expect to cut charging times in half, if not more. After hearing this, the remaining 4 directors were filled with shock. What does that mean? It showed that Sunan, in his hands, possessed more advanced technology than their enterprise. This guy wouldn't have sent a top-notch hacker to steal the core technology of a new energy automobile company in a pretty country, would he? Several directors were curious to know where Su Nan had gotten this document, but on second thought, this might be someone's secret, and the words that came to his mouth were quickly held back. Manager Su Nan, I wonder if this technology can be sold to me. I'm willing to take out 1% of our enterprise's shares to obtain this technology from you. The initial director who had gotten the document had a longing on his face at the moment. Su Nan smiled and nodded. Of course. From the file pocket, the complete solution was pulled out. Now the other 4 directors were anxious. Su Nan's file bag looked bulging. There must be a lot of good stuff inside. A director opened his mouth and asked, Manager Su, the power battery of my enterprise's new energy vehicle has been malfunctioning, and the transmission will emit strange noises. I wonder if there is a suitable solution. That's naturally there too. Su Nan took out 2 corresponding programs. Seeing the above, this director's eyes were almost glazed over, where Su Nan came up with a solution, and directly took out the manufacturing program of the power battery. It is several versions more advanced than the power cells developed by our own companies. If this kind of power battery, installed in his enterprise's new energy electric car, this alone will give his business a place in the market. The support and subsidies from the central government will certainly not be small. Manager Su, my enterprise's automobile motors can rattle. Is there a program for making the motors? I'm willing to take 1% of the shares in trade. Manager Su, is there a program for making motor controllers? I'm willing to take out 2% of our enterprise's shares to trade. Manager Su, my family enterprise brake problem has not been solved. There is no brake technology. I am willing to take out 3% of the shares. The major chairmen collectively lowered their stature and surrounded Su Nan, wanting to obtain the technology from his hands. Their eyes burned as they stared at the file bag in Su Nan's hand. Now they were convinced that Su Nan had a powerful team of hackers on hand to strip the pretty country of its new energy vehicle technology. But while they were excited, they had some worries in their hearts. Pretty country seems to have some strong technology. Perfection in every way. Probably in manufacturing by now. I think it won't be long before there will be a large number of new energy vehicles produced in beautiful countries on the market. It instantly jumped ahead of them. Next, if they want to occupy a place in the new energy market, there is only one way to go, thin profit and high sales. And to compete with so many companies in the country, a sense of crisis arose. Several directors desperately wanted this technology in Su Nan's hands. Su Nan naturally came to the rescue and gave them more advanced technology. In the eyes of several directors, the technology comes from a pretty country across the ocean. But only Su Nan knew that all these technologies were invented by the technicians of their future enterprise, now fall into their hands early. I'm sure these are businesses that will grow better. It will bring him more revenue. The team of lawyers waiting outside walked in. An agreement on the transfer of shares was drawn up. Also, there is a non-disclosure agreement. It means that no one can say anything about what happened today or they will be held civilly liable. Su Nan took over the agreements. He now owns 7% of 3 new energy vehicle companies and 8% of the remaining 2. Counting those shares in Lee Sinny's hand, Su Nan has been able to influence some of the decisions of these companies to benefit herself. It's just that it's too early in the day. These are a couple of businesses that haven't really developed yet. Manager Su, today's line is really fruitful for me. Without your support, I'm afraid that my enterprise's automobile will not be available for several more months. Even to get more support from the central government, I might even take the risk of crippling the technology and get the car mass-produced ahead of schedule. The gung-ho board member stood up and thanked him. Hearing the words behind him, the other directors instantly looked over. You guys are straight, but this is too straight. How dare you say that so easily? The remaining 4 stiffened their faces and looked elsewhere, pretending not to hear the words that followed. 32. Impact of the talks. Su Nan also awkwardly picked up the mineral water in front of her and took a slight sip, pretending not to know what he was talking about. There was a moment of silence. Su Nan said, several people, now your new energy vehicles. The problems above the technology have been solved. In the future not only can occupy a place in the country, but also exported a large number of overseas. But have you thought about the raw materials? Several people looked toward him again. Su Nan continued, most of the raw materials for new energy vehicles can be purchased domestically, except for lithium ore, which is highly dependent on overseas imports. Have you ever thought that once our new energy automobile enterprises are in large-scale production, the price of lithium ore overseas will surely rise exponentially? Hearing this, several directors also realized the seriousness of the problem. They had just thought of taking a piece of the market out from under pretty country's hands by selling at thin margins, but if the price of lithium ore suddenly rises, then the profit they get their hands on will be very limited. They looked at Su Nan with eyes full of hope. Su Nan, at this point in time, raising this issue, should have thought of a solution as well, right? But then, the eyes of several people dimmed at the same time. There shouldn't be much that Sunan can do. Even if he was the future son-in-law of the chairman of the Lee Group, it wouldn't help. After all, Lee's Group looks like a great site in the country. The funds that can actually be mobilized are limited. Even if the funds that can be mobilized all take to buy foreign lithium mining industry, but also cannot shake the overall market price. Manager Su's question is very critical, but we don't have that much ability to control the price of lithium or overseas. If we had, why would we need to start a business? It would have been lying at home asleep. Sunan said, you guys really don't have the ability to do this. And of course I don't either, including the Lee Group. Several directors looked at him and silently said, then why did you say it? It can't be that he saw us guys were too happy, so he purposely threw a pot of cold water on us, right? Facing the unkind gazes of several people, Sunan laughed. We don't have the ability to do this, but there's plenty over in the capital. I'm sure that since yesterday, there have been quite a few bigwigs that want to invest in a few of your businesses, right? After Sunan's nudging, several people instantly woke up. If you let the big man from the capital enter, eating half of the overseas lithium ore industry is absolutely no problem, especially now. Not many people realize the importance of the lithium ore industry overseas. The cost to be paid for acquisitions now saves a lot of money compared to future acquisitions. Thanks for the reminder, Manager Su. Being able to meet Manager Su, I feel that the future of our business is even brighter. Manager Su is the best young man I've ever seen. Much more promising than my son. Let him come work here someday as your little assistant and learn some real skills. If Manager Su didn't have a girlfriend already, I would really like to introduce my daughter to you. With a dragon son-in-law like you, I can wake up at night with a smile in my dreams. Several chairmen did not mince their words of praise. I feel like this trip to the Magic City was very rewarding. Soon, several people offered to add Sunan's WeChat, reserving a commonly used cell phone number for further contact in the future. Sunan readily agreed that this was a real network of people and an indispensable resource. After climbing the ladder a bit more, one of the directors offered to go out to dinner together. Manager Su, it's already noon. Do you want to go out for a meal together? Sunan waved her hand. I'm sorry, I still have to go to the company cafeteria to make soup for the president. She likes to eat the dishes I make, otherwise she won't be able to eat at noon. Excuse me. Several of the directors had a somewhat regretful expression on their faces. Soon, though, their gazes rose in admiration. In this day and age, there aren't many good men like Sunan anymore, who not only excels in career, but also takes care of his love. It was no wonder that the grand lady of the Lee Group would fall for such a man. If she were Lee Sini, she would have been infatuated with such a man. In an instant, a chill ran through the hearts of the few directors who reacted. How could they have had such strange thoughts? Since that's the case, then I'll take my leave first. Manager Su, when I come to Mordor next time, I'll treat you to dinner again. Me too. Manager Su, let's meet again. Manager Su, I'll have someone send some specialties from my hometown to replenish President Lee's body. Sunan nodded. Okay, I'll see you off. A few people took the elevator downstairs in each other's company. The melting scene happened to be seen by an employee of the company. They gathered in a group and whispered, why is Manager Su talking to them? Where is the president? I guess the president wants to let Sunan exercise a bit. Besides, the president doesn't really like to come into contact with these greasy middle-aged men, especially if she's still pregnant. This kid Sunan is really lucky. It really makes me jealous. Why do they have smiles on their faces? Did they have a very pleasant conversation? Nonsense. Our company sent $5 billion over to 5 of their companies. Anyone else would be laughing. Alas, these $5 billion were just given away for nothing. I don't know what will happen next. How come the chairman went to the capital branch at this time? But wherever he stays in Mordor for a day, he can't let Sunan be reckless. The chairman should be back soon. Remember Yang Ping who was racked out yesterday? It said that guy ran to the group's head office to cause trouble. And now the people in the head office also know that Sunan invested $5 billion in those new energy enterprises. Then wouldn't the head office be in an uproar? Especially that group of people from the investment department. I heard that they are strongly against Sunan becoming the manager of the investment department. Yeah, those few executives from the investment department at the head office have already threatened that the group is going to be finished and are ready to resign to other companies. What? The executives of the investment department of the head office are all experts in economics. If they go to other companies, won't our company be finished? Public opinion has once again festered. This one was even more raging than yesterday. The people in the investment department of Lee's group have begun to force the issue, forcing Li Zhanglong to lay off Sunan from his position as manager in trying to get him to the bottom to run the business. What's more, they want him to go to the Black Continent to replace Wang Kaishan. It's best to stay there for 3 or 5 years. Chapter 33, Su Nan is the most suitable for your family cine. Inside a luxurious manor on the outskirts of the capital city, Li Zhenglong and a few of his friends were having a good time with their drinks, and everyone had a drunken look on their faces. Old Van, who was new to the circle, also adapted quickly and kept finding new topics to make everyone laugh. Knock knock. There was a sharp knock on the door. Without waiting for the person inside to respond, Li Zhenglong's assistant outside the door hurriedly barged in. Li Zhenglong had a displeased expression on his face. How come it's this guy again? It was like that yesterday, and it's like that today. However, Li Zhenglong knew that this guy was afraid that he had another urgent report to make and did not open his mouth to rebuke. The others are on good terms with Li Zhenglong, nor did he show any displeasure. Silence stopped the conversation. Quietly eating the dishes on the table, the assistant walked over quickly and whispered, "Chairman, there are two bad news." Two bad news? Li Zhenglong froze. Isn't it usually one bad news and one good news? Let's start with the not so bad news. The assistant nodded. Just now, several executives from the group's investment department submitted their resignation letters. Not only that, they also spread rumors up and down the group, saying that you and Miss let Su Nan embezzle the branch's funds, ignoring this act, and that the group's collapse is not far off. They themselves are experts in the field of economics, and when this came out, a number of people in the group were tempted to leave and are already ready to look for their next home. After hearing this, Li Zhenglong's brows furrowed. That's not too good news. If there is a mass departure of company members, it's not too easy to replenish in a short period of time and get new employees acclimated to their positions. Li Zhenglong didn't expect Su Nan's investment to cause such a big repercussion, but that's okay. Before he knew who the center would support next, and he gets angry about it. However, now that he knew about the central government's decision, his heart was much relieved, and he felt that Su Nan's boy was also much more obedient. Across the room, Li Youngrion's best friends silently put down their chopsticks. A close friend grinned broadly and said, "Old Li, what are you up to? It's amazing that something this big has happened to the company and it's still not very bad news. So what's the worst news?" Other close friends said, "Yes, the mass departure of staff is not a small problem. If the investing shareholders see that your group is not working and choose to withdraw their capital, they will be finished. Old Li, you wouldn't have been so obsessed with something lately that you've neglected the management of the company, would you? That's actually not very bad news. I can't think of any worse news." Several eyes looked at the assistant at the same time. Li Zhenglong also reacted. "That's still not very bad news. And what's the worst news? It can't be that something happened to Cindy. Quick, what's the worst news? Come on." Li Zhenglong was anxious and desperate to know. The assistant hesitated for a moment, glancing across the table at the big men who were staring at him dead in the face. "I don't know if it's convenient for the ladies' party to say that thing on this occasion. Come on, these are my friends who grew up playing in open pants. But tell me." Li Zhenglong knew what the assistant was concerned about. Straight away, he was reassured to speak up. "Yes," the assistant stiffly whispered. "Chairman, in the morning the people in the branch are saying that the lady is pregnant." Despite the fact that he lowered his voice, the box was very quiet and everyone heard the news. "What? Xine is actually pregnant? Old Li, when did this happen? How did Xine suddenly get pregnant? I didn't even hear about her having a boyfriend before. Where is this bad news? You little assistant is bad. You just want to lie to your family chairman. Deliberately let him worry. In fact, give him a big surprise. Right. Ha ha ha. This pregnancy is still not hurry up to the wedding. The group 1000 gold big miss unmarried first pregnancy. This reputation spread out how unpleasant. I didn't realize that Old Li made his fortune one step later than we did, but when it comes to Grandpa, he's ahead of all of us. Ha, Old Li, why do you look so ugly? There can't be anything wrong in the middle of this, right? Li Zhenglong was certainly not happy. How can one's daughter be pregnant? He had previously investigated and his daughter had no record of any rooming in at all, nor had she stayed out overnight. As for the villa, Nanny Auntie would always report back to herself about her daughter, and Su Nan had been to the villa once before this, and left not long after. The rest of the time, Su Nan did not visit the villa again. No other men have been to the villa either. And how did one's daughter? How did she get pregnant? Li Zhenglong was silent for a moment and called his daughter's aunt at home, ready to inquire carefully about her situation. When he learned that Su Nan had stayed over at the villa last night, Li Zhenglong's entire face turned green. And, did Su Nan stay over any other time? The aunt on the other end of the line said, "No, that young man Su Nan came to the villa just once." After understanding the situation, Li Zhenglong was confused. Indeed, before the relationship between Su Nan and her daughter was afraid of being discovered, so in public, has been to maintain a certain restraint. Behavior and demeanor dare not be too intimate. A few of the bigwigs sitting across the table were confused. What the hell kind of reaction is that from old Lee? Shouldn't you be happy that you're going to be a grandfather? Why are you so shy and angry and pissed off? Several of the big men opened their mouths to press the issue. Li Zhanglong was on good terms with them and didn't hide too much, telling them roughly what happened. Xin Yi's boyfriend. He's actually an employee under her. That kid actually managed to make Xin Yi so enamored. He should be relatively handsome. What young talent has Xin Yi not seen before? That kid called Su Nan should be more than just handsome. Old Li, what do you think of that Su Nan kid? Li Zhanglong raised his eyes to look at it. Why are you asking about him again? To be honest, Li Zhanglong didn't know what to say about Su Nan as a person. Call him bad, but couldn't find a flaw in him. Say he's good, but this kid snatched away his own sweet little girl, and just thinking about it made me angry. After pondering for a while, Li Zhanglong could only stammer and comment, average, not too good and not too bad. A couple of friends across the street were happy. The authorities are in the dark. The onlookers are in the dark. Li Young is a typical spoiled girl. That kid named Su Nan. If he can be evaluated as average, then he should be a pretty good young man. It would allow old Li to try and take it in. Old Fan, who had been silent, spoke up at this time. Nowadays, in this day and age, good, handsome guys tend to have no shortage of girls around them. They've been through a lot, and they're a lot more flamboyant. Old Li, how much do you think Xin can take advantage of being in love with a boy like this? Li Zhanglong silently shook his head in his heart. His own daughter has only had one boyfriend. Su Nan, the mind is still pure. I'm afraid you'll be at a great disadvantage with deep-minded boys. Old Fan cleared his throat and continued. And the rich kids are even worse. They usually play more flowery. I'm not afraid to laugh. My son has founded an artist company. A netizen company. And entangled with the female artists and netizens in it. So angry that I didn't break his legs. Also, rich kids tend to carry the family's interests on their backs. And with interests at stake, marriages get less and less happy down the line. Old Li, would you like to see this? Li Zhanglong mentally shook his head once again. His daughter is his sweet little girl. He certainly didn't want to see his daughter unhappy. So, I think that kind of mediocre boy is the most suitable for your family, Cinny. Old Van smiled and rubbed his beer belly. The other bigwigs nodded slightly. Didn't Old Li say just now that Su Nan's parents were teachers? Then this kid shouldn't be bad. Cinny is already an adult. Old Li, you'd better not get involved in children's feelings. That's right. Cinny has her own measure. Old Li, you can control her for a moment. But can you control her for a lifetime? Now that Cinny is pregnant, Old Li, you should be worrying about the wedding, not the relationship between the two of them. Now that Su Nan is a son-in-law you don't want to recognize. Li Zhanglong couldn't say anything. How could all of his old friends be helping Su Nan? But it's also true. Now that Cinny is pregnant, Su Nan is a son-in-law he has to recognize even if he doesn't. Drink some more. I'll go back to Mordor in the afternoon. For the new energy enterprise investment, you guys talk to Old Fan. Li Zhanglong raised his glass of Mao Tai and drank it down. Chapter 34, The Shock of the Investment Department. Inside the office, Su Nan was dealing with Miku's company, helping them recruit technicians, as well as voice actors for their characters. The job was easy for him. My future self sent the personal information of Miku company, the future technicians, and the dubbing staff. Su Nan only needed to correspondingly look for it based on the cell phone number sent over. Some of these people work for big companies, while others are so unknown and down and out that they can barely afford to eat. Su Nan contacted these people and used her banknote ability to quickly take care of most of them. The rest have yet to be contacted. Suddenly, the landline phone on the desk rang. Hubby, my dad has returned from the capital and is now inviting the two of us to make a trip to the group's headquarters. On the other end of the phone, came Li Cinny's voice. Hearing that the chairman had returned, Su Nan's heart tightened. How did the other side get back so quickly? Didn't you just leave yesterday? Okay, I'll get ready right away. Su Nan hung up the phone. There's always something to face, right down to the plan to acquire the lithium ore industry. Su Nan was mentally prepared. The current him had more confidence to face Li Zhanglong than he did some time ago. He'll make sure the other guy recognizes him as his son-in-law. Without delay, the two drove to the group's headquarters. Li Zhanglong's assistant, who was already waiting at the door, led by the assistant, Su Nan and Li Cinny walked into the Li group. Along the way, many employees looked over. Li Cinny's appearance was familiar to them. Soon, their eyes gathered on the face of the man beside them. He's Su Nan? Isn't he just a little white boy? I really don't know what's so attractive about him. This guy is estimated to have split that $5 billion with those several new energy enterprises, piece by piece. I don't think he'd dare. Oh, how do you know he wouldn't dare? How sinister are the minds of outsiders? Do you know? Chairman's office. Li Zhanglong sat in his leather sofa chair, Across the street stood a group of investment department executives. All held their respective letters of resignation in their hands. Have you all thought this through already? Yes. We feel that our own level of competence is limited and we are no longer fit to stay here, so we are ready to leave. An executive who led the charge uttered these words. There was a hint of a conspiratorial tone in his voice. Li Zhenglong was exasperated and laughed, thinking that these guys weren't just mocking themselves by condoning Su Nan's behavior without stopping it. Thinking of Su Nan's forcefulness and suffering from cold words and sarcastic comments, she also wanted to invest in those new energy enterprises. And look at these self-proclaimed experts. In order to go against Su Nan, he went so far as to spread rumors within the group, inciting the people below him to leave one piece at a time. The more Li Zhenglong thought about it, the more disappointed he became, wondering if he had been too indulgent to these senior members of the investment department. Chairman, the former manager of the branch, Yang Ping, wants to see you. Since being racked out of the branch by Su Nan yesterday, Yang Ping then arrived at the headquarters of the Li Group, found his previous bosses and sought their help. At the same time, it was also to wait for Li Zhenglong to return, hoping to meet the chairman in person. Finally, he waited for this opportunity. Yang Ping was a person that Li Zhenglong had heard of. He nodded and said, "Let him proceed." Yang Ping practically jogged all the way in. "Chairman, please control Su Nan. That guy used $5 billion of the branch's capital to invest in several new energy companies that have been losing money for years. This money, which had been better invested, has all gone down the drain. Your daughter ignored this behavior and allowed Su Nan to misuse the company's funds. Now the people of the branch are watching you. If you can't handle this matter, then the investment department of the branch, is there any meaning to exist?" Yang Ping did not beat around the bush and directly stated his thoughts. His voice echoed throughout the office. Even the people outside could hear him. The corner of Li Zhenglong's mouth twitched. He finally realized why Su Nan wanted to get this guy outside the company. Let him stay inside the company and make a mess like this. No one on a floor should be able to work properly. I've basically understood the situation, but you should calm down for a while. Being grumpy is not good for your health. Yang Ping couldn't wait to faint in his office. Calm down. How does this make him calm down? Chairman, don't you really care about the situation of the branch and the movement of the $5 billion? Next to the senior management of the investment department, looking at the calm face of the chairman, it is inevitable that there is some doubt in his heart. It's hard to believe that the chairman and Su Nan made some kind of deal, so it doesn't matter what Su Nan does? But that's still $5 billion. Took a sip of the tea on the table to moisten his throat. Only then did Li Zhenglong slowly say, "Actually, this time I traveled to the capital and got an important message." The top management of the investment department was speechless in their hearts. The news from the capital had half a cent to do with the topic they were discussing at the moment. Yang Ping heart is even more furious. The chairman in the end does not care about the death of the branch. It's a time like this, and you're thinking of pulling away from the conversation. Only neither of them said what was on their minds. Instead, they pretended to listen attentively. The central government has decided to support the new energy industry to a certain extent, especially in the field of new energy vehicles. The support is unprecedented. What? Hearing this, the rest of the office was dumbfounded. The central government has decided to support new energy vehicles. Wouldn't that mean that the $5 billion invested by Su Nan would gain several times, dozens of times? How is this possible? Why would there be no wind at all, and no obvious movement in the market? Chairman, are you swindling us? The investment department executives were in disbelief. Li Zhenglong smiled coldly when he saw them. The news of support has only just come out. What changes do you think will occur in the market? To tell you the truth, Su Nan's action rushed ahead of everyone. Even those bigwigs in the capital were a step behind him, and he got the first bite of crab. Now you think I'm swindling you, but when the news is released, I'll see how you'll react. The top management of the investment department's face was a shade of green and a shade of red. Li Zhenglong didn't look like he was lying at all, and the other party is the chairman of the group. It is not necessary to use lies to deal with them people. That meant that the news from the other side's mouth was true. But why would Su Nan know? He doesn't know anything about investing. He doesn't know anything about economics. So why would he anticipate this one step ahead of time? Yang Ping, who had been very loud a moment ago, was now sitting paralyzed on the ground, with the same question in his heart. Why did Su Nan anticipate all this? If what Su Nan did was right, what about him? Yang Ping's expression was ashamed. He felt like a clown. Maybe now others will admire his courage. But as soon as the news was released, then he would be reduced to a laughingstock in the eyes of others. Chapter 35, Supervisor Wang is playing Superman? Weren't you guys so articulate just now? Why are they all silent now? Looking at the top management of the investment department in front of him, their faces were suffocating, but they couldn't say anything. Li Zhenglong's heart burst with pleasure. He grunted coldly. Put your resignation letter and work card on the table. You can leave, and go to the HR department for any follow-up issues. Upon hearing this, the faces of everyone in the top management of the investment department wore a look of remorse. They have already budged. Want to stay with the company and continue to retire. Chairman. A senior member of the investment department made a trembling sound, ready to open his mouth and say something. Unexpectedly, Li Zhenglong directly slapped at the desk in front of him. Bang! What? Are you guys messing with me? Li Zhenglong's eyes widened angrily, and the muscles on his body began to bulge, and his taut shirt was stretched open a few times. The investment department senior who opened his mouth was scared half to death. All the strength in his body seemed to have been drained out of him, and the whole person sat paralyzed on the ground, unable to stop his body from trembling. With the last of his strength, he placed his resignation letter and work permit on his desk and ran outside without looking back. The other investment department executives swallowed hard, with an afterthought look on their faces. As it is, they have no room to maneuver. Only stiffly, he handed in his resignation letter and removed his work permit. The group of people fled the chairman's office in a sorry state, dragging the paralyzed Yang Ping out in the process. Feel the fresh air outside. They gasped as if they had regained their lives. They just relaxed. The elevator doors opened slowly. A man and a woman walked out of it hand in hand. Ms. Seni. The investment department executives greeted each other as a matter of habit. However, they quickly reacted. One is no longer an employee of Li's group. There's no need to greet Li Seni, but it also means they lose their $1 million a year salary. However, the gazes of this group of investment department executives were again focused on the body of this young man beside Li Seni. That's Su Nan, isn't it? An obese middle-aged man walked out. His face wore a look of displeasure. This is the same Su Nan who caused him to lose his job. The others also looked over with unkind faces. There was no one else who could hold hands with Li Seni except that Su Nan kid. Oh, you are? Su Nan looked down at the middle-aged fat uncle who was a head shorter than himself with a puzzled look on his face. Heck, I'm in the investment department. I'm Wang Xishuan, the economics expert. The middle-aged man gave his name. Su Nan shook her head. Don't know. Never heard of it. At once, Wang Xishuan's face rose to a pig's liver color. I don't know if Su Nan really doesn't recognize it or if he's just pretending. I've at least published a number of articles in the field of economics myself, and I've published 2 books on economics. In the field of economics, it's a little-known name. Even those professors in the university, when they saw themselves, they had to come up enthusiastically to say hello and climb up and mingle with themselves for a bit. Lies. I've published so many articles and several books. How could you not recognize me? Even if you don't know me, then you must have worshipped my work, or you couldn't have invested at such a high level. Su Nan had a helpless look on her face. I don't know you. I haven't read your work, and I haven't even touched many books on economics. Wang Xishuan was mortified, thinking that Su Nan was completely full of. How is it possible to capitalize on 2 major investment windfalls, crude oil and new energy, without having seen his work? Even he, a doctorate in economics from Mordor University, can't grasp the wind direction. What makes this kid Su Nan grasp it? He must have been privy to a lot of knowledge. This includes his own work. Finally, Su Nan remembered the identity of this middle-aged fat uncle in front of him. Isn't this the deputy head of the investment department of the Li Group? The guy who threatened to get himself to the Black Continent and never come back in the group. You're the one who threatened in the group to get me to the Black Continent? Although it was a message from the group's internal group, the branch got some screenshots of the chat. Su Nan had just been in the employee group and saw that widely circulated screenshot of the chat log. I remember you also said you were going to use coercion in the form of resignation if the chairman didn't send me to the Black Continent? So now, I suppose you're resigning? Su Nan had a teasing expression and looked Wang Xishuan up and down. Feeling the burning gaze, Wang Xishuan's face went white, and his beer belly contracted a few points. What do you want to do? I advise you not to do it, or I will just lie on the ground and not get up, so that you can pay $100,000 or $200,000. Li Seni, who was on the side, snorted coldly. Don't be afraid, husband, we have plenty of money. This time Wang Xishuan panicked. 120,000 for Li Seni is not money at all. People can let Su Nan do as she pleases with $5 billion. Su Nan, I've practiced, so if it really comes down to it, you won't be able to take any advantage. Wang Xishuan shook his obese body and assumed a squatting horse stance. Jabla. Unexpectedly, his pants weren't too sturdy, and under the drastic movement, they directly turned into open pants. Su Nan was happy. This Wang Xishuan did not think about whether his pants could withstand his tonnage. He looked at the assistant behind him. This guy is not a member of the group, yet he appeared in the core area of the group. Maybe he was sent by a rival company to steal information. You two drag him out of here and have the door security stop him outside. The two assistants behind him nodded in response and skillfully set up Wang Shishuan. Get off me! Get off me! I'm a company employee, not a data thief. Su Nan, you bastard, quickly tell the two of them to put me down. At least let me change my pants. No matter how much Wang Shishuan struggled, he still couldn't escape being dragged out. A number of employees looked over along the way. When they saw Wang Shishuan being dragged away by the people brought by Su Nan without anyone stopping them, there were sighing expressions on their faces. However, in the next second, they were attracted by the bright red that was exposed on Wang Shishuan's pants. Why is there red on Assistant Supervisor Wang's pants? Holy, those are Assistant Supervisor Wang's pants. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is Assistant Supervisor Wang playing Superman so he wears his underwear on the outside? Hearing these murmurs, Wang Shishuan's old face turned red. Angrily, he said, no looking, all of you, go back. It was better if he didn't yell, but as soon as he did, more people ran out to check the situation, and they all saw the splash of bright red. The company burst into laughter. The rest of the resigned investment department doesn't tolerate it. They chose to avoid Su Nan and grade out towards the stairs. Chapter 36, want it? No. Chairman, Miss and Su Nan have arrived. Hearing that his daughter had arrived, the smile on Li Zhenglong's face gradually brightened. But when he heard the word Su Nan, his smile immediately tightened. Humph, let them both in. The office door opened. Li Xini bounced and ran in. Dad! This scared Li Zhenglong to death. This little ancestor did not know what condition he was in. He hurriedly stood up and tried to assist Li Xini. Dad, what's wrong with you? Li Xini was puzzled. Why is Dad panicking? Xini, you know what's going on with you. It's that time of the year. You're still bouncing around like a little girl who hasn't grown up. If you're not careful and get into an accident, what's going to happen? Li Zhenglong finished and looked at his daughter's abdomen. It does show signs of rumbling. It's been 2 or 3 months, I guess. Dad, Li Xini immediately reacted. Her own dad wouldn't have listened to the rumors within the company, so she specially flew back from Magic City, right? No wonder what was supposed to be a week-long trip was over in a day and a half. So that's what it's all about. Dad, you don't think I'm pregnant too, do you? Li Xini blushed. She didn't know what had happened in the morning. The company was actually rumoring that she was pregnant, despite the fact that she has personally come forward to dispel the rumors. Employees of the company still subconsciously look at the abdominal position when they meet her. Li Xini cried and laughed. Now even her own dad believed the rumor. Thought, could it be that you're not pregnant, Xini? Li Zhenglong froze, puzzled. Of course I didn't. Li Xini was so angry that she stomped her feet. Wasn't his dad smart? How to be confused at such a juncture? Wouldn't you have called to confirm? Li Zhenglong scratched his head awkwardly. It was a misunderstanding after all. To be honest, he really wasn't ready to be a grandfather. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Su Nan beside Li Xini, who was surprisingly a lot smoother. Chairman, Su Nan snorted. Li Zhenglong nodded slightly in response. At this time, Li Xini lightly hummed. Dad, why did you call me and Su Nan over? It can't be about this rumor, can it? Li Zhenglong was embarrassed, but he couldn't admit it, so he instantly sophomorically said, of course not. Actually, I have something to look for Su Nan. I want to have a good chat with him. Go to the next office and help me with these papers on my desk. Li Xini shook her head, knowing that Su Nan would be at a disadvantage when facing her dad. So instead of leaving, she wanted to stay here and help Su Nan relieve her stress. I can't. I'm getting sick. Got one of those things that makes you faint when you leave Su Nan. Dad, if you want to see me faint in the next office, sidetrack me. Li Zhenglong was helpless. What kind of daughter is this? Instead, Su Nan smiled and touched Li Xini's small hand, saying, don't worry, the chairman won't do anything to me. You go next door to rest for a while first. Xine, don't worry, if anything happens to this kid, you can just hit Dad. Li Zhenglong had come to Su Nan's side at an unknown time. The big bronze-colored hand full of strength had been placed on Su Nan's shoulder. Feeling the power vaguely emanating from the large hand, Su Nan's smile stiffened a little. I'm off then, hubby. If my dad tries to beat you up, just let out a yell and I'll rush right in to save you. Li Xini looked at the duo suspiciously and left the office with 3 steps back. Click. Li Xini had just left on the front foot. On the back foot, Li Zhenglong unlocked the office door. Su Nan swallowed. Looking at Li Zhenglong's burly figure, an inexplicable feeling of oppression surged through his heart. Sit down. Said I wouldn't touch you. Li Zhenglong sat down on the sofa. Su Nan walked over to the couch across from him and sat down. The atmosphere in the office was incredibly depressing. Li Zhenglong gazed at Su Nan and slowly opened his mouth. Let's pick it out directly. How many favors will you be given so that you can leave my daughter? Su Nan was a bit confused. He didn't expect the chairman to open his mouth with such words. It took him somewhat by surprise. But the love between him and Li Seni could not be measured by a mere amount of money. Love can't be measured in material things. There's no way I'm leaving Xine. Li Zhenglong smiled. I can ask someone in the capital to arrange a job for you that earns $10 million a year, as well as a set of luxury villas and $3 million luxury cars. In response to him, there was silence from Su Nan. Li Zhenglong sneered. Not enough? Then he nodded. That's right. You've made so much in the stock market. It's natural that you don't see this much. Then I'll add another 30% of the shares of one of the subordinate companies, and you can choose whichever one it is. How about this? As long as you promise to leave Sini and never contact or see her again, these things will appear in your name tomorrow. You can live in splendor for the rest of your life, bringing your parents to enjoy a rich life in the capital. And there are countless women who will actively cling to your side. At your disposal. I don't care. Su Nan rejected him again. Boy, you're making it hard for me. Li Zhenglong's expression gradually became hideous, as if he was a dormant evil dragon, giving off an extremely strong sense of oppression. Su Nan quietly swallowed. In the next moment, Li Zhenglong put his hand to his back waist and directly pulled out a pistol and pressed it against Su Nan's head. Su Nan's entire body was dumbfounded. Her mind went blank, and every muscle in her body went into rigidity. Toast to the world. I'll give you one last chance to think about it. The sound of the pistol's safety being snapped open by Li Zhenglong was heard. Su Nan felt that her forehead was already covered in cold sweat, and her breathing was starting to go out of control. He gritted his teeth. There's no way I'm leaving Xine. Bang! A water bullet was fired from the pistol. It directly wet Su Nan's entire face. Li Zhenglong with a depressed face put the metal water gun on the coffee table. Your kid's family conditions are ordinary, but you can forbid this kind of temptation. Su Nan picked up the tissue on the table and wiped her face. I've already said that love can't be measured in money, and if it could, it wouldn't be real love. Chairman, is this a test? Li Zhenglong gave him a blank look without saying anything, not knowing how to answer this question. He just wanted to scare Su Nan, the brat, and help keep his daughter in check. If the kid can't handle the pressure, then he's kind of helping his daughter drain the thunder. But he hadn't considered that Su Nan would be able to handle the pressure. Seeing that Li Zhenglong didn't say anything, Su Nan turned her gaze to the metal water gun on the table. Men are teenagers until they die. This thing is made of all metal, so it's really like that for bluffing. Li Zhenglong seemed to see his intentions. Want? Su Nan nodded. Humph. No. Li Yongryung was quick on his feet and put the water pistol directly back at his back. Chapter 37 Acquisition of Lithium Ore Industry. Su Nan smiled, knowing that he had passed the other party's test. There's no up and down divide in the discourse. Instead, it's like between elders and juniors. Li Zhenglong said. Don't laugh. Take good care of Sini in the future. Don't bully her. If I find out that you bullied him, then you won't be able to stay in the country anymore. And I'll just have you sent to the most volatile area of the Black Continent to fend for yourself. When he finished, he paused for 2 seconds. Be careful when you two are together. Don't really make it a surprise. I'm not ready to be a grandfather. In addition, Sini she is not yet the best age to give birth. Her mother is 20 years old, gave birth to her, fell into the root of untreatable disease, in Sini 8 years old when the death of the world. Talking about his wife, Li Zhenglong's eyes are red and he looks like he is about to break down and cry. Su Nan pursed her lips. Got it. No wonder Xine never mentioned her mother in front of him, so she had already passed away. Li Zhenglong wiped his tears and said with a straight face, calling you over today is actually to talk about the issue of investment in new energy vehicle enterprises. The central government has decided to support new energy vehicle companies after a period of time, and by then, no matter what happens to those companies, their market value will rise exponentially. You were able to anticipate all this ahead of time, and your sights are already far beyond those of countless economics experts. So can you tell me what you think? Su Nan nodded and stated her understanding. With the help of future information, his every word poked Li Yongryung straight in the heart. In the beginning, when I transferred you to the investment department, I actually wanted to embarrass you so that I could find an excuse to send you to the Black Continent and go live with Wang Kaishan. Now it seems that you have an above-average eye for investment, and what you've said simply coincides with the ideas of the central government. Li Zhenglong's gaze towards Su Nan was already somewhat appreciative. So young and not arrogant. If you catch a huge investment windfall while it's in front of him, you'd hate to let all 7 of your aunts know about it. But Su Nan did not. Should eat and drink, let all kinds of gossip fell on the body. Also not moved. Li Zhenglong has always taught his daughter to let go, and he himself is a bold and risk-averse man. Successfully ate the dividends of the development of the times, creating today's Li's group. From Su Nan's body, Li Zhenglong seemed to see his own self who had struggled to break through in the shopping mall back then. So what do you think? What's the next investment windfall? Finally asked about this, Su Nan came in the spirit. Naturally, it's the overseas lithium mining industry. With the large-scale production of new energy vehicle companies, they need to buy in large quantities of lithium ore. Not only is our country developing new energy sources, but so is the pretty country across the ocean. Today's world promotes environmental protection. Countries have certain standards for carbon emissions, and new energy vehicles are more environmentally friendly than traditional fuel vehicles and are bound to become the mainstream of the future. And the batteries of new energy vehicles will need to use lithium ore, so the price of lithium ore will skyrocket in the future. And those who hold lithium ore in their hands will make a lot of money. But if we take advantage of the situation and acquire a large number of overseas lithium mining industries, then won't we be the ones to make that money? Hearing Su Nan's words, Li Zhenglong fell into silence. After thinking for a moment, he said, as far as I understand it, these new energy vehicle companies all have certain technical flaws. These defects are difficult to address at one time, and they are likely to risk these defects for the sake of central government subsidies and mass production. I predict that there will be a lot of new energy vehicle accidents in the future that are caused by problems with the vehicle itself. In this way, people's purchasing interest in buying new energy vehicles will be greatly reduced, and it will still be no better than the old fuel vehicles. When sales don't go up, capacity will go down, and then they won't buy in much lithium ore, and the price of lithium won't go up much. Li Zhenglong thought that Su Nan was still too young. Think on the ideal side of things. The rise of new energy vehicles will impact the market for fuel vehicles. In the event that a new energy vehicle is involved in an accident due to technical problems, then the capital behind the fuel cars will buy the media and report a lot of news in this regard, so that the public will be afraid of new energy vehicles and resistance. In the long run, a large number of news about this, flooding the network. The public will not choose the new energy vehicles, only to treat it as a joke. Su Nan also knew that Li Zhenglong would have concerns about this. What if I say that those 5 new energy vehicle companies that our enterprises have invested in are no longer problematic in terms of technology? Li Zhenglong's pupils shrunk slightly. Impossible. I personally investigated their car company has a lot of technical loopholes. This kind of car is produced, cannot drive for a long time, will be out of order. Su Nan said, there's no such thing as impossible. The chairman of these car companies met with me this morning. Speaking of which, Su Nan had a bright idea of a good excuse. It said that they hired a team of top hackers from the Manhwa country and stole the core technologies of new energy companies in the pretty country, through which they filled in all sorts of problems with their own cars. Woolly Bear Nation's top hacker team. Li Zhenglong was a bit shocked and could not imagine that the executives of these new energy vehicle companies were so cunning. I can't believe they are allowed to steal technology from pretty countries. But, nice work. Without delay, we should quickly mobilize funds to acquire the lithium ore industry overseas. When the owners of these industries taste the sweetness brought by lithium ore, I'm afraid that even if they are beaten to death, they won't sell it easily. Li Zhenglong was a little shaken in his heart. He didn't agree right away, though. Instead, he looked outside at the sky. It's late. Let's go out for dinner together. This matter is of great importance. Allow me to consider it for a few days before making a decision. Li Zhenglong dared to fight when he was young, but now that he's older, he's acting all much more steadily. Just want to keep Li's group well intact into the hands of their own daughter. So at this point in time, he seems a bit indecisive. Su Nan nodded. He actually didn't expect Li Zhenglong to decide so quickly. The real main players are the directors of those car companies, by them prying the bigwigs in the capital. Thus, Li Zhenglong even followed the wind and invested. After all, the overseas lithium ore plate is too big. Li's group cannot eat all of it even if it is dead. Chapter 38, Sales in a Month. 5 days had passed since the trip to the group's headquarters. Su Nan passed Li Zhenglong's test. The other party sent a Bentley Continental Jeep straight away. By the way, through the ability of money, the villa next door to Li Sini was bought and transferred to Su Nan's name. On the branch side, Li Zhenglong also gave him more power. A number of elites were deployed down from the group's headquarters to supplement Su Nan's daily work. Now he drinks tea and reads a few documents every day, and his tasks for the day are done. Su Nan turned on her cell phone and prepared to feel the fish until she got off work. Instead, a push message caught my eye. Heavy news. 5 new energy car companies, including Biotti, Ideal and Geely, have announced that they have begun mass production of new energy cars, which are expected to be sold in a month. Su Nan clicked on the news. Unlike the usual marketing numbers, there's quite a bit of dry content here, detailing the cars from these car companies. Looks like the 5 of them haven't stopped for a moment since they got back and have taken care of the car problem. After thinking about it, it's also true that anyone who was a step behind now means losing some of their market share, so no one dares to slack off. Su Nan read the message from beginning to end, found the comments section to be filled with all sorts of unimpressive comments. New energy vehicles, we have the technology to engage in this stuff domestically. It's not going to be some kind of scam, is it? A scam is unlikely. These companies are still little known in the country. I see them releasing these messages purely for the sake of crowd pleasing, and the quality of the production is definitely not good. That's right, the beautiful country's new energy vehicles have not made a name for themselves. So what makes these few garbage companies able to make new energy vehicles? This editor is probably paid by those companies to say one thing or another and report it. Spam marketing number. Get the hell out of here. What a waste of my time. As Sunan swiped and swiped, she realized that this nice article had actually disappeared. It was only after learning more that we realized that a number of people had private messages trolling this editor with personal attacks that had risen to the level of family members. Under great pressure, this editor directly deleted the article, and it is estimated that from now on will not dare to report news in this area. Sunan sighed slightly, feeling quite a bit of sympathy in her heart. This is. Soon after, Sunan found that the pretty country Tepra Enterprises, the official account in the country, followed suit and released a message announcing that their cars would be on sale in a month's time. It seems to be competing with those 5 domestic companies. How come you're so far ahead? Is it hard to believe that they are stimulated by domestic companies? But the technical problems with their cars. Sunan knew that the Te Priva car had good performance, but it had a big problem with the brakes, which often went out of control and caused a lot of accidents in later generations. It's okay to have an accident. They also put the blame on the owner of the car, stating that it was improperly operated by the owner. Selling 6 months late. It's all about that. Now that it is 6 months ahead of schedule, I am afraid more problems will arise. Holding curiosity, Sunan opened the message. The content of this message was found to be full of gimmicks, pulling and placing pictures that were full of high technology. In particular, the autopilot technology of Te Privola has been blown up to the sky, saying that it is no problem to sleep inside the car, with a picture of a beautiful woman sleeping in the car. Sunan finished reading the message. What's interesting is the comments section below, which is very different from the previous comments about domestic new energy vehicles. It looks so high-end. Technology is full of sense, worthy of being a car produced in a beautiful country, more than 100 times better than the domestic ones. Domestic cars are nothing. The cars of the beautiful country are the best in the world, the light of humanity. It's rumored that domestic new energy vehicles are also going to start selling, so sit back and wait for their cars to have accidents and make headlines. The quality of their cars is so bad. I don't know what guy with a missing brain would buy one. There will always be cuties of the world, and then we'll just have to watch the jokes. Not everyone has our kind of conditions, and those poor people with no money in their pockets are the ones who choose domestic cars. That's right, Te Priva is a symbol of the high class. Looking at these people in the comment section, Sunan shook his head and lost his smile, no longer knowing how to comment. He didn't want to open his mouth to persuade either. After all, these people are not reasonable at all, and will come up and greet their family members in a thankless manner. Now that the news has been released, the bigwigs over in the capital will definitely be unable to hold back and will enter the overseas lithium ore industry. And father-in-law should also make a move. Not surprisingly, Sunan expected that those bigwigs in the capital who had invested in new energy enterprises had already gathered in one piece. They didn't look too good though. What the hell is going on here? What have these 5 car companies been smoking? I can't believe they're going into production so soon. Don't they realize that with their own cars, there are still a lot of problems? A big man blew his beard and eyes out, his face red with anger. That's right, if something happens here, these businesses are considered finished, and we won't be able to get back much of the money we invested. The other big man looked equally exasperated. They're all just like Li Zhenlong. In private, I learned that these new energy car companies, there are many unresolved issues. In the current era of advanced internet, new energy vehicles have problems. People all over the country will be the first to know. Can not hide. Of course, these are secondary issues. The main problem is that these 5 new energy vehicle companies are the only ones in the country with complete production lines. If they have problems, other car companies did not develop for a while. The domestic market for new energy vehicles will soon be snatched by foreign companies. By then, they will be a long way behind foreign countries in the new energy field. Originally has great hope in the field of new energy vehicles, is likely to be reduced to foreign foundries. These are things they don't want to see. No, I have to call and scold the chairman of these car companies. Are they out of their minds to rush to start production without even solving the car's problems? On the main seat, a man dressed as a middle-aged man slowly opened his mouth. Old Meng, be at ease. In fact, before you all came, the chairman of these 5 car companies already called and contacted me. At that moment, everyone's gazes were directed towards the middle-aged man on the main seat. Chao Liang said, the chairman of those 5 car companies, said that their companies have overcome the technical difficulties on the new energy car. The performance is comparable to the beautiful country Te Privola car. The crowd of bigwigs below lit up. Still, some people expressed doubts. Old Chow, what if those car companies are joining forces to swindle us? Yeah, you can't just take their word for it. Chow Liang smiled faintly. I've contacted the airlines and dispatched an airplane to transport the cars produced by their enterprise, and it's expected to arrive in the capital in half an hour. Chapter 39, Li Zhenglong's hiding is really deep. This excited the bigwigs in the room. A few hated to run straight to the airport. An hour later, 5 new energy vehicles were sent over. Looking at these brand new factory automobiles, a bunch of bigwigs jumped at the chance to go up to the racks themselves, but their bodyguards can't let them drive without adequate security. 5 men in suits got into these new energy vehicles and started testing their various functions. In particular, repeated tests were conducted on those issues that had been investigated. I can't believe they were actually able to solve these problems in a short period of time. It's amazing how the charging problem has been solved, and all the various rattles, brakes, and other issues on the car have been solved perfectly. Don't worry about it yet. Repeat the quiz 100 times, and if there are no problems, then that means they've actually solved them. But it's been tested over 30 times now without any problems, so that's a good sign. It seems that our domestic automobile has finally seen the day of its rise. Terrific. Just terrific. Finally, through 100 tests, none of these new energy vehicles have had problems, and several testers had a pretty good ride and are already planning to buy one to take home after the sale. Chow Liang smiled faintly. Gentlemen, now that the test results are out, everyone should feel relieved. But how much profit do you think you can make with those shares in your hands? Hearing this, the bigwigs in the room were confused. They don't own much of those 5 new energy vehicle companies. Even if the market capitalization of these car companies will grow tenfold, 100-fold upwards in the future, but not much profit can be gained. They actually put more hope in other new energy vehicle companies and invested a lot of money. Could it be that you found a good car company, Old Chow? Those present looked toward him. Chow Liang joked. If I found this kind of potential car company, would I tell you guys? Surely I would have gotten in and invested at the first opportunity and eaten a large number of shares. But I really know a way to get rich, and this market is so big that all of you here can participate in it. What a way! The people in the room couldn't wait to find out. Chow Liang did not hide the lithium or matter, and hoped that the people present would mobilize their power to eat a large part of the overseas lithium ore industry. He almost said exactly what the chairman of those new energy vehicle companies said. The chairman of those car companies, on the other hand, listened to Su Nan's words. It can be said that Su Nan indirectly dominated all this. Then we'll have to discuss acquiring the lithium ore industry overseas in a short period of time so that other big capitals can't react. If they are out of step, you acquire first and I acquire later. The rest of the big capital will surely smell something unusual. Those original owners of the lithium ore industry will Leonize them and ask for a lot of money. This is going to cost them a lot. Chow Liang nodded in agreement with them. That's right, we have to be in step. And we have to notify Li Zhenglong so he can enter with us. Li Zhenglong? What's the point of pulling that kid in? When they heard that Chow Liang wanted to pull Li Zhenglong into the gang, the crowd was instantly displeased. Overseas lithium ore industry, the power of their capital city, can completely eat it. Why do we need to get Li Yong involved to get a piece of the pie? Chow Liang was also helpless. I can't do it without pulling him. I've already investigated and found out that the power that ate the shares of those 5 new energy vehicle companies is the Li Group in Magic City. In addition, Li Zhenglong's daughter has found a boyfriend by the name of Su Nan, who also owns a certain amount of shares in those car companies. That is to say, Li Zhenglong and his son-in-law to be, holding more than 20 shares of those 5 car companies, are fully capable of influencing the basic operation of the companies. If we don't share a piece of Li Zhenglong's pie, if he holds a grudge against us, I'm afraid it will result in a lose-lose situation, and no one will benefit. Hearing this, the bigwigs in the room fell silent. The few close friends of Li Zhenglong, as well as Old Fan, who had just joined this small group not long ago, were staring daggers in the corner. That $5 billion was invested by Old Li? Then he even asked me for a $50 million share. This guy hides so well. I didn't realize he had sensed this investment windfall long ago. Su Nan, is that Xin Yi's little boyfriend? How come he also owns 8 or 9% of the shares? What the hell is this family up to? Just as they were angrily denouncing Li Zhenglong for not being righteous, Chow Liang, who was on the main seat, looked towards them. A few of you must be Chairman Li Zhenglong's close friends. I hope you guys will build bridges and help me contact Chairman Li Zhenglong. Chow Liang has a high status in the capital. Old Fan and the others didn't dare to refuse and nodded their heads in a hurry. After getting Li Zhenglong's phone number, Chow Liang dialed up on the spot and managed to make contact. Boss Chow, I didn't expect you to call me personally. It's really an honor. Li Zhanglong was surprised. Chao Liang on the other end of the phone was polite. And to make a long story short, he talked about the acquisition. Zhanglong, the overseas lithium ore industry. If we don't firmly grasp it at this moment, then massive profits will flow into the pockets of large foreign capital. Now, I solemnly invite you to join our acquisition army, a piece of the overseas lithium ore industry. Hearing the other party's words, Li Zhanglong felt somewhat familiar. Then his spirit lifted. Wasn't this what that kid, Su Nan, had said to him 5 days ago? Now it came out originally from Chao Liang's mouth. Li Zhanglong felt that the world had become dreamy. Young Lung, still listening to me? Li Zhanglong came back to his senses and hurriedly responded. I'm here. Don't worry, Boss Chao. I've actually mobilized the funds on my side a long time ago, so as long as your side is ready, we can enter immediately. Chao Liang on the other end of the phone had a face of admiration. It was worthy of being a director of Li's group. His vision was different. He had already prepared sufficient funds, one step ahead of them. But think about it, the other side is the hand holds so many shares of new energy vehicle enterprises. This kind of news should have known. Okay, we'll call when the time comes. Chao Liang hung up the phone. The bigwigs in the room excused themselves and left. Most of the capital of the entire capital has been mobilized. In the face of absolute benefits, these people will keep their mouths shut. They won't release any information until the acquisition is successful, or they are cutting themselves off. Chapter 40 Promotional Video. Promotion. What Chao Liang said. How come it's not even close to that Su Nan kids? After hanging up the phone, Li Yongryong sat on the sofa and mumbled to himself as he called out to his assistant outside. Call that Su Nan kid and tell him to bring Xine to dinner tonight. Li Zhanglong intended to make a good inquiry. Who would have thought that Su Nan had already left the company? Assistant, Chairman, Manager Su left the company not long ago and headed towards the suburbs. Li Zhanglong froze. The suburbs? What's that kid doing in the suburbs? Is it possible that he still has an old flame over there? The assistant guessed. Earlier I heard that Manager Su was in the suburbs, investing in a game company in his personal name. He went over there probably to deal with the game company. A game company? Li Zhanglong didn't say anything and waved his hand. Then don't shout. Immediately mobilize the group's funds and put them in the account of the overseas branch. I have important things to do. Yes. Without those executives in the investment department standing in the way, the speed at which Li Zhanglong mobilized funds was much faster than before, and tens of billions of dollars were constantly transferred into the accounts of the overseas branches. On the other hand, Su Nan drove his Bentley to the downstairs of the Mikuyu company. His presence attracted the attention of the company's employees. Li Siming himself came downstairs to greet him. Big brother, go up and take a look at the game characters we made, as well as the map model. After all these days of recruiting people, Mikuyu has assembled many of the industry's best and brightest, and the work is progressing more than 10 times faster. These were all found by Su Nan through future information. All of them are key members of the future Rice Kool-Aid Company. There is a different kind of love for this game. Su Nan gave them generous treatment. The salary is enough to be comparable to Penguin, Net 1, those big game factories. Still, he was a little uneasy. In order to avoid the core technology is dug away, he also let each backbone members signed a confidentiality agreement, prohibited to disclose information related to technology. Upstairs, a group of young men with thinning hair sat in front of computers, intently hammering away at code. Li Siming led Su Nan to his exclusive office. Big brother, this is our game character. Isn't it cute? Li's mind reveals the nature of a veteran secondary. Su Nan didn't have much interest in this kind of thing in the secondary world, but when she saw the characters on the computer screen, she still had a feeling that her eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. Su Nan nodded. This should be able to attract the interest of quite a few secondary fans in the country. Of course, he knew there was more to the original God than that. The unique game plot and open game world can attract a lot of players. However, what deserved his attention the most was the card draw system in this game. According to my future self, this game has a card draw system that a lot of people love and hate and go crazy on the head. The corner of Su Nan's mouth slightly hooked up, wishing to experience the charm of this card drawing system earlier. It's up to you to get players to make a lot of kryptonite. After looking at a few of the initial characters, Lissam ran another program. The computer lagged for half a minute after that. The most initial map of the game appeared in front of Su Nan. Li Siming laughed. Big brother, this is the most initial map of our game. Before Su Nan came, the 7-member team of MiQ had already produced many game maps. Subsequently, with the large amount of technology provided by Su Nan, as well as the influx of countless game industry talents into the company, their progress could be said to be progressing by leaps and bounds. In just a few days, They had completed the initial map and were able to operate the game characters and explore back and forth in it left and right. But this is simply a neutered version. The area in which the characters move is fairly limited. Many of the decorative models were not manufactured either, much less the change between day and night. Su-nan maneuvered the character to a blank area, and the program instantly crashed and retreated to the desktop. Hey, this is just a simple initial version. After all, time is limited and there are still a lot of places that need to be optimized. Lee Siming scratched his head awkwardly. Su-nan did not say anything. He found that Lee Siming had already boiled out light dark circles under his eyes. The corners of his eyes were full of blood, obviously overworked in the past few days and did not rest much. Su-nan patted his shoulder with a relieved look. That's okay, it's pretty rare to be able to do that in a short period of time. I'll continue to invest in the company. You don't have to worry about funding, just buy whatever equipment you need. Also, you don't have to worry about the staff. I'll help you hire as much talent as I can. Lee Siming nodded heavily, his face filled with gratitude. The fact that he was able to meet a big brother like Su-nan was simply a gift from heaven. The two chatted a bit more. Lismore mentioned something about the game's publicity. Big brother, with these initial map images, and those most initial characters, we already have the ability to create a promotional video to preview a wave to the public first. This part of the process is critical and should not be done in a sloppy manner. Su-nan nodded. I'll take care of this matter. Lee's group has a stake in several large internet platforms, all of which hold a certain amount of shares. Through this relationship, Su-nan was easily able to contact the executives of these internet platforms, first purchasing a certain amount of traffic to promote them, and then buying the platform's hot searches, so that the original god would have a certain amount of popularity in advance. In that case, then the production of the promotional video is on your agenda immediately. As for the rest, leave it all to me. I have special channels for promotion and hot searching. Hearing this, Lee Siming became excited and immediately arranged this matter. Through a series of relationships, Su-nan obtained the contact information of Crackling's senior management, identified himself, and explained that he wanted to buy the promotion. This type of promotion is internal to the platform, much more forceful, no need to refer to the data, push specifically to the homepage of a specific group. The other party's tone instantly eased up after understanding Su-nan's identity. Mr. Su-nan, I wonder how many quantities of promotion you want to buy and which specific users you need to target. Su-nan, let's start with 10 million. Promote it to those secondary groups. 10 million, representing the subsequent videos of the original god, will appear on the homepages of 10 million users. Whether or not those users will click on it is beyond the platform's ability to do so. Secondary users? That's not cheap. It costs $5 million. Secondary users are Crackle's mainstream users and their most valuable traffic resource. That's why the price is a little bit relatively high. Su-nan accepted the price and delivered a deposit first, and when the subsequent original god promotional video was produced, the Crackle platform would automatically promote it. Chapter 41 Penguin's Call. About another week passed. Su-nan received the original god promotional video from Lee Siming. Big brother, quickly open it and take a look. If there are deficiencies, please point them out. I'll go and revise it right away. Su-nan downloaded the promotional video onto her own computer, put on a side of headphones and clicked on the video. Hey, wake up. The character Paymon's voice rang in his ears. Immediately after, is the game's theme melody song? With the game engine actual video, Su-nan quickly immersed in it. A 2-minute less prologue promo video. It brought back memories for Su-nan. Not bad for being made under the guidance of the 7 of them. Through this promotional video, Su-nan could see that the graphics within the game had once again been improved, and had reached an extremely exquisite level. It's behind nothing but all that help he's provided, and all the hard work put in by all the employees up and down the company. Su-nan actually didn't expect that they would be able to produce the promotional video so quickly. I've watched this promotional video. It's very good. It can be posted on top of Crackle, and our official website and other platforms should be sent as well. Although Su-nan had only bought the promotion of one platform, after watching the finished product, he felt that even without the promotion, this promotional video could still get a good amount of airplay. Right. Before I asked you to register the official account of the overseas platform, put the promo on there as well. Our goal is not only the domestic market, but also the overseas market to occupy a place. Lee Siming did what Su-nan said. Crackle backstage reviewers are ready to go. Immediately passed on reviewing the video. Start pushing this video to mainstream secondary users online. The first ones to click into the video, though, were the fans that Miku had amassed with their 2 previous games. They received the news from the official website in the first place. They felt a wave of incredulity when they heard that this small, unknown company was going to make a large open-world game. In the current era, Even the big foreign game manufacturers, with cutting-edge technology and techniques in hand, can't easily produce open-world games, not to mention a small manufacturer that only recently morphed from a studio to a company. Fans feel that Lee Siming and others are whimsical. You can't take too many steps as a human being, or you'll easily get your eggs stuck. Soon enough, though, fans realized that Miku didn't seem to be just talking about it, but actually putting money into it. Now it's even time to release a promotional video. Oh my god. How long has it been and Miku got a promo video? Wow. Did Miku play so big this time? I'm still looking forward to the open world game. I just don't know what the quality is like. As a veteran player of their company's first 2 games, I'll give this game some support even if the quality isn't too good. After all, they're brave to innovate. Unlike Penguin, who holds a lot of resources in their hands but only copies and pastes. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is this really live gameplay footage? Feel the smell of money, which paid a lot for each frame, right? How did me snub a small company? Did it get on the side of the Golden Father? The game's graphics are so high quality, the character models look great, and the buildings are beautifully crafted, so you can tell that care was taken. This soundtrack is so great. The first half of the song is so lilting and swirling that you feel like a traveler, and the second half of the song is so exciting with the fights that you feel like your blood is boiling. Soon, countless pure passersby who saw the promotional video also clicked into the video and were captivated by the original God's promotional video. At Crackle, the likes and coins, as well as the completion rate of the video, represent the quality of the video. The platform's big data algorithms will automatically perform a series of promotions based on the quality of the video. Fans of Rice Kool-Aid itself, as well as those users who clicked into the video and were enticed by the promotional video, have given their support with a one-click trifecta. Now, the number of promotions for the original God's promotional video was more than simply 10 million. Rather, it exceeds that number. Sunan received feedback from Crackle's backstage staff. Mr. Su, the data of this promotional video is very good. It's very likely to rush up to the platform's hot search. Our supervisor would like to ask you if you want to buy a period of time for the hot search in order to increase the video's airplay? Crackle also has a hot search ranking, but it's a very small number, a measly 10, so the competition for hot searches is fierce. It's possible that a slight drop in your video stats could instantly drop it off the hot 100 and be replaced by another video. Mr. Su, it's like this. Your video is fully capable of storming the hot 100 charts, though how long it will stay on the hot 100 will need to be fed through back-end data. But, as long as you buy the hot search on our platform, we can guarantee that you'll stay for a while longer before you're about to fall off the hot search list. If she didn't know that the person on the other side was a staff member of Crackle, Sunan would have thought that she had answered a call from a salesperson. He inquired, "What price and how long can I stay?" The staff said, 1 hour is $500,000, 2 hours 1 million, 3 hours 2 million, and so on upwards exponentially. Sunan thought about it. 3 hours then. A deal was quickly struck between the two parties. Sunan remitted $2 million to the other company's account. Just 10 short minutes. The original God's promotional video had grown from a few hundred plays to 100,000 plays at a rather terrifying rate. You can also see side by side that the platform promotion is not a sham. On the side of the Meter Lull company, seeing that the promotional video they had produced had such a good effect, they let out cheers of joy. Lismore was even more excited and was ready to treat his staff. He had seen everyone's efforts during this time. He was just about to turn on his cell phone to order takeout when he got a call from a stranger. "Hello? Is it the owner of the Me Cool company? Lee Siming?" The other party obviously knew Lee Siming's identity. Got his cell phone number through some unknown source. Lee Siming said, "That's right. It's me. May I ask you?" "That's right then." The other party didn't even let Lee Siming finish his sentence. After confirming Lee Siming's identity, he spoke directly. "I'm Liang Bin, the general manager of Penguin's game department, and now I'm formally inviting you, Me Kuyu, to merge into our Penguin game company, and this game, called The Original God, to be handed over to our company for distribution. Of course, we won't let you merge into our company for nothing. Afterward, you'll set up MeQ Studio under our company's name and receive $50 million in R&D funds to continue developing your original God. How about it? To be a part of our Penguin company is something that many small companies in China can only dream of. It's a great honor for you. It's a gift I'm giving you. If it wasn't for the fact that your game has good potential, I wouldn't even look at it." Chapter 42, Me Kuyu Must Die. Is that what you Penguin companies are like? When you see that someone else's company has developed a good game, you do whatever you can to grab it. How is such behavior different from robbers? I'll tell you what, there's no way we, Me Q, will merge into your Penguin. Even if this game is ruined, you Penguin won't be able to get it. Learning the identity of the other party, Lee Siming was indignant. The reason why he was filled with malice towards the people of Penguin was because Penguin had sent people to find him when he had finished developing his first 2 games. But back then, Miku was still a small fry, and the people who came to his door weren't exactly high class. Those 2 games were the brainchild of Lee Siming and the entire creative team, and he didn't want to give them away. So he turned down the Penguin people, who expected Penguin to get annoyed and target in the shadows. It split the original creative team of 20 people down to the original 7. The versions of the first 2 games were even more stalled due to limited manpower and the fact that the production of Harakami was already on the agenda. The game is not updated and the amount of revenue is greatly reduced. Lee Siming's funds on hand became more and more limited, and after that came the one Sunan saw. Therefore, Lee Siming didn't have any good feelings towards Penguin, and it was because of them that his studio had fallen to that state. Liang Bin didn't expect Lee Siming to be so insensitive. He's the general manager of Penguin's gaming division. What kind of honorable being is it? Even if Twisted Tongue saw him, he would have to be courteous. Now that he had personally invited this Meter Lull company and merged it into their Penguin company's name, he had already given it enough face. I didn't expect this Lee Siming to not only not kneel on the ground and be grateful, but actually slammed him as a robber. It's really a cheap bone. Liang Bin's face instantly grimaced. Lee Siming, think carefully. You should know the consequences of rejecting our Penguin company. Liang Bin issued an ultimatum. He already had an idea in mind. Either way, Mikuyu has to die. Even if Miku was merged into Penguin, he would not let go, but split the group into various departments, so that this so-called studio exists in name only. It would have been better if it hadn't merged. The Penguin companies hold the voice of public opinion. It's easy to kill a small game company? I've already told you. I'm not joining you, Penguin. Working for a company like yours just makes me and my team sick. Toot toot. Lee Siming hung up the phone. Hearing the other party's words, Liang Bin was so furious that his face turned purple and he smashed the landline phone on the table hard on the ground. Asshole. It's simply a toast. Liang Bin called the assistant outside in. Make a quick set of plans. I'm going to get Mikuku Inc. dead in the water. Yes, soon. A special department of Penguin operated, and countless new numbers that had just been created flooded into the comment section of the original God's promotional video. On the other side, Sunan received a call from Lee Siming. Big brother, I seem to have caused you trouble. I refused Penguin's request. Next they may take a series of retaliatory measures. Sunan had expected this to happen from the moment she saw the promotional video. He'd asked his future self before if there was a good way to circumvent this from happening. The other side says the best way to circumvent this is to do nothing and focus on making this game work. The eyes of the masses are bright and they can tell what is black and what is white. By the way, watch out for Penguin's waterbenders utilizing reverse blackout to draw the disgust of innocent passers-by towards us. Counter-Strike Black? Sunan was confused and couldn't think of exactly how Penguin would operate. Future Sunan said, Counter-Strike Black is a new type of hate-raising method for Penguin's water army. They will pretend to be iron fans of Mikuyu Company, brainlessly attack and abuse innocent passers-by, and spread some brainless public opinion on the internet, so as to make people further disgusted with the group they represent. After he said that, Sunan came to her senses. If Penguin did that, then the fans of Miku would definitely be labeled bad by the masses. Late in the game, Penguin's navy retreats. Then these innocent people who are being trolled will morph into a second wave of bashing their company. It's really shady. Sunan was surprised by this tactic. Future Self said helplessly, it can't be helped. Penguin has a powerful online water army and is also a shareholder of major media platforms. Their power is unimaginable. The best example of this is when Net1, a fellow gaming giant, was forced by Penguin to develop its own news platform, so you can see how horrible their tactics are. But, the words of her future self turned, and Sunan shot up. I can provide you with quite a few scandals of Penguin executives. Try to fight back. We have a different status now. We can't be bullied for nothing. Ending a conversation with my future self. Sunan gets the scoop on several Penguin executives. There are private misappropriation of the company's R&D funds, as well as the existence of an inappropriate relationship with a female subordinate. Of course, those two aren't even the most ruthless. The most ruthless are several executives at Penguin who actually bribed local officials privately. That's enough news to make Penguin drink. A smile appeared on Sunan's face. He soothed Lismore on his cell phone for a while, telling him not to worry, that their dreams would not be crushed by the threat of Penguin. By the way, reassure the company's employees, give them some benefits, and don't be afraid if you get a threatening text. I'll send you a communication software later, which was developed by Lee's company, and after that, we'll use it to send documents to ensure that the information won't be stolen by Penguin. Also, in order to prevent Penguin's water armies from attacking and abusing passers-by for no reason under the banner of our fans, we should officially issue a notice. A series of things are arranged. Sunan opened the original God propaganda video. Sure enough, tons of waterboys flooded the bottom of the video and started bashing the game. The boost in video playback has also been severely suppressed. The Crackle backstage crew called. Hello, is this Mr. Su? Due to some special reasons, we may not be able to give your promotion and hot search. We are very sorry. Soon, Crackle transferred back the money that Sunan had called over. Not a cent less. Ask anyone in the country who has that much power. It doesn't take much thought to realize that it must have been Penguin who stepped in. 43. Threatening phone calls from abroad. Game engine factoids. Are you kidding me? A small crappy company deserves to make a game like this? Gimmick pulling all the stops. I guess it's just another crapskin game that requires kryptonite. This company's games are crap. The Planner's family account is the only one he has. Not recommended to play. I really don't know why this kind of video from a small company is on my homepage. It can't be paid for promotion, can it? It's disgusting. It feels like if you have this time to play this game, you might as well go play Penguin's game. That's the light of our domestic games. The hope of the future. There's a lot of cursing underneath the Harakami promo video. Several just posted comments received thousands of likes in just a few minutes and were bumped to the top of the comments section. Many of the new passers-by had furrowed their brows at the sight. What's going on here? Why are you all ragging on this game? I'm looking at it okay, kinda looking forward to it. Soon. Someone replied to the passerby. What are you pretending? That's right. You don't have to pretend like that even if you pay for a water army. Right? I'm a hardcore fan of Miku. If you don't support our company's games, get the hell out of here. We don't need you to stay here. Soon. The passerby's comment was followed by a torrent of curses. Some sailors even trolled directly in the background in private messages. Exasperated, this passerby turned red in the face, and his goodwill towards the original God instantly hit rock bottom. Humph. What a crap game. I'm just commenting on it and it's calling me out like this. I'm not going to touch this kind of stuff anymore, and if it shows up on my homepage again in the future, I'll just pull the plug and report it. There are many other cases such as this passerby's. Countless passers-by were inexplicably subjected to verbal abuse, instantly losing favor with the original God, and the fans of Miku. Some even stayed in the comment section against the line, and hundreds of replies appeared in just half an hour. Originally, there was no longer an internal push for the original God's video, but under the onslaught of a large number of sailors, relying on the platform's own mechanism, it has rushed hard into the hot search and gained the attention of countless users. It's not just one platform, Crackle, but other platforms have also made it to the top of the hit list. It can be said to have been called hard on the hot seat. Penguin didn't do anything to stop this. Such a situation is just what they want. At this moment, 4 hours had passed since the release of the original God promotional video. Sunan opened this video. The comments section is a miserable mess. 40,000 comments, 90% of which are negative and full of extreme offense. It could be said that he had greeted the ancestors of all the members of the Mikuyu company up and down the line. These waterboys are still crazy. Regarding the situation in the comments section, Sunan was a bit unable to look at it. The words that these people sent out could be banned for 4 or 5 days with a casual report. Only he didn't have that much time. And the water armies have countless accounts in their hands. So if they ban one, they can come up with thousands more. A phone call came through. It's a call from out of state. Sunan was confused. How could someone from outside the country call him? He pressed connect and the person on the other end had a very heavy accent and wasn't very fluent in Mandarin. You're the majority shareholder of Mikuyu Company? I'm telling you, hurry up and cancel your investment in Mikuyu Company, or else you're bound to be run over by a big truck when you go home tonight. And your family won't want to feel better either. I've already intercepted all the numbers in your address book through special means, and since I was able to get your information, the people in the address book can do the same. Think it over. If you don't withdraw your capital, you and your family will be finished tonight. After a few threats, Sunan hung up the phone. Within a few moments, a large number of calls from outside the country, frantically calling his cell phone. Without exception, these people came to abuse Sunan and say something threatening. Humph. Such tactics. Prior to this, Sunan had experienced the power of a loan collection agency. These threatening phone calls from outside the country are really just that to him. I don't know how Lee Siming is doing. His situation should be much more serious than mine. Sunan was merely a shareholder and was threatened by so many offshore phone calls. And Lee Siming, who is the apparent boss of the company, is feared to be even more terrorized by threats of violence than he is. Sunan called Lee Siming. Hello, the number you have dialed is closed. It's off. So it looks like he's in a much more serious situation than I am. Sunan didn't think much about it and drove to Miku's company. After about half an hour, Sunan came to the downstairs of the Miku company and found a man wearing a hat and mask, sneakily squatting in the corner of the building, with a dark green bucket in his hand. When Sunan saw the flames flashing from his hand, she immediately shouted, "What are you doing?" The man, seeing that his actions were exposed, ignored the ground and ran for the side trail. When Sunan went over, the other party had already disappeared. He looked to the items on the floor, a lighter and barrels filled with gasoline. The police must be called. Seeing these two items, Sunan was genuinely taken aback and realized the seriousness of the situation. It's hard to imagine what the consequences would have been if he hadn't come to Rice Kool-Aid to take a look around. The fire that started would not only panic the company, but might even get a hit. Upon hearing the commotion downstairs, all of the employees of Mikuyu ran out to check out what was happening downstairs. Lee Siming was even holding, in his hand, the mopstick that Chen Qing had used to chase Sunan back then. "Big brother, you're not hurt, are you?" He heard Sunan's voice from upstairs, thought something was wrong and just greeted all the employees running down to help. "I'm fine." Sunan waved her hand and told what had just happened. After hearing this, Lee Siming's face went white. "Big brother, what should we do then? If Penguin sends people to mess things up again, I'm afraid we can't defend ourselves." Sunan said, "Let's relocate the company to the Lee Group branch tomorrow. It's the center of the city. It's relatively safer and doesn't dare anyone to come and mess things up. As for what just happened, naturally we're calling the police." Listening to the conversation between the two, the little fatty six in the back had a worried look on their faces. There's no specific information about them on the internet yet, but with Penguin as a pushover, it's only a matter of time before their information is exposed. By then the family and all that will be affected. Staff members who don't yet know what's going on are likewise a bit worried, realizing that something seems to be wrong with the company. "Alright, you take care of this side of the company. I'll send that kid just now to the police station." Lee Siming nodded. Sunan's appearance made him a lot of relief, feeling the pressure on his body suddenly empty. Chapter 44, Revenge Any Way You Want It. Li Zhanglong is in a very good mood. He has united hundreds of bigwigs in the capital and perfectly occupied half of the foreign lithium ore industry. A number of well-known companies are involved in the frenzy. The price of lithium ore has now more than doubled after all the maneuvering they've done. Along with other ores related to new energy batteries, the price has gone up quite a bit. Re-entering at this point would undoubtedly be giving someone money for nothing. They will harvest a second wave when the price of these ores drops a bit more, to be able to move with so many big guys in one piece, especially since they were still very polite to themselves. Li Jinglong's heart was so smooth that the smile on his face could not be restrained at all. "Let Cindy come to the manor for dinner in the evening, and that Sunan kid should come along too." "Yes, Chairman." The assistant had just turned to leave with his front foot when the cell phone on Li Jinglong's desk rang. "Ha, why is there an unfamiliar caller calling me? Could it be some big shot from the capital who wants to have an in-depth conversation with me? It's not right. The big man from the capital looking for me to cooperate. It's perfectly fine to let the assistants communicate with each other first. How could they call me directly on my cell phone? The cell phone number Li Zhanglong is rarely known. The contacts on it are either your close friends or close business associates, as well as family members, relatives and those. Other than that, he gives people his cell phone number, which is an alternate one, and is usually answered by an assistant." After thinking for a moment, Li Zhanglong still chose to answer. "Old thing, you're that guy Sunan's father-in-law, aren't you? He's kidnapped by us now. You're limited to transfer $5 million to me within half an hour. Otherwise I'll waste him and make your daughter live with a vegetable for the rest of her life." Li Zhanglong violently stood up from his chair and angrily shouted, "What did you say?" The person on the other end of the phone was clearly startled by Li Zhanglong's loud voice. Why does this old guy have such a booming voice and a middle-of-the-road look? But thinking of his purpose, the person on the other end of the line repeated what he had just said, and then continued to threaten. "Old thing, now you transfer 300,000 to me, 1 penny less and I'll cut off one of Sunan's fingers, and I'll also rub salt into his wounds, making his life worse than death. I advise you to obediently transfer the money to my old man. After Sunan is killed by us, it will be your daughter's turn, and we won't even spare you. I'm going to beat you up on the ground, and I'm going to stomp on your head, and I'm going to try to humiliate you in every way I can. Ha 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 ha. If you're scared, turn the money over now." Li Zhanglong was furious. What is the situation of that boy Sunan? How did he get caught? He got up and prepared to head out. Suddenly the office door opened and the assistant said, "Chairman, I've already called Miss and Sunan to inform them. They both promised to come to the manor for dinner after work." Li Zhanglong asked, "Did you contact that Sunan kid?" The assistant was a bit confused. "Reached out to." Instantly, Li Zhanglong realized that this was a fraudulent phone call. He was actually stupid enough to answer it, even almost believing what the caller was saying. His grandma, "You brat dares to lie to me." The person on the other end of the phone was very arrogant. And instead of hanging up the phone after being recognized, he even taunted. So what if I lie to you? It's a pity that you old thing didn't fall for it. Or else I'll be able to add a chicken leg tonight. Li Zhanglong said angrily. Still eating chicken legs? Do you know who I am? And do you know what will happen if you lie to me? The person on the other end of the phone made a disdainful sound. Che, what stink? Is not to think of yourself as a domineering president. An old and undead thing still play this set with me. Forget it. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you old thing. I still have things to do. Bye. Li Zhanglong was going to be infuriated. He couldn't even remember the last time he was pointed at and cursed. Prepare the car. I'm going to make a trip to the Mordor police headquarters. Li Zhanglong said to his assistant. He'd have to clean up after the subject of this scam phone call to him. Not only was the guy verbally abusive, but he threatened to take a swing at his own daughter. If he didn't teach them a lesson, Li Zhanglong couldn't get this bad anger out of his heart. It didn't take long for Li Zhanglong and his assistant to arrive at the Magic City police headquarters. Just as he got out of the car, he saw a familiar figure. Sunan. Why is he here? Sunan is more than just him. He was accompanied by several other police officers escorting a man wearing a black hat. Don't worry, Mr. Su, we've already seen the surveillance outside the building. We'll interrogate this guy properly next and give you a satisfactory answer. Sunan nodded, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw his prospective father-in-law, Li Zhanglong. Chairman Yu, why are you here? Li Zhanglong looked at him in a bad mood. I still want to ask you. I just received a call from a kid saying that you were caught and that they want to cut your fingers and take your life. I recognized that guy's lie, but I didn't think that kid would not admit his weakness. He even opened his mouth to scold me. I can't swallow this breath no matter what. Doesn't that kid like to scam? I'm going to send him to prison so that he can reform and become a new man. What about you? Why are you here? Sunan smiled awkwardly and spilled the beans. What? Someone tried to set fire to the company you invested in. What the hell is going on? Li Zhanglong quickly realized that something was wrong. First came the inexplicable scam phone calls. Then again, someone is trying to set the company on fire. Obviously this Sunan kid has offended someone. Unable to do so, Sunan could only tell everything before and after the incident. Penguin, it's really getting reckless. Use such underhanded tactics if you don't agree to annexation. Li Zhanglong's face was full of anger, and he quickly realized that his being scolded was also indirectly caused by Penguin. He's always been a vindictive person. Now Penguin has come to disgust him, so he has to throw that punch back. He looked at the assistant behind him. Call and notify those Maoists in the company to follow Sunan's lead and attack Penguin's network. Li's group has a dozen of the top hackers in the Woolly Bear state, wanted worldwide for wreaking havoc on the pretty country's homegrown security network. They couldn't stay in the Woolly Bear country and were taken in by Li Zhanglong and used to steal some important information from rival companies. I'll give you those top hackers in the group. As long as they don't break the sky, retaliate any way you want. As for this side, I've been a good brother to the chief for years, so let me handle it. I'm afraid I won't be able to dine with you guys tonight. Go back and take good care of Cindy. She's probably received the scam phone calls as well. Don't let her worry. Chapter 45, Manhwa having an affair? Mr. Su, I'm Nikov, the man in charge of interfacing with you. Sunan followed the address given by Li Zhanglong, came to an internet company under the name of Li's group. A big man from the Woolly Bear country received Sunan and took him into the core area of the company. Hello, Mr. Nikov. Sunan snorted. Prior to this, Li Zhanglong had already sent someone to contact Nikov, asking him to fully cooperate with Sunan. The two exchanged words. Sunan stated her purpose. Attack the Mordor Penguin branch. Nikov exclaimed, not expecting Sunan to play so big. Yes, paralyze their servers, and by the way, replace the content of their official website with these news, so that they will be on the front page tomorrow. Sunan took out the pieces of inside information that his future self had handed him. Over the years, very little negative news about Penguin has circulated. The main reason is that they have absolute control over public opinion and can make all the negative news disappear overnight. No more than that, it minimizes the heat of negative news. But if, however, the negativity appears on their official website, then this will get interesting. Sunan asked, how about it? Can it be done? You won't be short of benefits when it's done. Nikov slowed down and nodded heavily. What he lacks most is money, and he dares to do anything with money. And the fact that Sunan could make Li Zhanglong personally call him showed that the other party's status in the Li group was not low, and it was impossible to break a promise. Don't worry, Mr. Su, my brothers and I will not let you down. I'll show you the results tonight. His reply brought a satisfied smile to Sunan's face. Back at the branch, Sunan picked up Li Seni and returned to the villa in the city center. In recent times, Li Zhanglong had left more matters in the hands of his own daughter. resulting in this period of time. Lee Sin was extremely busy, dozens of subordinate companies, as well as the documents of major overseas enterprises, all of which she had to personally go through. Now she couldn't wait to just lay down on her bed and fall asleep. Auntie at home had already made dinner. Lee Sin opened the handheld game she hadn't touched all day, preparing for a daily check-in before heading upstairs to shower and rest. Hey hubby, is there something wrong with our home network? Why does my game keep spinning in circles and I can't log on? Lee Sin realized that the game couldn't be logged on and stayed in a loading state. Sunan opened her cell phone and turned on the video normally. Nope, my video still swipes. It shouldn't be an internet problem, it's a game problem. Lee Sin looked unhappy. This Penguin company is at least a giant in the domestic gaming industry. Why does it even have problems logging in? I really don't know where they spend the money that users top up with. But this happened from time to time, and Lee Sin let out a long sigh without complaining any further, getting ready to go to the game's website to see if it's been updated again recently. When she clicked on the game's official website, she realized that the content of the website wouldn't load at all. It made her even more disappointed in Penguin. It's not even if you can't get into the game. You can't even open the official website. This Penguin company is too disappointing to me. I will never play their games again. And consider all that money recharged as being scammed. Lee Sin is a little depressed. This game she at least charged hundreds of thousands of dollars. Bored it only want to see the results of her liver for so long, and not thinking about the negligible sign-in reward. Let's eat first. Maybe it'll be fixed later. After all, Penguin has gathered so many talented elites. It's not so bad that this little problem can't be solved. Sunan soothed, and couldn't help but think that it should have been Nikov who started it. After dinner, Sunan and Lee Sin washed the dishes, and Auntie went back from work. The duo went upstairs, took a shower, turned on the projection equipment, and prepared to watch a movie and go to bed. Lee Sin was still thinking about her game. It always felt like the whole thing was uncomfortable without landing up there and taking a look. Probably can't sleep well at night. She is not the only one in this situation. Dozens of hot games under the name of Penguin, all appeared to be unable to log on, and even their official website cannot be opened. Countless players gathered in the major forums and began to discuss this matter, with their hearts becoming less and less favorable towards Penguin. Finally, Lee Sin realized that the game's official website could be opened. The front page, however, is not a cool game character, but a statement released by Penguin. They indicated that there was a problem within the company. Some executives move company funds. Some executives have an incestuous relationship with someone else's wife. Other executives have actually bribed local officials and judges, winning countless lawsuits and becoming must-haves through this means. Seeing these messages, Lee Sin sat up directly from the bed, even ignoring the horrible images on the projector. Sunan was taken aback by her, came over and read what was on her cell phone. Hubby, Penguin seems to be in a big trouble. They released this statement on the official websites of all the major games, and on their own company's official website. Sunan glanced at it, and the content on it was similar to what he had handed over to Nikov. But this kid also added a few sentences, not knowing whether it was out of personal feelings or what. Sunan took Lee Sin into his arms and nibbled on her earlobe. It's late at night. Shall we rest? Lee Sin's small face was red and she nodded slightly. After about 10 minutes, Penguin's official website lagged again and returned to its normal official page. But that message, saved by countless screenshots, had been circulated in all the major forums. Players were already resentful at this point, and with the news in this regard, public opinion was in an uproar. A lot of self-media marketing numbers. They saw the wave of heat and wanted to rub it in order to grab the heat in the first place. These self-published marketing numbers don't think about the accuracy of things. A bunch of nonsense. Attaching screenshots from Penguin's official website at the time, and the fresh article is out. More and more marketing numbers are joining the frenzy. Things are also getting progressively more outrageous. No fewer than 20 articles reported that Penguin's chairman, Sparrow Tang, was having an affair and bribing local officials and judges. Some uninformed eaters believed the news and shared them with their friends. As a result, it was obvious that Penguin's top management had committed the crime. But the crime was all attributed to Twisted Tang, making Penguin have to spend a lot of money to dispel the rumors. Chapter 46. You have been fired. Sunan wrapped his arms around his girlfriend and went to sleep. The executives at Pengcheng Penguin's headquarters, on the other hand, didn't even have a few bites of dinner before rushing back to the company without stopping. Not long ago, Penguin's network was attacked by a mysterious hacker, and dozens of games and their corresponding official websites were all disconnected from the server. The hackers were coming on strong, and the technicians who stayed on duty at the company were no match for them. As a last resort, the executives had no choice but to order the management people to recall the technicians who were already off duty and tell them to go back to the company to deal with the matter with all their might. commanding things down. The top brass continued to spend their time and enjoy their wealth and glory with abandon. But they didn't realize the horror was yet to come. The hacking hadn't even ended when their official website was automatically restored. Except that it's full of scandals about their group of executives, and it strips them of their bottoms. These things simply don't stand up to scrutiny. The chairman of the board, Manhwa, personally called to tell them to get their asses back to the company, and all the major shareholders gathered in the company conference room, apparently to pursue the root of the matter a bit. What the hell is going on here? And why is this on our official website? Inside the conference room, Twisted Tongue propped his hands on the desktop, not easily moved by anger. He was already red with anger. After his investigation, the things that appeared on the official website, all of them are real, cannot withstand the outside world's investigation. The internet is now a curse. Sparrow 10 didn't care what these people had actually committed. He just cared about who, exactly, had leaked these things out. As I said a long time ago, we're all grasshoppers on the same rope, and no one's face will look bad if something goes wrong. So no matter what, no infighting, just like this time, when it was obvious that we could have taken the matter to the board to resolve it, we had to make it known to everyone, making the company's market capitalization drop and the public's impression of us even worse. With all this confidentiality, Sparrow 10 couldn't imagine how anyone on the outside knew about it. The only thing that could be possible is a fight within the company. Maybe this attack on the company's servers was carefully planned by these people on the board. His eyes scanned the crowd, his mind reeling. The same is true for others. This kind of confidentiality is something that only one of your own people would voluntarily reveal. Everyone's heart is filled with suspicion. A middle-aged man sitting at the top position of Manhwa said, Manhwa, the top priority should be to find a way to deal with this matter and calm down the public opinion on the internet. His name was Su Dong-yang, and he was the second in command of Penguin's board of directors, holding shares in his hands that were second only to Twisted Tongue. Sparrow 10 looked over, a little upset. He was looking for the person who was most like to reveal the news, vaguely having a candidate. He was about to tentatively interrogate him, when Su Dongyang suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted his thoughts. What's this? Could it be that they want to harbor the person who revealed the information? Or is it, the black hand behind this is you, Su Dongyang? Sparrowton's face changed slightly. As the chairman of Penguin, and CEO of the board of directors, he was the highest in the room. Su Dongyang was so disrespectful. Did he mean that this guy wanted to take his place? Thinking about this, Sparrow Tang felt a chill run down his spine, secretly saying that he did seem to have neglected this person recently. Looking around, many of the board members have a good relationship with Su Dongyang, and many of the company's top executives are Su Dongyang's close associates and have done things under his hand. Calming down, Sparrow Ten laughed dryly. Dealing with this is actually quite simple, as long as we make a big deal out of it. As for the public opinion on the internet, we can release the black information about a certain celebrity, and then arrange for water armies to pull the direction of public opinion over completely. This is their usual tactic. Over the years, Penguin has also delved deep into the quagmire that is the entertainment industry, creating a number of girl group singers and idol fresh meat every year, and harvesting countless fans. In order to better control these traffic starlets, Penguin will always have their dirty laundry on hand. Of course, the information they had on hand was much more than that. Today's domestic celebrities are basically using their Penguin-owned chat communication software. Even the software is made by them, so it's not a breeze to retrieve some private chat records from the back-end database. With these, they are perfectly capable of exploiting some celebrities' dark stories and attracting the winds of public opinion. In the conference room, the board members unanimously agreed. Those few offending executives cringed and seemed to have seen their own downfall. Instead, it was a senior sitting in the corner that came out and said, "Chairman, Liang Bin of the game department has recently taken quite a few water armies from my hands. The water army accounts we have left are no longer enough, and the public opinion on the internet may not be so easy to control. Liang Bin, what do you need so many sailors for?" Sparrowtan looked over with a mischievous look on his face. Those who moved the company's R&D funds were all under Liang Bin. It was also because of Liang Bin's men, who failed to stop the hackers' cyber attack that led to all of this. So Manhwa was very dissatisfied with Liang Bin at this time. Liang Bin's scalp tingled as he said in a trembling voice, "Chairman, there's a game company that produces a game with great potential that doesn't lose out to any of the games under our banner. I'm worried that they release this game will be on our Penguin company's position, cause some impact, so I want to buy them in advance, and then not to kill them in the cradle. So I used a lot of water army. Want to give them to impose public opinion pressure, so that they do not attack the self." Liang Bin told the story of Mikuju's company. Sparrowton's assistant quickly took the information about Mikuku's company and put it on the big screen. There was a great deal of laughter in the room. What threat can a small company like this pose to us? Ha ha ha, Liang Bin, you're really getting back on your feet. You're even jealous of this kind of small pheasant company. Open world? This kind of game can't even be made by us at Penguin. And this little Thai company takes the head to do it? A little Thai company scares you like this? Do you know how much it costs to use so many water armies? How can a guy like this be the manager of the game department? No wonder those games are so easily hacked. Better get your ass down to the bottom and hammer code. Liang Bin's face is very ugly, but he did not dare to refute, because these people are all the board of directors. He cannot afford to offend. Still, he wanted to argue his case. He was able to climb from the bottom to the position of game department manager, and had his own unique insights into the game side of things. Although Mikuyu is just a reptile now, it will inevitably grow into a dragon in the future and bite a piece of meat hard on their penguin company. Chairman, the future of this company is immeasurable. Don't let your guard down. Manhwa Tong frowned slightly. Liang Bin is a capable person. He is watching him step by step to today. However, just at this moment, his secretary barged in from outside, handing over the phone in his hand. Chairman, a call from the chief of the Magic City Police. Sparrowton picked up the phone. The gazes of the people in the conference room all gathered on his face. Although they could not hear what the person on the other end of the phone said to Manhwa Tang, they could intuitively feel that Manhwa Tang's face was becoming more and more ugly. Liang Bin, are you letting someone set fire to the Rice Kool-Aid Company? Sparrow Tang's almost growling voice rang out in the conference room, frightening many people's bodies. It was the first time they had seen that the chairman was so angry. No, it doesn't. Liang Bin subconsciously denied it, but immediately after he remembered that his good man was sending people to MQ Company to intimidate Li Siming and the others and make them mess up themselves. How dare you argue? The chief of the Mordor Police Headquarters called me personally. The person who set the fire has confessed, and the local surveillance video captured it clearly. If we don't give a reasonable explanation for this matter, I'm afraid that no one will be able to bear the consequences. This matter has involved premeditated murder. Liang Bin's mind went blank, unable to say anything. Manhwa Tang snorted coldly. I'll cover for you in this matter. Send someone to make a private settlement with the MQ Company. As for you, have been fired. Get your ass to the HR department right now. Get your business with the company taken care of. And don't show up in front of me ever again. After hearing this, Liang Bin's entire body sat paralyzed on the ground. He couldn't have imagined that things would come to this. No, Chairman, give me another chance. Drag it out. Two burly men rushed in and dragged Liang Bin out of the conference room stiffly. Chapter 47, The Rapidly Changing Winds of Public Opinion. Honey, Dad called. On the bed, Li Sini shouted to Su Nan who was washing up in the bathroom. Coming. Su Nan hurriedly washed her face and took the call. Hey, father-in-law. Li Zhanglong on the other end of the phone blew his beard and glared at him. He has not yet fully recognized you, kid. I can't believe I'm even shouting at my father-in-law. Ahem. Li Zhanglong cleared his throat and said with a straight face. Just now, the chief of the Magic City Police General Bureau called me. He said that Penguin will send a representative today, to that company of yours, to deal with that matter of the company privately. After Su Nan left yesterday, the man who was arrested quickly entered the interrogation process. The other party was also paid to do the job, and after a little intimidation, he said everything he needed to say. Through the chat records on the other party's cell phone, as well as bank card transfer records, it has been determined that the mastermind behind the scenes is Penguin. Li Zhanglong said. Penguin's high-level meeting lasted until the early hours of the morning yesterday because of the public opinion. Now their greatest fear is to start up again. And you can seize this key point and blackmail them hard. If they threaten you, don't worry to tell me boldly. I will go to back up for you. Although I haven't fully recognized you, kid, now. But you are after all a member of my company. A little help won't hurt. Su Nan's face was delighted. Thank you, father-in-law, for your help. Li Zhanglong didn't say anything, and with a cold snort, he hung up the phone. Immediately afterward, Li Siming also called and informed about the matter. Apparently Penguin had not only notified Li Zhanglong's side, but had also taken the initiative to contact Mikuyu. Downstairs, Auntie had prepared breakfast. Taking the time to eat breakfast, Su Nan opened the scarf, wanting to see what the negative public opinion about Penguin had evolved into, only to find that overnight, any news about Penguin had disappeared from the hot list. Instead, some of the negative comments made by Mikuku's company are still hovering at the bottom of the hot list. He looked to the number one hot search, and it turned out to be a certain Flo Fresh Meat whose leg hair was too long. There's also a yawning gesture from one of the stars in the background, the eyes of a certain top stream freshman in a scene. Su Nan smiled. Is this the power of capital? Isn't this just a case of you can only see what you want to see? Content that you don't want you to see is basically difficult to get through the review process, let alone expecting the platform to give you traffic. promote you, and punch up the hot list. Sunan actively searched for negative remarks about Penguin. It was found that the news in this area was several times hotter than those on the Hot 100 list. The number of messages commented on is even more different by a factor of tens, but it just won't make the hot seat. Perhaps the public now remembers such a thing, but once the news is suppressed, it won't take long for it to disappear completely from the internet. Licini was likewise brushing her scarf. She's still pretty uptight about all that showbiz cockamamie stuff. Soon, she discovers a big showbiz melon. Last year 3 freshly debuted Flow trainees surprisingly collapsed their rooms and were exposed to a lot of blackmail. Not only did the tipster come up with complete evidence, but there were audio and video recordings to back it up, directly substantiating the said behavior. Instantly, this big melon received countless attention. The 3 Flow trainees have a high face value, and they have gained countless female fans in a year's time since their debut, and they can often appear above the hot searches of the bib, which is not weaker than other Flow stars. But who did not expect? These 3 fresh meat has not completely bloomed its own light. It was raked out of the black material, become a human. 10,000 people spit on the street rat. Hubby, something seems to have happened in the entertainment industry. Licini hurriedly greeted Sunan to eat the melon. Sunan also found out about this. In just a few minutes, the news shot up the Hot 100 list and gained the attention of countless people. Ooh, my brother, how could he do such a thing? It must be you who have slandered him. Chimeras, I'm suffocating, tell me this thing isn't true. How could my brother do such a thing when he works so hard, refuses to go to the hospital when he falls down dancing, and has to keep going? I can't accept it. It must be the little black people hacking my brother. He would never do such a thing. The little hacks are poo-pooing and laying down their heads again. That's the way men are. Chimeras have to stand on their own 2 feet. Looking at the comments section below, Sunan was a bit speechless and immediately lost interest in this area. Compared to all that, though, the Penguin news was instantly dampened. Originally 30 of the latest comments would appear a minute. It's now down to 5 bars per minute. The public's eyes were all gathered on these 3 Flow trainees, and were no longer concerned about Penguin's affairs. Soon, Sunan realized that these 2 unlucky people were most likely carried out by Penguin to draw fire. Being able to control the winds of public opinion is a real trump card. Sunan sighed slightly, surprisingly somewhat envious of Penguin's ability to be so powerful. Heartwarming to get a platform like this. A thorough grounding in the internet industry. After breakfast, Sunan and Licini drove to the company. Sunan was idle, sitting down to either read a novel or play a game for a while. There were only a handful of things that he needed to deal with personally. On the contrary, Licini came to the company and never stopped, and many things needed her personal attention. It was about noon when the call came in from Lee Siming. Big brother, someone from Penguin invited us to eat at the Magic City Hotel. Things were found and solved by Sunan. As a little brother, Lee Siming didn't dare to pick this fruit, trying to get Sunan to take full responsibility for this. Let them eat by themselves. I'm going to cook for your sister-in-law. She's worked too hard today. I want a treat. You give them my contact information. And by the way, tell them to find a secluded place. The big hotels are rich and crowded, and the people sent by Penguin won't do their job at all. Hearing Sunan's words, Lee Siming's scalp tingled. Big brother is talking as if he's reprimanding Penguin. Will this offend them further? It's going to be tough if it doesn't end well later. After all, that's Penguin, not some ordinary small company. People's temper is proud of it. However, Lee Siming still relayed the words as they were to the person in charge sent by Penguin. Amazingly, instead of getting angry, the Penguin people laughed and admitted to mistakes in this area. Like fawning villains, Lee Siming swallowed hard. He suspected that the person on the other end of the phone was a fraudster, not the person in charge sent by Penguin. Chapter 48, Mr. Wang is really good at talking. Honey, are you going to make peace with Penguin this afternoon? After lunch, Licini lazily lay on Sunan. Sunan nodded, acknowledging so much. The 2 of them were so tired of being together that all of their little secrets were exposed, and it was naturally impossible to hide this matter from them. No, if Penguin can do something like setting the company on fire, there's a good chance they'll do something even more outrageous. Honey, I won't allow you to go and meet with them. They're likely to do it to you again. I suggest directly exposing their deeds online, so that the public can take a good look at how our #1 game maker in China is targeting their peers. Considering Sunan's safety, Licini straightened up and said with a serious face. At this moment, Penguin's impression in Licini's heart was poor to the extreme. The 2 companies compete with each other, both playing each other in the shopping mall, competing for financial strength and connections. And Penguin? The company was set on fire. A dirty trick. Besides, the company that my own husband invested in wasn't even a major game maker. It's only a small company with a small name, no visibility at all. Faced with such a rival, Penguin not only stirred up public opinion online, but also sent people to set fires in private. It's downright underhanded. Lee Sin's small face was filled with exasperation. It's tempting to let the public muzzle Penguin and call them out on their bull asterisk, preferably by just going out of business. Sunan laughed. What's the point of exposing Penguin? Just like what happened last night. By this morning, wasn't the heat suppressed? The internet has no memory. It could be a week, a month, before the internet remembers this. But as more and more things flood the internet, netizens will gradually forget about Penguin until the vast majority of people can't recall the series of events. Instead of doing that, why don't we just grab Penguin by this soft spot at the moment and blackmail them hard? Lee Sin was a bit impressed, but the expression on her face was still full of kinks. It was looking like the appointed time was coming up. Sunan took out his big trick. One hand encircled Lee Sin's slender waist and lowered his head in the process. Well, hubby. Lee Sin's delicate little hand gently patted Sunan's chest twice, and her mouth made a resistant sound. Just along with the passage of time, her voice gradually quieted down, and her restless little hand also honestly placed on Sunan's chest. There was a violent attack, and Sunan slowly raised her head. At this time, Lee Sin's emotions stabilized. Her face was full of shyness, her hands and feet were soft, and her eyes were confused, like a good little daughter-in-law. You did this again? Listening to Lee Sin's kitten-like voice, Sunan's hand holding her slightly harder. Xine, Penguin wouldn't dare to do anything to me. This time I have my father-in-law behind me. In addition, those assistants given to me by my father-in-law, 2 of them are from the special forces. With them protecting me, there will be no accidents. When things came to this point, Lee Sin couldn't do anything to stop her, and gently nodded her head. Sunan lowered her head and kissed again. After a bit of warming up, he took his assistant, and a gold medal lawyer transferred from the group's headquarters, and headed to the pre-arranged place. Mr. Su, reaching his destination, a middle-aged man with a blonde figure took the initiative to come over with a fawning smile on his face. Sunan smiled faintly. Hello, Mr. Wang. The visitor was Wang Fu, Penguin's deputy general manager of game currency. This time, he came to Sunan to discuss and deal with the mess left behind by Liang Bin. However, as long as this is handled correctly, then he becomes the GM, which is inevitable. The two walked companionably into the house. Wang Fu didn't have any nonsense and opened the door. Mr. Su, I'm very sorry about that incident. We also didn't expect that our men would be so extreme and would do something like that. Oh, Sunan teasingly smiled. Mr. Wang, my memory isn't too good. Can you say what exactly it was about? Wang Fu's expression was a bit embarrassed. Naturally, it's that thing where someone premeditated to use a gasoline barrel to burn rice to fool the company. But that was entirely a decision handed down by Liang Bin, and it had nothing to do with the company, and our chairman has already fired him. Considering the panic that this matter has caused, Mr. Su, the chairman of the board has appointed me to come and compensate you financially. Wang Fu was worthy of being commissioned by Manhwa Tang. The responsibility was directly shifted to Liang Bin personally. The impact caused by this matter was described as the impact on Sunan personally, without mentioning a word about Mikuyu Company. Before he came, Wang Fu did enough research on the Mikuyu Company. Sunan is not a top executive at Mikuku. It's just a major shareholder. Although he had become sworn brothers with Li Siming and the others, in Wang Fu's opinion, this layer of brotherhood was very false, and was merely formed for the sake of benefits. He believed that as long as he gave Sunan enough benefits, then it would be exempt from compensating the others for the meter snub. Settle the matter with a minimum of fuss. Sunan laughed at his exasperation. Mr. Wang is really good at talking. Your company's water army has caused such a big public opinion storm against us, Mikuyu Company, and until now there are still some rash youngsters who are changing their ways to discredit our company. Also, your company's army of blasters was pretty good, digging right through my cell phone number and digging up all of my contacts in my address book, and subjecting them to a series of tirades, frauds, and insults. When that man was intent on setting fire to the Rice Kool-Aid Company, the employees of our company were constantly on edge, unable to work at ease, and could not even sleep soundly at home, fearing that after they fell asleep, someone would light their house on fire. Wang Fu wiped the false sweat from his forehead after hearing this. He already heard the meaning of Sunan's words. The other man had seen through him, and it wasn't going to end this so easily. Instead, they want to rip off him hard. Wang Fu has his own little mind. Penguin has gotten to where it is today thanks to those first few games. That's why the position of general manager of the game department is actually a fat job. Which one of those shareholders in the company doesn't want to stuff their cronies into this position? Wang Fu is still unsure if he will be able to get promoted and change from vice general manager to general manager. However, He was sure that as long as he did a beautiful job with this matter of Mikuju Company, then he would definitely be able to become the general manager of the gaming department. Before he left yesterday, the chairman of the board, Sparrow Tang, deliberately called himself to the office. He seems intent on suppressing the other shareholders and wants to further expand his power. Wang Fu, on the other hand, just happened to be spotted by Manhwa Tang. As long as he did things beautifully this time, then the chairman would have a reason to give him a promotion. Chapter 49, 30 Elites. Mr. Su, I understand what you're saying, but what you're talking about is nothing more than the effects caused by the spiritual level. There's no substantial damage at all. That's why we're offering compensation. And it won't be much. Wang Fu's expression was firm, absolutely adhering to his bottom line, and it was impossible to let Su Nan gain more benefits. Ha! Su Nan laughed. Mr. Wang wouldn't think I don't have any identity background, right? If I didn't have a backer, why would your chairman send you to talk to me? If you're holding a small personal agenda to discuss compensation with me, then I don't think there's any point in talking between us anymore. Wang Fu's heartstrings felt like they had suddenly tensed up. He seemed to realize something. With a wink, he signaled the assistant behind him. The other party would understand, said he had to take a call, and left the house in a hurry. Here, Mr. Su, this is the Westlake Longjing tea I bought at a high price. Try it. Wang Fu's posture lowered all of a sudden. He suddenly remembered that before he left, the chairman had instructed himself that he must handle this matter properly. Prior to this, what Wang Fu thought was proper handling was to spend the least amount of money to resolve the matter. But after Su Nan's mention, he came to his senses. Mikuyu was like a newborn ant in front of their penguin company. Why is the chairman so scrupulous? Obviously, behind the rice lulling company, there is a big man in the backing. Even the chairman of the board of directors should be afraid of the big man. Then the meaning of this proper handling is clear. No matter what, make sure you satisfy the other party so that they don't pursue this matter any further. Thinking of this, Wang Fu's heart beat a little fast, and his face paled with flesh. When facing Su Nan, there was no longer that firmness in his heart, and he revealed an air of currying favor all the time. I'm really sorry, Mr. Su, I have to take this call. Excuse me for a moment. The screen of the cell phone on the table lit up, displaying a string of phone numbers from his own assistant. Wang Fu gave Su Nan an apologetic smile and walked to the door. Manager Wang, I've investigated Su Nan's identity and background. He's the prospective son-in-law of Li Zhanglong, the chairman of the Magic City Li Group. The assistant's voice came. The smile on Wang Fu's face gradually tightened. Are you sure you're not mistaken? No mistake. That's what I've heard from many sources, and it's conclusive. Wang Fu couldn't stop laughing. The Magic City Li Group is a behemoth. Although it was no match for Peng Cheng's Penguin Company, its chairman, Li Zhanglong, possessed extremely terrifying connections in both the capital and the Magic City. That's something they can't match at Penguin. If Li Zhanglong utilizes these connections to mess with their Penguin Company, I'm afraid that their company's development will struggle next and be restricted in every way. No wonder the chairman asked me to handle this matter properly. If this can't be handled, our Penguin Company will be finished. After standing outside for a few moments, Wang Fu's back was already wet with sweat, and he had an unsettled look. He went back inside, the smile on his face widening. Mr. Su, long time no see. Let's continue to talk about compensation. Now, Wang Fu was much better behaved and no longer beat around the bush, but directly asked Su Nan what kind of compensation she hoped to receive. Mr. Wang, you also know that I don't lack money, Su Nan said slowly with a smile on her face. Hearing these words, Wang Fu had a bad feeling. They have plenty of money at Penguin, and their games are casually recovering from the massive amount of money players recharge from random events. But if Su Nan doesn't want the money, that's a tough one. The Mikuyu company is currently in the midst of development, and although it has recruited a large number of employees, there are too many people who lack work experience and their abilities are quite limited. On the contrary, the staff under your company's name are all 1 in a million elites, so if you can give me a little bit, I'm sure that it won't be a problem to turn it into something else. Su Nan stated her purpose. Penguin's games, both handheld and endgame, are among the top in China. They certainly have some pretty outstanding talent when it comes to game production. This, I'm afraid I have to ask the chairman. Mr. Su, wait a moment, I'll make the call now. Involving the company's employees, Wang Fu was no longer able to make a decision and intended to consult the chairman. Twisted Tang is in his office, investigating the information of the senior staff, trying to find out Su Dongyang's hawks and dogs. He answered Wang Fu's call. After learning about Su Nan's conditions, Manhwa Tang first hesitated for a moment, then agreed very quickly. Ha ha ha, Su Dongyang, I'll give all your minions to Su Nan. Let's see how you can still fight me. Twisted Tang looked at the list on the table and a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wang Fu was dumbfounded. How did the chairman agree so quickly? This is a high-priced technical talent they hired from home and abroad, and now they just gave it to Su Nan for nothing? Mr. Su, our chairman has already promised that he will send you the corresponding list of employees in the following, and you can pick 30 people from the list at will. Su Nan didn't expect Manhwa to actually agree, and he was allowed to pick 30 people at random. Not long after, Wang Fu's assistant walked in with a printed list. Su Nan took it and scanned it slightly. These people were all elites who had graduated from top domestic and international institutions, and had several years of experience in Penguin, participating in the development of many large-scale games, and were definitely the elite among the elite. Your chairman is so generous? Su Nan was a bit surprised that Twisted Ting even set the first charge to start at $6. How come you show such generosity in such matters? If he poaches 30 people here, I'm afraid Penguin's game department will be in a world of hurt. Wang Fu didn't know how to answer. He took one look at the list and nearly fainted. These are the elite of the company. The chairman is up to something. How do you give so many core members to Sunam? Wang Fu did not look at it, but was shocked, squeaking and unable to say a word. However, he soon discovered a peculiarity. That's the people on the list, all recruited into the company by Director Su. The projects that these people are responsible for are also the sections that Director Su is mainly responsible for. Now that the chairman has given these people to Su Nan, isn't he just digging into Director Su's corner? Yes, our chairman has always been generous. Wang Fu gave a dry laugh, as if he had already seen the next internal chaos in the company. Su Nan smiled without saying anything and ticked off 30 elites that met the expectations in his mind. Wang Fu took the list and said, all 30 of these people will go to work for MiQ in the form of labor dispatch. Mr. Su, I'll be contacting you tomorrow with a prepared labor dispatch contract. Su Nan nodded her head in agreement, and the matter came to an end. Chapter 50, one wave after another. The next day, Wang Fu found Su Nan as promised, sent over the proposed labor dispatch contract. It states that Miko can hire them for as long as they want. If these people don't perform to expectations, they can simply be fired and Penguin won't hire these people back. There is even a great deal of secrecy attached to it. It is not allowed to disclose the technology of the MiQ company. In order to satisfy Su Nan, the contract also stated that Penguin would pay the salaries of these technicians for 3 years. On behalf of Mikuku, it is important to realize that most of these technicians earn between $2 and $10 million a year. This move by Penguin has undoubtedly saved Su Nan a few $100 million in salary money. Su Nan read it herself before passing it on to the lawyer beside her to test whether there were any traps hidden on it. Manager, there's no problem with this contract. After determining that there were no problems, Su Nan signed her name and this labor dispatch contract officially came into effect. After the matter was done, Wang Fu did not stay long, left the Li Group branch and boarded a plane to Pengcheng. What he just didn't know was that Penguin was now in disarray. The company held another emergency meeting. Twisted Tongue, what the hell are you trying to do? Why did you give all of the people under my hand to MiQ Corporation? Inside the conference room, Su Dongyang clapped his hands and looked angrily at Twisted Tang, who was sitting in the main seat. These were men he had recruited at great expense from home and abroad, and each was an immeasurable treasure. With the existence of these people, Penguin wants to copy the games of other companies. It is easy as pie. Is the existence of the general trump card in his hand? But now Sparrow Tang has sent all these people out. He hadn't been consulted beforehand. How could Su Dongyang endure this? He was at least one of the founders of Penguin. It's also the second most powerful member of the board of directors in terms of the number of shares held. After Ma Huatang, how can you willingly take this kind of anger? Su Dongyang felt that this Ma Huatang was just looking for a fight, trying to weaken the power he wields in the company. Sparrow Tang, I don't know what you're trying to do, but I recruited all these people, and I should be the one to decide whether they stay or go. Not you. Su Dongyang was furious and roared towards Sparrow Tang. Now that the contract has been signed, is it hard to believe that you, Su Dongyang, wish for us, Penguin, to breach the contract? That kid named Su Nan from Mi Fuyao Company is the son-in-law of Li Zhanglong from the Magic City Li Group. Liang Bin's behavior not only offended Mi Fuyao Company, but also offended Li Zhanglong. We can only put this matter to rest if we fulfill the conditions Su Nan has offered. And Su Nan's offer was for 30 top internet technicians. I asked Wang Fu to show the corresponding list to Su Nan. These 30 people were checked off by himself, and they all happen to be just people under your Su Dongyang. Sparrow Ten chuckled softly and spoke slowly. Just right? What in the world could be so coincidental? And there was no backroom dealings by you, Mr. Mafeting. During this period, Su Dongyang was about to get mad at him, his fingers gripping the table whitening and the veins on his face rippling. What in heaven's name is such a coincidence? I think you, Manhwa Tang, are just trying to pick a fight? You have to give me an explanation for this matter, or else Penguin will wait for the split. At this moment, the directors who were on good terms with Su Dongyang came out in support. The top executives of the company he cultivated also came out in solidarity. Their interests were aligned with Su Dongyang's. At this point in time, they had to be united, or else if Twisted Tongue moved against them next, there would be no one to back them up. You guys, Manhwa Tang's face changed, not expecting these people's reaction to be so great. Sure enough, his suspicions were correct. Su Dongyang really did have the intention of replacing himself. How else would you get cliquey at work? Integrate a force that absolutely supports him. Manhwa Tang has been in the position of director for many years and has a group of people under his hand who absolutely support him. There was a lot of swearing and arguing between the two sides in the conference room. Seeing that things were getting worse and the company was about to fall apart, the other directors who remained neutral couldn't stand to watch. Calm down. It's just a couple of technicians. We'll just recruit them again when they're gone. Yeah, we're all in the same company. We're all in it for the benefits. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it. If you two factions really set up another faction, then Penguin's market capitalization will collapse in a matter of moments, and the stocks in your hands will become waste paper by then. After much hard persuasion from the crowd, Manhwa Tang and Su Dongyang calmed down. We're all capitalists. We don't mess with money. Count me unlucky this time, but I can't count my losses. I'm going to use the company's funds to recruit another batch of talents over here. Su Dongyang eventually took the initiative to step back. It didn't matter to Twisted Tang. It was still unknown who these recruits would end up following. Soon after, the board passed several resolutions. That afternoon, several games under the names of Penguin Sweet Studio and Starlight Studio were simultaneously launched as sweepstakes. This early launch of the sweepstakes caught many people off guard, but looking at the luxurious prizes in the prize pool, many players' hearts throbbed and they couldn't help emptying their pockets to top up a few $100s. There are even players who are on top of the lottery draw, slamming thousands of dollars into it and barely getting a guaranteed reward. What the hell? Why is the lottery pop rate so low this time? I spent $3,000 to get the ultimate reward. Originally only needed $50 for the return skin. Penguin pitched me $900. This is not wanting money like crazy. There's never been a lottery where the odds are this low. Foreign service $30 for the skin. Hemp service cost me $12,000. Really can be. Already uninstalled the game. Humph. Just a bunch of people with bad luck. I single draw a miracle. Comments 50 cents apiece. Screenshot to find management private message. Brackets remember to delete. These events, which were caught off guard, caused many players to open their mouths and complain, abandoning the pit in droves. It didn't take long for a screenshot to pop up. It's a Penguin executive with a mouthy message for the group. Ha ha ha, those poor bastards are complaining again. They're nothing but our Penguin's vault. When we Penguin are short of money, we take it from them. Don't worry about their complaints. It's just a bunch of lowlifes. If they don't play, there's plenty of others who will. This screenshot was widely circulated. Some netizens who looked at Penguin with displeasure began to bring up the tempo and retweeted it on various platforms. More people saw this screenshot and got so angry that they not only uninstalled Penguin software, but also transferred the money from WeChat's wallet and deposited it under Ant's name. For a while, Penguin was hemorrhaging money and its market capitalization was falling off a cliff. Ant has always been at odds with Penguin. Seeing that Penguin is out of this, they were the first to unleash their power, and the forces they had secretly cultivated reported Penguin's blackmail in a big way on the internet, and some of the old stories from before were revisited. Netflix and Penguin were not dealing with each other either, and its Netflix news followed Ant's footsteps and started a big story, even picking up on Penguin's attempt to set fire to the Mikuyu company. At once, online opinion was in disarray. Various forces are intertwined, all wanting a piece of the action. Chapter 51. I hated when you talk back. Nick off. You're doing a great job of making me happy. There's $5 million in this card. A reward for you and your team. Nikoff smiled and took the bank card Su Nan gave him. Thank you, Mr. Su. Next time you need something you can still come to me. I'm at your beck and call. With money, Knievel will do anything. Sunan likes to use people like that too. Lee's group branch, Mi Cuckoo, has relocated to this area. The 30 senior technical talents of Pengcheng Penguin Company had also come to the company to take their positions, waiting for Lee Siming to arrange tasks for them. These guys are pretty good. Aside from being a bit unfamiliar with his surroundings, he is very dedicated to his work and is a model of a laborer. They're both Penguin veterans. Know what kind of employees your supervisor likes. So in front of both Lee Siming and Su Nan, they behaved well, so that no one could pick out any flaws. With the migration of time, Mikuyu Company became more and more perfect. and had expanded from the initial small team of 7 people to a gaming company with 200 people. This huge change has allowed the production of this game, Proto God, to progress by leaps and bounds. A whole new character was made. The game map models are also getting more and more detailed. I believe it won't be long before the original God is released and shown to the public. 7 more days passed. It's getting close to the time when new energy vehicles will go on sale. But a car review blogger based in the United States of America has gotten his hands on a Tay Prevola new energy car and has put out several videos featuring it. In particular, the Tay Prevola self-driving technology was blown out of proportion by him, as if it was okay to sleep in the car. Brothers, there's really nothing to say about the pretty country Tropicana automobile. It can be said to be a high-end technology that transcends generations. I've been evaluating cars for so many years, and I've never seen any car with such high-end technology, so brothers who are in a position to do so should really buy one and try it out. Sunan also swiped the video in question. The comment section was a hoot and a holler of praise. Seeing this scene, Sunan was a little anxious inside. He didn't know what the 5 new energy vehicle companies he invested in were for. Look at the marketing tactics of others in the pretty country, buying up so many review bloggers and coming out with videos touting them like crazy. It's also all about professional review bloggers with millions of followers. What does the public know? They swipe through a few videos and think they know everything, and subconsciously assume that a Tay Prevola car is going to be far superior to a domestic car. Unbeknownst to him, under his influence, these 5 new energy vehicles in the country has been far better than the special private poll, have the technology for the next few years ahead of time. A number of technical problems have been solved, but these 5 car companies just don't market. They don't even bother to advertise. So how else are they going to capture the market in the shortest possible time? How else do you let the public know the advantages of the product in the first place? Is it hard to get word of mouth from the owners who bought the cars? Sunan felt that this method was too slow and it would take a year and a half to see results. Maybe by that time, other companies have already developed new technologies. Sunan called and spoke to the directors of those 5 car companies. You should do some proper marketing and let the car bloggers grind their teeth touting your cars to the public. Our aim is to capture the market in a short period of time and gain revenue as fast as possible. You should know that it's hard to change when you're familiar with something, and if you don't grab it now, we'll need to spend several times as much later on to grab enough market share. With a market to make money, we'll be able to recruit more technicians and break through more technical aspects, so we'll always be ahead of everyone else. The 5 car companies heeded Sunan's advice, communicated with a number of car review bloggers on national video platforms, paying them to put out videos and advertise. After receiving the money, these video bloggers naturally didn't delay long and took just 2 days to post the video of the review. Only the video isn't getting too much play. The comments section is filled with all sorts of unkind voices. Another review of these 5 car companies' cars. Already swiped 3 bloggers related videos today. What a bummer. Take down and pull the plug. I'm afraid this isn't a collection. It's true that you'll do anything for money. Domestic cars can have this level? Don't joke. Don't pretend to be blind and deaf when something happens. Concerned about you for so long. I did not expect you to be this kind of person. Domestic cars I am determined not to buy. The first choice is definitely the beautiful country's car. Seeing these comments makes video bloggers sad inside. They have actually been very optimistic in their measurements. All aspects of the data are also confirmed by them. In fact, to see the domestic new energy vehicles to reach today's level, they have indescribable joy in their hearts. It's just that they didn't expect the audience to be so distrustful of domestic cars, and when they heard the word domestic, they couldn't help but feel disgusted and resistant at the bottom of their hearts. A blogger with 3 million followers has taken it upon himself to stand up in solidarity with domestic car brands. Domestic automobiles are superior to Tay Prevola in all aspects. These are proven by data. I myself have personally evaluated the data. The data is indeed true. There is no falsification. In a while, new energy vehicles will be put on sale across the board, and we'll see who's superior and who's inferior by then. His response was quickly slammed by countless others. Who would have thought that instead of his video being on the hot seat, he would be the one being called out for being on the hot seat? Countless tirades, internet explosions, followed. What this blogger said about waiting and seeing has also become a pejorative term in the mouths of the spammers, full of yin and yang. The rest of the bloggers who reviewed it were also affected by the ripple effect. Most chose to remain silent. A small number of bloggers couldn't take the pressure and simply chose to delete their videos and run away, severing their cooperation with the 5 car companies. However, the blogger who initially spoke out did not compromise. Still holding my own. Not get wrapped up in the winds of public opinion. Blogger, that was completely unnecessary. And they hate you more for talking back than the 5 new energy vehicle companies. The current environment is like this. There are too many internet young masters. If you don't talk back they won't react like this yet. But it's on the contrary that if you talk back, against their will, they naturally denigrate and troll you one by one. Yes, now that the new energy vehicles are not officially on sale, it's useless for you to talk your way out of it. Some hardcore fans began to discourage the blogger. The blogger is also a bit mentally tired and is no longer threading with people on the internet, and is planning to stop working for a while and take a little break. Chapter 52, Prevola flipped the car? Time is quickly approaching the day when new energy vehicles go on sale. The Big Five have already reaped numerous orders. While the internet is not favorable to their cars, the data is right there, completely open and transparent, with not a hint of fudging. Of course, this is not the main reason. The reason for being able to have such an order is traced back to the fact that the cars from the Big Five are cheaper. The price is less than half that of the pretty country Priva, but it's also become a black mark for the Jets. Claims of cheap prices are definitely not quality. Online is one thing, reality is another. The price of crude oil skyrocketed some time ago and has not fully recovered from its previous price until now. If we keep tossing it around like this, it's a huge expense for gas money every month. The common man certainly can't stand high crude oil prices. Many people who want to change their cars and young people who want to buy a car are looking at the new energy vehicles that have appeared frequently on the Hot Topics recently. Old timers, my Priva has finally arrived. I've been looking forward to this day for so long. On the live broadcast platform, an outdoor male anchor looked at the brand new factory Prevola car in front of him and drooled with excitement. Outdoor live broadcasts like this one usually have a few bosses that swipe gifts on the air. It's just that today, for whatever reason, there was a very large number of bosses who came to the show. The cloud-piercing arrows swiped every moment as if they didn't need money. The special effects of the gifts filled the entire screen, and the real picture of the live broadcast could no longer be seen. Soon, the heat of the live broadcast surpassed 10 million. The location of the live streaming room also appeared on the platform's homepage. Users can see the outdoor anchor by simply tapping into the live stream. Recently, the topic of new energy vehicles is high, and this anchor in the live broadcast, but also hit the new energy vehicle Priva label. The combination of several factors caused the heat in the live stream to skyrocket like crazy, and the number of pop-ups was dizzying. You can see that the number of real people on the air is very high. Thank you bosses. I got my new car today and I'm so happy inside. Let's just draw a $10,000 red packet for everyone. Just give some free swag and click on the followers. The anchor nattered on for a while, got in the driver's seat, looked at the car's plush interior, and couldn't help but brag about it. The interior of this car is really nice. High-end atmosphere. Sitting inside feels like the air smells a lot sweeter. Bosses, I recommend you to get one too. It's only $400,000. Not too expensive. What? You're asking me how domestic cars are? This anchor sneered twice without speaking. The car started slowly, and the racking sense of the Priva gave him the feeling of $1 million limousine. It made his mood drift. Old timers, they say that the Priva self-driving feature is pretty awesome, and there are fewer cars on this road. So why don't we try this feature? The pop-ups were naturally happy to do so. They also wondered if the autopilot function of the private pool is as good as their own claim that they will never get into an accident. Autopilot is on and this anchor slowly takes her hands off the wheel. He was incredibly nervous when there was a vehicle in front of him, but the Tropicana car dodged it skillfully. Seeing this scene, this anchor cheered on the spot. Too strong. This kind of technology can only be possessed by a beautiful country. I really don't know how genius the person who made this feature is. Like our domestic cars, I'm afraid we can't catch up with it for the rest of our lives. Bouncer experienced this feature firsthand. A screen full of *********** crossed frantically. The live feed was quickly filled with fonts of various colors. Ha ha ha, everyone hurry up and book. I reckon I'll need to wait most of the year when I'm done with the live stream to order a nice Prevola car. This statement was followed by a direct spike in orders for Prevola. In just half a day of being on sale, orders for the Priva have already broken the 10,000 mark. A number of financial institutions, too, are watching from the shadows. After seeing this near miraculous self-driving technology, many capital financiers saw a business opportunity and started buying shares of Prevola. In their eyes, with such a horrifying level of technology, Prevola is sure to secure the top spot in the world in the future, and is an untouchable existence. Having a car with this kind of growth prospects, it feels worthwhile for them to make the investment. They are not the only ones who think this way. Quite a few bigwigs from Mordor had gathered. This is Privola's self-driving technology? A pretty country is a pretty country. Fortunately my son has already changed his nationality to a pretty country, and by the way, 90% of the property under my name has also been transferred there. Those people in the capital are dying of anxiety. I'm afraid they never dreamed that Privola's technology would be so good. Those guys are so short-sighted that they are stupid enough to invest in domestic car companies. And crucially, not with us. It's rumored that that kid from the Lee family has invested $5 billion, more than those in the capital. That eaten-up thing can't fit into our circle. So he runs back and hooks up with those people in the capital. Sooner or later I'll drive him out of Mordor one day and swallow his lease group. Humph. If he had used his daughter to join us in marriage, we could have considered letting him join. But it's ridiculous that his daughter chose a poor boy instead. As this group of financial capitalists from Magic City talked, they shifted the topic to Lee Zhonglong. Recently, Lee Young-ryung's popularity is just too much. The point is that he's too close to people in the capital. This made a group of capitalists in Magic City feel a crisis. He was afraid that Lee Zhonglong would use the power of the capital side to suppress them as a way to expand his base in Mordor. By the way, what do you guys think about Tay Priva wanting to build a super factory in our Magic City? Hey, as long as the money is in place, it's no problem to build as big a factory as you want. That's right, Tay Privola's market capitalization has skyrocketed so much now. Give us a little favor and he can just find a place to build a factory. One must not make too much of it either. If the offer is too high, Priva might move on to another province. The crowd was discussing it when suddenly the live feed screen turned. That anchor actually let out a scream of horror. What's going on? Why won't it stop? Break! Give me the break! On the live feed, that anchor was driving a Tay Priva car, heading straight for a creek. Autopilot technology does not regulate direction at all. No matter how much this anchor shifted the steering wheel, the direction of the car remained motionless. Not only that, but his frantic slamming on the brakes didn't stop the car. It's my new car. CNM. Stop it. My new car. Rumble. Inside the live feed, the Tay Privola car went straight into the river. The river had slowly flooded up. That anchor was already planning to abandon the car. However, no matter how hard he tried, the car door would not open, and a large amount of river water flowed into the car, which had already gone past his ankle. The anchor got antsy and he began to swear. Priva, what are you up to? You're plotting my life. I took your money and advertised for you. You can't just get me killed. Rant after rant went on in the live room. The anchor, who was trapped in the car, was on the verge of despair, and the capitalists of Mordor who were watching the live broadcast looked at each other, and each other's faces were a little pale. It seems to have been possible to see the moment when Tay Privola's stock plummeted. Chapter 53, even a professional driver flipped his car. As the saying goes, the higher the praise, the worse the fall. This livestream was watched by tens of thousands of people online. To say the least, the impact is incalculable. Many people who had just ordered a car on the front foot returned their order on the back foot, with a look of dismay on their faces. If they hadn't watched it live, they wouldn't have been able to believe that a car that had just come out of the factory in the pretty country would just lose its brakes. It's hard to imagine that if they hadn't watched this live stream today and they had bought Tay Privola in a haphazard manner, would they have been the ones victimized? The broadcast was recorded by countless people and posted on the internet. Views soared to tens of thousands in no time. Seeing that anchor's heartbreaking tirade at the end of the video, everyone could sense his instinct to survive and his desperation for the situation at hand, which simply couldn't have been an arranged script. When the news was released, public opinion exploded. Geez, what's up with this car? Tay Privola, isn't it claimed to have perfected autopilot technology and it's okay for the driver to sleep in the car? Has this kind of car been inspected? Isn't it harming people to just take it out and sell it like this? Before Tay Privola trumpeted their self-driving technology so much, I didn't realize it was so horrible that it couldn't even brake. Fortunately, this is still on a country road. This would have been a series of tragedies if it had happened on the highway. I'm afraid I've already returned the order, and I won't buy a car from this business of theirs if it kills me. I don't want to die that early. I do not know how the situation of this anchor. It is said that the people in his live room has been the first time to call the police. I do not know if there is no rescue. The hot search again appeared on the news of Tay Privola brake failure. I drop good boy. This car brake problem cannot be solved, but also dare to put it out for sale, but also sold so expensive? It wasn't just this anchor's Tay Priva that had an accident. A lot of Tay Priva owners, too, have found problems with the brakes on their cars, and some have even caused huge accidents. All of this news appeared on the Hot 100. The official account of Tay Privola on the scarf was directly greeted by countless netizens who were eager to give them a reasonable explanation. When this happened, Tay Privola's stock was sold off so much that the market capitalization took a direct cliff drop. It's hard to imagine a company's stock going up wildly one foot and then falling off a cliff the next. Dramatic up and down swings have caused Tay Privola stock to melt down several times in a single day. The time came tonight. Sunan looked at the message on her cell phone with joy. I didn't realize that the Tay Priva was sold 6 months ahead of schedule and had so many problems in one day. On the contrary, the cars of those 5 companies did not have any breakdowns. Standing in the middle of an encounter with Priva, the public's reputation for domestic cars is gradually changing, but under the influence of certain forces, the public is generally not optimistic about new energy vehicles, and once again turned their attention to fuel cars. Sunan is not in a hurry, now as long as the counterparts step down on the line. First, the new energy market dominant position to stabilize. As for the word-of-mouth issue, I believe time will give him a perfect answer. Suddenly, Sunan realized that the anchor, who had dashed into the creek in his Tepra during the day, had posted a message on Weibo through his private account. The general idea is that he is now out of danger. Followed up by preparing to sue Tae Priva for a statement and exposing Tae Priva for making him advertise. What Sunan just didn't expect was that soon Tae Privola released a statement on the official account of the Scarf, stating that there was absolutely no technical problem with their car, and that it was entirely the anchor's poor driving skills and lack of an all-encompassing understanding of their car's capabilities that led to such a blunder. In other words, Tae Priva believes that he is not responsible for anything and that the anchor deserved it entirely on his own. And Tae Privola officials have said they will sue the anchor for financial damages on the grounds that the anchor defamed and smeared their car for no reason. This hand was not even expected by Sunan. Is this Tavilla so crazy? How dare you bite back when it's clearly your own problem? If it was a technical problem, then why were there so many breakdowns due to brake failure? In one day, the corners of Sunan's mouth rose slightly. In a time of great domestic involution, the people of the pretty country apparently didn't realize the gravity of the situation. The country's 5 car companies soon released videos of their tests on braking performance. With future technology, the braking technology of these 5 car companies is more than a few times better than the Tropicana. Good performance and cheap, or a national brand. With all of these factors stacked up, it's hard for the car's sales not to go up. It seems to be unable to withstand the pressure of public opinion. The official account of Tpila quickly deleted that message, but they haven't discounted their intention to sue that anchor. Time comes to the second day of the new energy vehicle on sale. On this day, Tae Privola cars had another big problem. A retired professional race car driver, driving a new energy car, crashed into a barricade because his brakes failed. Only a few minutes had passed before the car was on fire, and the whole time the doors wouldn't open at all. If it wasn't for a passing enthusiastic citizen who combined his efforts to save the racer, I'm afraid the racer, who has never had an accident on the track, is about to have one on the main road. Fans of the racer have now besieged the Tae Privola offline boutique, and on the internet, the official account of Tae Priva has been criticized by more netizens. In just 2 days, there have been so many accidents with this kind of car, and it's unimaginable what will happen later. Yesterday, Tae Priva could still use that anchor's poor driving skills as an excuse, but today's accident is a professional driver who has won numerous awards and experienced countless races. It's hard to believe that a professional driver can't handle a car like this. Why would a civilian buy a car like this? Compare that to the current state of Tae Privola. Domestic automobiles are gaining momentum, especially those 5 car companies invested by Sunan. The sales volume is increasing dramatically, not only obtaining orders at home, but also gaining favor in overseas markets. After all, something that performs well and is cheap is popular wherever you are. Chapter 54, Having More Children. Inside the Lee's Group branch, Sunan was on the phone with the chairman of Beetle D. 5 days have passed since the brakes on the Tae Priva failed. The problem of failing brakes has not only appeared on the domestic Trivial Pursuit cars, but also abroad because of this reason, caused a lot of tragedies. There is now a global boycott of Tae Privola's cars. Under pressure, Tae Privola officials announced that they were taking back the cars on the market and offering some financial compensation, planning to wait for the wind to pass. Oh no! It's the technical aspects that get resolved before you put the car up for sale. Mr. Su, today our enterprise received an overseas order for 3,000 new energy vehicles. There are orders for 5,000 units for the domestic market. It still doesn't compare to the older fuel car companies, but our growth is phenomenal. Compared to yesterday's orders, our year-on-year growth in quantity has reached 50%. And if we can keep up this growth trend, I'm sure it won't be long before the streets are littered with the cars of our 5 companies. Now the 5 companies, under Sunan's leadership, have made a common cause and hugged each other. They are no longer hooking up for the domestic market. Instead, they are looking at global overseas markets. That's a huge piece of cake. One-sided infighting will only deplete their strength, and win-win cooperation is the king of development. Subsidies have come down from the central side. 5 companies ate the lion's share. It has been somewhat covered in all areas. The enterprises themselves, their personnel, and the purchase of equipment are fully subsidized by the central government. Now, the directors of these 5 companies are very grateful to Sunan. If not for him, they might not be able to sell their cars so quickly. There's no way to fix the technical aspects so quickly. much less have so many orders. The subsidies given by the central government are also divided with other enterprises. Ha ha ha, I'm looking forward to seeing that day, but I'm looking forward to foreign roads being littered with our country's cars as well. Su Nan made a few polite remarks. Soon after, the chairman of the board of directors of Biote on the other end of the phone shifted the topic to the lithium ore industry. Mr. Su, now that the global lithium ore has declined, does Lee's group have any intention of further acquisitions? As a result of Tay Priva's decision to repossess the car, now that the market capitalization of Tay Privola has fallen so far, stockholders are dumping their family stock. This has made many speculators around the world disappointed in the field of new energy vehicles. Along with that, the lithium ore market has also been affected. Financiers around the globe have realized something was amiss when they perceived a major takeover of the lithium ore industry by domestic companies. They have chosen to follow the trend into the market, more than doubled the price of the lithium ore industry. Later Tay Privola announced the sale of the car. Global financiers realized that batteries for new energy vehicles require large amounts of lithium ore. As more and more capital gets involved, once again, the price of lithium ore has skyrocketed. Prices hovered at high levels for a long time. Finally, the many events of Tay Privola have made global financiers realize that new energy vehicles don't seem to be so reliable. They're not just dumping shares of Tay Privola, still selling shares in the lithium ore industry. The price of lithium ore, which has been hyped up, has finally fallen off a cliff. Along with the lithium ore industry, it is being sold off in large quantities, with prices getting lower every day. At this moment, foreign financiers have lost hope in new energy vehicles. After all, if even pretty country can't handle this technology, what other country can? As for domestic cars, over the years, domestic manufacturing has appeared on a large scale on the labels of overseas goods. However, thanks to the public opinion guidance of the pretty country, the reputation of domestic manufacturing is very poor. It has always been degraded and looked down upon by foreigners. This has also led to global financiers, who are not at all optimistic about these 5 new energy automobile enterprises in China, feeling that what they have manufactured are all inferior products. Don't worry, my father-in-law's place has already communicated with the Beijing side, and they will see fit to make the acquisition. What you need to do now is to expand your production capacity, and take advantage of the relatively strong central support to perfect the industry chain as soon as possible. Su Nan and Lee's branch of the group owned 25% of the shares of Biote, second only to their chairman. Currently Bizardi is not available on the market. The shareholders are just a bunch of people, and the investment side of the Lee Group branch is all managed directly by Su Nan. That is to say, Su Nan and these 5 new energy enterprises has the absolute right to speak. The chairman of these companies would call every now and then to seek Su Nan's advice. Well, the industrial chain is already being prepared, and the brand new superfactory is already in the process of being set up, so it's estimated that it will be in full operation 2 months from now. The call ended and Su Nan continued to work on the matter at hand. Recently, Li Zhonglong handed over all the matters of the group's investment department to Su Nan. Last time, so many top investment guys were laid off. It makes it very difficult to run the department. Cadres who have been promoted to the top have difficulty adapting to the heavy burdens placed on them in a short period of time. Li Zhanglong saw his daughter working so hard, but on the contrary, Su Nan was idle all day, busy with the game company. Immediately, he let the people throw all the matters of the group's investment department to Su Nan and let him handle them. However, Li Zhanglong also considered Su Nan's limited ability and arranged a number of helpers for him. Nonetheless, Su Nan was so busy that she didn't leave her chair for the whole morning. Hey, it's not an easy thing to join a rich family. Su Nan stretched and stood up to move her muscles. The Li family was thinly populated, and the large Li group could not find anyone suitable to manage it. A lot of things needed to be done personally by Li Zhanglong and Li Sini. For Su Nan to join the family, he has to share some of the responsibility. Seeing that he had a knack for investing, Li Zhanglong handed over the investment department to him. Unbeknownst to me, where does Su Nan know anything about investing? It's just copying homework. It seems like we need to have more children with Sini in the future, so that the little ones can share a little more for their parents. Just when Su Nan's reverie, Li Zhanglong called and said he was ready for the second wave of acquisition of the lithium ore industry. Chapter 55. Unexpected Joy. Pine Lake Chamber of Commerce, where many capitalists from Magic City were gathered. They sat together and discussed the next investment plan. They people are not ironclad. When he started his business some years ago, he made a lot of conflicts in order to compete for the business in Mordor. It was only recently that the capitalist side of the city, having hugged their way to the top, forced the capitalists on the Mordor side of the city to put aside their old grudges and hastily form an alliance. Just got the news. That kid Li Zhanglong transferred another $2 billion to the top of his overseas corporate account. I'm afraid there's another big move. Then what are we waiting for? Quickly find someone to continue surveillance and spy on their movements so we can grab the meat behind them. An old man in white snorted coldly. Spying on what? I think Li Zhanglong is just fooling around with those people in the capital. At the very beginning of what new energy vehicles? Things are making a big fuss. The result is that the good enterprises are finished by their investment, leaving poor enterprises for US to invest in. This investment money, I do not know when I will be able to recover it. The lithium ore industry. 2. Got financiers all over the world to start buying up the lithium ore industry, firing the price of lithium so high that the batteries for the remote control are going to be $10 a pop. But now, the technological flaws of TPILA symbolize the failure of new energy vehicles. Lithium ore followed Privola's stock off a cliff. I originally did not intend to invest, but as a result, I still could not hold back and acquired several lithium ore enterprises with a piece of the gang in the capital. Now the price of lithium ore has plummeted, and the few companies that acquired it can't even sell it, making me so angry that I almost gag. Cough cough cough. The white-clothed old man finished and coughed violently. The pale old face became a reddish color, scaring the people present for fear that he would die here. On the main seat, Qian Feng, the president of the Songhu Chamber of Commerce, said with concern, "Is Elder Song alright? Is there any way I can send you to the next room to take a rest?" Elder Song waved his hand. "No need. This is an old problem of mine. Just sit here and rest for a while. You guys keep chatting." Spat on Li Zhanglong and the gang from the capital for a while longer. The men under Qian Feng walked in. Leaning down, he whispered something in his ear. The gazes of everyone in the arena at the moment all looked towards him, wanting to know what news Qian Feng had gotten. "Gentlemen, there's no need to pay attention to Li Zhanglong. The funds mobilized by that kid are all intended to be used to acquire the lithium ore industry overseas." Qian Feng gave the news to the crowd. Instantly, the crowd below lit up, especially Elder Song, who had just been a bit out of breath, looked like he had returned to his senses. The entire person looked radiant, hale and hearty, and among his cloudy eyes, there were flashes of refined light. "President Qian, is the information conclusive?" Elder Song stood up from his chair on his crutches. Qian Feng nodded. "Don't worry, Elder Song. I'm the president of the Song Lake Chamber of Commerce. It's impossible for me to deceive you. Right now, the people under Li Zhanglong are negotiating with a company in Pretty Country, wanting to acquire the lithium ore industry under that company's name. Not only that, but his people have found 3 Japanese companies that own a number of lithium ore industries around the world. That's why I speculate that Li Zhanglong and those people in the capital are planning to acquire the overseas lithium ore industry for the second time." Now, quite a few people from the Pine Lake Chamber of Commerce were confused. New energy vehicles are failing, and Li Zhanglong still expects to make money selling lithium? Then he won't make his money back if he sells it until he dies. What's the difference between entering now and giving away money? It looks like Li Zhanglong's brainpower is starting to decline after losing the help from the top management of the investment department over there. Ha ha ha. Li Zhanglong and the gang in the capital wouldn't expect domestic enterprises to make it, would they? What an international joke. Hearing that the crowd was disparaging Li Zhanglong and the capitalists in the capital, Qian Feng in the main seat was inwardly relieved and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qian Feng laughed. As the saying goes, fertilizer doesn't flow to outsiders. If Li Zhanglong gives the money to the people of Pretty Country and the Japanese, then it might as well be given to us. Now I'm going to deal with Li Zhanglong in the name of the Pine Lake Chamber of Commerce. Let him and the gang in the capital come and buy the lithium ore industry in our name. At these words, the crowd in the room cheered. Elder Song was even happier. He leaned on his old man and said, "You're all still young, so let me, the old man, go ahead and test the waters." The people present dared to be angry. In his heart, he cursed this old man's shamelessness, but looking at Elder Song's waning body, no one dared to stand up and talk back, in case the old man died of their anger. Wouldn't his children have to blackmail him severely? There were cold grunts in the arena, yet no one spoke up to stop Elder Song. Song Lao's dry and thin old face crumpled into a ball, squeezing out an ugly smile. Qian Feng was also a bit helpless against this old thing. "Fine, then I'll sell out old Song's lithium ore industry before taking care of all of you." The price of lithium ore now continues to depreciate. Selling it a minute late can cost you a lot of profit. Soon, Qian Feng's people contacted Li Zhanglong. It took all of Li Zhanglong's red ass to make him come around and send someone to buy Song Lao's lithium ore industry. Initially, Song Lao purchased 3 lithium ore companies at a cost of $1 billion. The price of these 3 businesses has now dropped to $800 million, or the kind that doesn't sell. Little Li, Uncle Song, I do think highly of you. Seeing as our 2 families have been friends for more than 10 years, for those 3 businesses, Uncle Song will sell you $780 million. What? That price is too high? The smile on Song Lao's face gradually converged, and then he gritted his teeth. Then it's $770 million. And Uncle Song loses $30 million of his own money. Finally, Li Zhanglong offered to negotiate privately. Sun Lao was relieved to have lost only $30 million. No loss. This deal is definitely not a loss. Ha ha ha. Gentlemen, old me will leave first. Come back to my son's hotel. I'll treat you to dinner. The crowd looked disgusted. The last time I went to your son's hotel for dinner, all 20 of them became jet fighters. And whoever goes again is a cutie. Witnessing the departure of Elder Song, the others contacted Li Zhanglong, wanting him to build bridges and help them sell the lithium ore industry in their hands. Brother Zhanglong, are you free this afternoon? Brother Zhanglong, I have a set of tea sets made of purple mountain sand here, so I'll send someone over to you later. Li Zhanglong felt a burst of mystery in this world. The Pine Lake Chamber of Commerce, which had always looked down on outsiders like him, would actually take the initiative to contact him, also selling the lithium ore industry on the cheap. What a sleepy man with a pillow. However, Li Zhanglong will not help them to build bridges for nothing. The benefit fee is certainly to extort a hard. The people of the Pine Lake Chamber of Commerce can't help it. They have always been unable to get along with the capitalists in the capital, and they don't see eye to eye with each other. Relationships have been deadlocked for a long time. If they personally sent someone to negotiate with the capital side, I'm afraid the success rate wouldn't be too high, and by letting Li Zhanglong intercede, he might be able to succeed and save himself from the risk of being slaughtered for a fortune. Although Li Zhanglong, this kid, is not a good thing, also want to ruthlessly slaughter them, but he opened the conditions. The crowd can still accept. Chapter 56, Playing Too Big. Old Li, I heard that your daughter has found a poor boy as her boyfriend. Is this matter true? Inside the office of the chairman of Li's group, a man in black sat across from Li Zhanglong. He was Chang Xiang, the chairman of Guangxiang Company, and also a member of Songhu Chamber of Commerce. This time he came here to visit Li Zhanglong as a former friend. By the way, for the sake of the Pine Lake Chamber of Commerce, discuss something. Back then, when Li Zhanglong was trying to gain a foothold in the Magic City, Chang Xiang helped a lot. Li Zhanglong is not an ungrateful person. Took out 5% of the shares of 10 subordinate companies and gave them to Chang Xiang. Not only that, he would often work with Koxiang at a loss to repay his former favor. Poor boy? Li Zhanglong frowned slightly. This was not a good name to call him. Moreover, Chang Xiang's tone was full of contempt for Sunan. It made Li Zhanglong feel a little displeased in his heart. He shook his head. It's alright. The kid helped me out a lot and made a lot of money himself. Making money? Chang Xiang laughed 3 times. A country bumpkin. How much money can he earn in the city? It won't all be your old Li sneaking around and stuffing him, right? Li Zhanglong didn't say anything. He had been with Chang Xiang for so many years. Know what kind of character this person has. He was very contemptuous of those migrant workers, feeling that these people were dividing up the resources of their Mordor locals. Back then, Li Zhanglong was also looked down upon by this guy. It's just that this guy has his eye on Li's prospects. As for himself, he did need Chang Xiang's help. Outside the door, the assistant knocked and walked in. As Chang Xiang is also a member of the board of directors, so the assistant didn't avoid it and placed the documents that Sunan and Li Sini had dealt with yesterday on the table. This Sunan is the boyfriend your daughter has made. Old Li, you actually willing to give him the group's investment department? Chang Xiang saw the signature on the document. A look of incredulity was revealed. According to Chang Xiang's understanding, this kid named Sunan's position in the company has nothing to do with the investment department. Can such a person in charge of the group's investment department make things happen? When he saw what was on the document, he felt even more of a heavenly spin. Sunan had gone so far as to borrow $50 billion from 3 financial companies in the name of the Li Group. Is this kid going to empty the Li Group? Front foot Li Zhanglong from their Pine Lake Chamber of Commerce here purchased a lot of lithium ore industry. On the back foot, this Sunam has borrowed another $50 billion. Borrowing is still a short-term loan. Only a 3-month loan. This finance company has high interest rates. He had borrowed $500 million in the first place and paid back $50 million in interest 6 months later. Sunan's $50 billion, after 3 months less than $2,500 million must be repaid. And Li's group has some debt of its own. If Sunan pulls another stunt like this, I'm afraid she's going to push Li's group towards the brink of bankruptcy. Chang Xiang seemed to have seen the scene where Li Zhanglong had to cut his own flesh in order to save the group. Li Zhanglong also did not expect that Sunan would suddenly want to borrow so much money. What's he up to now? At that moment, Chang Xiang, who was next to him, spoke up. Old Li, I remember that the contract when you transferred the shares to me stated that as long as I don't want those shares, I can sell them to you anytime, right? When Li Zhanglong sent Chang Xiang shares, a restriction was added to the contract. That is, Cheng Xiang is not allowed to resell these gifted shares to others. If you want to sell it, you can only sell it to Li Zhanglong himself. He does not want the company under his jurisdiction to lose absolute control because of the loss of shares. Li Zhanglong nodded slightly. Naturally, you wouldn't want to sell it to me now, would you? It's possible, but right now my company doesn't have that much money, so it might be a while before I can pay for these shares. Cheng Xiang didn't mind. It's fine to have your old lease guarantee. Tomorrow I'll send someone to draw up a share transfer contract, and the price will be based on the current share price. As for the money, you can just give it to me in a year. He was really afraid that Li's group would fail and the company's share price would plummet, which would affect his own interests. End of matter negotiation. There was no need for Cheng Xiang to stay and go. He had already sold the lithium ore industry under his name. All of it, to Li Zhanglong. By the way, I helped those guys at the Chamber of Commerce. Sold the lithium ore industry in their name. All of it, to someone on the capital side. Now the people of the Pine Lake Chamber of Commerce are waiting for his good news and are ready to invite him for tea this afternoon. After Cheng Xiang left, Li Zhanglong's face immediately boarded up. What's that Sunan kid up to these days? The assistant said softly. Manager Su has been dealing with the investment department lately, and in his spare time, he will go downstairs to check on the situation of the Mikuyu company. The rest of the time he's either playing games with the lady piece or swiping through short videos or buying some stocks. Stocks? Li Zhanglong raised an eyebrow. Can't it be that this kid has found some more investment windfall? No. What kind of investment windfall requires so much money? If this loses money, I really have to cut my own flesh to protect myself. Li Zhanglong didn't know what Sunan wanted to do. Despite Sunan's previous successes, he played a little too big this time. What is the concept of $50 billion? The GDP of dozens of cities in the country have not broken the 50 billion mark. Li Zhanglong did not dare to take this risk, fearing that Sunan would play off at once, causing the entire Li group to be finished. Contact Sunan immediately and ask him to explain the situation to me personally, or else this $50 billion is not to be moved. Chapter 57, The Disaster of Gaohao Li. On the other side, Sunan was confirming the message on her cell phone. The day before yesterday, the future sent a message from him. He said that tonight, next door to Gaohao Li will see a once-in-a-century mega-disaster. It is strong convective weather that is difficult for the Met Office to predict. Not only are there thunderstorms, but they can also cause a Category 13 megastorm with rainfall of up to 180 millimeters per hour. Tsunamis are even more frequent on the coast. The drainage system of Hai Hook Lixil was directly paralyzed by the destruction of this storm. Gao Hak Yeo is a small place, but it has a population of 50 million. High dependence on external imports of materials. In the event that external resources can't be sent in, the price of their merchandise doubled dozens of times overnight. Stocks in the people's livelihood category are breaking through the sky. After learning the news, Sunan intends to take this opportunity to ruthlessly harvest a wave of Gao Hookli and plunge into their stock market. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about helping them, but who in Gaohao Li would believe him when he spoke out about it as a Chinese? Either that or his well-intentioned reminder fell on stony ground and little attention was paid to it. Either people at home and abroad, who thought he was a clown and thought he was making a fool of himself, mocked, attacked and abused him. After experiencing Penguin's web explosion, Sunan no longer wanted to experience this kind of thing again. By then he will be in the eye of the storm again, which will not only affect the people around him, but also become a hindrance to his career path in the future. Even if the prophecy succeeded, it wouldn't do him much good, and it wasn't like he could really accumulate any merit. Instead, it gets more attention. As for the big disaster money, in fact, if Sunan doesn't enter, this disaster fortune will still be handed out by someone else. I'm afraid that the moment the Hai Hook Lixil storm starts, their local plutocrats will be the first to enter and run faster than everyone else. And then the world's respective money poured into their markets to eat this disaster dividend. Of course, there's a part of it. It was the future who told himself that the Hai Hook LIX was jumping especially high in a few years. They have been targeted in various places, especially in the cultural aspect. It is repeatedly bidding for the traditional cultural treasures belonging to their Chinese. Take what is Chinese and claim it as their own. It's just shameless to the core. So Sunan had one more thing to do. That is to preserve the traditional Chinese culture as much as possible, and then import some commercial elements, so that the traditional culture, traditional costumes to carry forward. After a cursory investigation by Sunan, the transmission of some traditional cultures is now nearly broken. There were only a few older legacies. The younger generation is almost invisible. Come to think of it, parents nowadays want their children to study and go to school, get into the desired prestigious school and get a good job. As for traditional culture, in their eyes, it is something unprofessional and useless to learn, but it's different when it's infused with a commercial element, something that can make money to support a family. Anything that wants to be handed down and developed for a long time has to be tied to the economy. Otherwise extinction is only a matter of time. If we rely on inheritance to guard it, I am afraid that when it is passed on to future generations of children and grandchildren, they will not even be able to afford to eat, let alone get married and have children and pass it on to the next generation. After making this disaster fortune, I diverted some of the funds to start a traditional dressmaking company. As for traditional culture, it can be integrated into the game, so that players can be entertained while recognizing these treasures passed down from their old ancestors, and can even achieve cultural output. However, all of this must be preceded by money. Gao Haoli will still be working against Wasia a few years from now. Since this was the case, Sunan would first collect some interest from them and make a hard profit. $50 billion is not a small amount of money. When she first borrowed money from several financial companies in the name of the company, Lee Sini actually disagreed. She was reluctant to sign her name because she also realized the risky nature behind the matter. However, she couldn't resist Sunan's soft words after all. Signed and stamped the document. Follow the plan I've laid out and buy the shares of these companies in high hook Lixil in batches without a single misstep. Now, the investment department of Lee's group has basically moved to the branch side, all under Sunan's command. Sacked that group of investment department executives last time. Now the group investment department up and down. All listen to Sunan's orders. He explained what to do, the people under him to do what. Soon, a batch of funds flowed into the stock market of Gao Hookli according to Sunan's instructions. Such a large amount of capital flow caused an immediate uproar in the financial sector. A lot of people are watching the movement of this money, trying to figure out what the hell Li is up to. So Nan, you've moved that money? The chairman of the board, Li Zhonglong, called. Sunan was silent for a moment and said, 2/3 of it has been utilized, and the rest is not yet due. 2/3, the rest is still up in the air. That means you kid will have to spend all of this $50 billion in the near future. Li Zhanglong face full of horror. This kid spend money really do not blink an eye. 50 billion so squandered? Yes, to be precise. I'll have the investment department invest all that money by tonight. Li Zhanglong on the other end of the phone was speechless. Now that the money had been spent, what could he stop? Stopping the remaining third from moving? That doesn't help anymore either. You'll cook yourself tonight. I'm coming to the villa for dinner. By the way, discuss your investment direction. Sunan agreed. At night, even if he didn't say anything, Li Zhanglong could know how much he could earn from this investment. Pine Lake Chamber of Commerce. Chang Xiang, who had just come out of the bathhouse, was lying on a soft chair with a group of people from the Chamber of Commerce, enjoying the afternoon sun. Xian Feng, who was the president, lay in the northernmost position. The others formed a circle around him. I just got the news that the Li Group took out $50 billion and invested it in the stock market of Gaogoli. What do you all think? Xian Feng slowly uttered the news he had just heard. This kind of large-scale mobilization of funds cannot be hidden from bigwigs of their level at all. The source and destination of the funds are all clearly investigated for you. When did the Li Group have this kind of power? Today just collected so much of our lithium ore industry, and then took out $50 billion to invest in the stock market of Gaohaoli. The liquidity on hand is a little too much. These money don't need to think to know. Must be a loan. Like our money. Either exchange into not easy to depreciate the dollar, put into foreign banks to eat the interest, or invest in those steady income industry. Simply will not take the idle money into their hands. That's right. Chang Xiang, who knew the inside information, spoke up. That money was indeed loaned by Li's group, but the main person in charge is still the boyfriend of Li Zhanglong's daughter. It's not Li Zhanglong himself who makes the decisions. Upon hearing this news, the other's eyes widened suddenly. Li Zhanglong gave his son-in-law so much power that he gave him a direct loan of $50 billion? I'm afraid my own son doesn't even get that. Not to mention an unmarried son-in-law. This is just a little too outrageous. Humph. In the end, it's still Li Zhanglong who was busy with his career when he was young and neglected to discipline his daughter. Dang, Li's group's 1,000 gold miss. What an honorable status. But even fell in love with a poor boy from out of town. I really don't know what's going on in Li Sini's head. What's that kid's strengths besides looking a little whiter? Li Zhanglong too. Letting someone who doesn't know how to invest at all run the company's investment department. I think Li's group is already heading for the end of the road. Chang Xiang spat aloud. He was actually planning to let his son and Li Sini get married. Unable to do so, that little nymph Li Sini couldn't even look at his son. And she even sneered at both father and son. Even Li Zhanglong had to give him 3 thin faces. Who was Li Sini? That yellow-haired girl. To dare to sneer at him? Chang Xiang had been holding these things in his heart. It was not good for him to vent it out in the way. It was only in the Pine Lake Chamber of Commerce, his own people's turf, that he could vent in pain. Chapter 58, The Carnival of Capital. That's right. Several economists under my command, have also stated that the Li Group is on its way out. It won't be long before Li Zhanglong is dragged down by his prospective son-in-law, causing the group to collapse. Qian Feng, as the president, agreed with Chang Xiang's words. The crowd looked over at that. President, don't you hate so-called economists and think they talk big? Yeah, when I tried to send you a couple of economists to assist you in running the company, you sent them straight back. I've heard the president say that if those economists were really capable, they would have made their own fortunes in money long ago and wouldn't be living under the radar and taking a paycheck to get by. Quickly, let's see which economist is the one who managed to get the president under his tutelage. Watching the crowd express curiosity, Qian Feng had to send someone and call Wang Xishuan, who had just been taken under his command. Since leaving Li, Wang Xishuan lost his source of income, went to several companies for interviews. As a result, those companies were unwilling to offend Li's group and didn't dare to hire him. Angry Wang Xishuan went home every day either cursing Su Nan or Li Zhanglong. The home was full of negativity that he had vented. It leads to family disharmony and couples often break out in quarrels. Wang Xishuan is not trying to find another way out. But what company would hire him when he was already in his 50s? Even when competing for the position of security guard, people at the company thought he was too fat. Later, Wang Xishuan tried to record videos to explain something about economics, selling classes and his own writings in the process, which is why he spent tens of thousands of dollars on recording equipment. Post the video that you stayed up all night editing to the internet. It only garnered a couple dozen plays. It's also all browsed by bots. Wang Xishuan was disheartened. Finally, by a stroke of luck, he met Qian Feng, the president of the Songhu Chamber of Commerce. Forced by life, this time Wang Xishuan racked his brains to show his talent, attributed all the credit to himself for the success of Li's group today. Of course, the most important thing is that he spits on Li Yongryan while exaggerating his own talents. It made Qian Feng apathetic and quickly accepted Wang Xishuan. Wang Xishuan, who was obese, appeared in front of the crowd. Now he was full of vigor and confidence, as if he had come to the peak of his life. In the face of a crowd of big capitalists, he was unassuming and unhurried, earning him countless favorable comments. Is this the economics expert under the president? A rich face to look at. Indeed, that's the kind of fat, chubby henchman I like, sure to bring me fortune. Ha, this seems to be someone under Li Zhanglong, right? In that case, I thought something looked familiar too. Finally, someone found out who Wang Xishuan used to be. Qian Feng laughed. Mr. Wang used to work under Li Zhanglong. Only Li Zhanglong, in order to favor his son-in-law-to-be and cover up his mistakes at work, went so far as to directly fire Mr. Wang, as well as a bunch of the backbone of the investment department, said Qian Feng, stifling his wrists. It seemed to sympathize with Wang Xishuan's misery. I didn't expect this Li Zhanglong guy to be such an asshole. Li Zhanglong has eyes but no eyes. Mr. Wang will surely blossom and ruthlessly punch him in the face in the future. Li Zhanglong's son-in-law-to-be isn't any good either. He's simply a redhead. If my daughter likes someone like that, why don't she just not get married for the rest of her life? The crowd of the Pine Lake Chamber of Commerce was outraged. In fact, the heart was already happy. Li Zhanglong, since he had that prospective son-in-law, the act of doing so is becoming more and more confusing. It's really a dead end. These matters are in the past. Next, Mr. Wang will properly assist President Qian and help him become the true overlord of Magic City. Wang Xishuan waved his hand with a flat face, as if he had already let go of everything. At this time, someone wanted to test him. Mr. Wang, Li's group took $50 billion and slammed it into the Gaogoli stock market. What do you think their purpose is, and will it turn out to be a profit or a loss? Wang Xishuan said. I'm not too sure about their purpose, because Su Nan's operation is really unintelligible. All of this $50 billion flowed into stocks related to the livelihood of the Hai Hook Lu, such as healthcare, food, construction. As we all know, Gao Hook Yeo has a large population and little land. So construction is definitely not developing, and it's unlikely that the related stocks will see drastic fluctuations. Medically, there have been no recent epidemics in Gao Haoli, and it's unlikely to fluctuate anytime soon. As for food, although Gao Haoli is highly dependent on imports and may fluctuate, their authorities and local plutocrats have always kept a tight grip on the price of food. So even if there are fluctuations, they won't be too drastic. All the circumstances analyzed, Li's group of these $50 billion into the Hai Hook Lixil stock market. Maybe in a short period of time will rise, but it will not be long before it will fall back. With such a huge number of shares, no one is taking them at all, and Li's group can only watch them rot in their hands step by step and watch these shares go down the drain. And, you all don't have to think that the Li group can turn anything around. The local plutocrats in Gao Haoli are not vegetarians. Seeing Li's group send such a big piece of fat meat up, they'll definitely try their best to swallow it in one gulp. An expert deserves to be an expert. Hearing Wang Shishuan's words, the crowd of Pine Lake Chamber of Commerce immediately felt that Li's group was dead. Qianfeng's eyes lit up. In that case, in order to pay off this $50 billion of debt, Li's group will definitely sell some of the businesses under their name cheaply. All of a sudden, the people in the room had two eyes. They sold off their lithium or properties on hand. Holds a large amount of liquid assets. These assets they had intended to convert into dollars and store in foreign banks. But when they heard Qianfeng's words, they felt that they could take this money and use it to buy the quality assets of Li's group. By then, it would be impossible for Li Zhanglong not to sell even if he wanted to. The financial institutions that borrowed the money are backed by the Bank of Mordor. In a lawsuit, Li Zhanglong is bound to lose. At that time, Li's group would really be powerless. As for now, Li's group is about as good as it gets. When the high-quality assets are sold out, the only thing left in Li Zhanglong's hands are some loss-making enterprises. He couldn't sell these businesses and had to let them drag down the group he had worked so hard to build. Ha ha ha, this feast is something we can't miss at the Pine Lake Chamber of Commerce. Everyone consolidate your funds immediately, and when Li Zhanglong is no longer able to do so, we'll acquire the businesses under his name. The crowd of the Pine Lake Chamber of Commerce threw back their heads and laughed. An orgy belonging to capitalists was about to appear before them. Chapter 59, Harvested by the Chinese. At night, the sky of Gaohaoli was covered with dark clouds. Thunder flashed, and bursts of muffled thunder rang out. Bean-sized raindrops fell from the air. The wind howled and swept up the leaves on the ground. The streets were filled with countless people looking for shelter from the rain. They looked up at the sky. The rain washed away the summer heat but became a hindrance to their return home. Unbeknownst to me, the real nightmare is upon us. Inside a luxurious manor, many plutocrats, celebrities, and government officials from Goguryeo gathered here. They raised their glasses high, each face beaming with joy. This afternoon, the Li Group of China injected a large amount of money into their stock market. At first, they thought that the Chinese wanted to have some impact on their economy and wanted to join forces to mess up their stock market. But I didn't expect that the only ones who came were Li's group and some retail investors who followed the trend of investment. What they didn't expect was that this Li's group actually invested in their livelihood enterprises. This made the plutocrats happy. The power of a single group in the district is unlikely to shake their stock market. Not to mention the relatively stable livelihood stocks. It's like giving them fat meat on the doorstep. The Gao Hukli plutocrats don't know what Li's group is trying to do. But now that the money has flowed into their stock market and has reached their mouths, where is the reason not to eat it? And at this moment, the purpose of their gathering here was precisely to discuss how they should eat up this capital of Li's group. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A deafening thunderclap sounded. It was as if it was exploding above their heads. The lighted manor was instantly bleak. Only a few candles on the table that added to the ambience were still flickering. It's so dark. Ashy bar. Who stepped on my foot? What's going on? Why did the power suddenly go out? Activate the backup power and go check to see what's going on. Why is the table on fire? Get water on it. The environment was dark and the manor was in instant chaos. The wind outside grew stronger, blowing the candles down on the table and setting the whole table ablaze. The rain crackled like stones hitting the glass, making you incredibly agitated inside. An inexplicable feeling of fear surged through everyone's mind. Chairman Li, Chairman Park, I remembered that there's something else going on at home, so I'll go first. One celebrity couldn't sit still and offered to leave. He had just gotten up from his chair when the wind outside suddenly intensified, blowing a crooked tree over and smashing it into a minivan. Unable to see what was happening, people on the property pushed and shoved each other and even stomped, resulting in 2 people being injured. Finally, the backup power in the villa kicked in. Seeing the tragic state of the minivan outside, everyone's hearts flinched, taken aback by the scene. Why is it so windy today? I thought it was only thunderstorms at night? Damn! How are we going to get back in this rain? Unease pervaded. Li Jie-chul, who was the host, stepped forward. He was the chairman of the Shanqing group, and had the highest status and the most power of speech among all. Let's all settle down. This kind of heavy rain won't last long. It will stop after a while. Let's discuss how to solve the matter of Li's group. The crowd is gradually calming down. The injured were also taken upstairs for treatment. After a half-hour-long deliberation, the high-hook plutocrats have finally come up with a plan. Celebrities and officials of the authorities, too, said that they would do their best to accomplish the auxiliary work. Chairman, the situation doesn't seem good. We've suddenly had strong convective weather here tonight, and the storm is going to continue, with winds already up to 12. That's still the current situation. And according to expert projections, the next one is going to be even worse for days. After things were discussed, naturally, everyone's main concern was when they could go home. This is a remote private estate, located in the middle of nowhere, convenient for them, the dignitaries, to gather without being photographed by the media. So it's going to be hard to get the power back on here for a while without it. Cell phone reception is even worse. Even though the voice of the subordinate who had come to report the news had been lowered a lot, the surrounding area was so quiet that the people in the front row still heard what he said. Strong convective weather, 12 force winds, so how else are we going to get back? A plutocrat exclaimed. It's not even safe to drive on the main road in this weather, not to mention the rough roads and mountain passes. If you're not careful, you'll be blown sideways by the wind. Not good. Our drainage system is paralyzed and the roads are now covered in water up to our ankles. An assistant to a high-ranking official ran in. Tell the congregation what you have been told. Several cities are currently experiencing power outages. The waters have reached the homes of the people, especially those living in semi-basement. The house can no longer stay people, and they have to move to the building to live temporarily. Hurricanes bring even more horrific disasters. Several people have already been hit by trees and seriously injured. The number of people who have been hit by free-flying billboards in the air is even greater. All sorts of bad news followed, especially with the possibility of a tsunami off the coast tomorrow morning. It's casting a cloud over everyone's mind. President, the people are definitely braving the heavy rain right now to grab food and medical products. So why don't we take this opportunity to inflate the prices and make a big profit? After the disaster, a lot of buildings were destroyed, and the people will definitely want to rebuild their houses. And we can make a big profit from this, a plutocrat said joyfully. His face suddenly collapsed. He remembered that the Chinese Country League Group invested, as if it was the stock in this area. At once, the uneasiness in everyone's hearts dissipated, and a look of horror filled everyone's face. Li Jiechul even stood up directly from his chair. His hands couldn't stop trembling, and his mouth muttered, "How did this happen? Is this a coincidence? Or can the Chinese anticipate this happening?" Li Jiechul felt a bit incredulous. It was clearly a harvesting operation for them, and now it's the Chinese who are harvesting them. Although they plutocrats can also eat their brains out, but the one who gets the most benefits is the Li Group in China. Of course, now is not the time to think about that. Li Jiechul's expression instantly became serious and demanded to order the relevant companies under their Sangsin name to raise the prices of products related to people's livelihoods, including even construction materials. And these, too, are businesses in which Su Nan has invested. At this time, countless speculators within the High Hook Lixil have discovered this excellent speculative wind. A large amount of overseas capital has also all poured in to take part in this carnival under the disaster. The price of the relevant stocks went through the roof. Chapter 60. I was a little loud just now. Su Nan, what the hell are you kids up to? Li Zhenglong walked in broadly from outside the villa. The whole crowd was furious when he knew that Su Nan will be 50 billion funds. All bought the High Hook Lixil livelihood-related stocks. Angry almost did not pass out on the spot. That's like not putting $50 billion in your pocket. For nothing, it was given to those plutocrats in Gogol. Li Zhenglong is angry and anxious. Call Su Nan's phone is not answered. The road is also the rush hour after work. It took a full hour. He rushed to the city center villa. What he didn't know was that at this time, Gao Haoli was facing a disaster that would not be seen for 100 years, due to the barriers between the internet. That's why the news didn't reach the country in the first place. Li Zhenglong walked into the villa and found Su Nan cooking and his daughter still upstairs taking a bath. How can you have the heart to eat when you're cooking at this hour? Seeing this scene, Li Zhenglong was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. This wave of Li's group's operation made all the major domestic capitals look toward him. Countless people were foolishly trying to divide up the assets in Li's name the moment he collapsed. Those on the capital side expressed even more doubt. Within an hour there were over 30 calls asking him what had happened. Li Zhengrong inwardly incomparable self-blame. He has long investigated Su Nan on the investment of things know nothing about. Should not be the investment of all the heavy responsibility to him. Now, well, if this $50 billion plus hole couldn't be filled, Li's group would really be going downhill. Just as he was about to walk into the kitchen to question Su Nan as to why he made this magical maneuver, the cell phone in his pants pocket suddenly rang. It was the assistant who called. Li Zhenglong came to the downtown villa this time by himself and drove alone. Several assistants stayed at the group's headquarters, keeping a close eye on the movements of Gao Hukli. After all, those plutocrats aren't dead. There will certainly be a range of responses, and what Li Zhenglong could do was to preserve those $50 billion of assets as much as possible, and not let that money flow out all at once. Chairman, something big has happened to Gao Haoli. The assistant's emotion-laden voice was heard. Li Zhenglong's face was ashen, and his mood fell to the bottom. Say, is there a reaction from Gao Haoli's side? The assistant exclaimed. There's a reaction. Hearing these words, Li Zhenglong's pupils dimmed a few points. Sure enough, what's done is done. Chairman, there's no need to be pessimistic. There's good news coming from Gao Haoli's side. The assistant had followed Li Zhanglong for many years and knew what mood the chairman was in at the moment, and was the first to open his mouth to comfort him. Good news? Li Zhanglong was stunned. What good news could there be after what had happened? Is it possible that unrest has broken out in Gaohao Lih, causing these livelihood stocks to soar? Li Zhanglong immediately dismissed the inner thoughts. Are you kidding me? Gaohao has a beautiful country's military base station there, so how much more chaotic can it get? I'm afraid it won't be long before it's put to rest. Chairman, I pushed you a link to the latest video that has the current situation of Gaohao. It was difficult for the assistant to say what was going on in Gaohao for a while. The good thing is that some domestic media outlets have already rushed out videos in order to be the first to report the news in this regard. Li Zhanglong opened that video link. Strong convective weather in Gaohao, tsunami along the coast, a large number of houses destroyed. Winds are expected to rise further by noon tomorrow. Inside the video, a man narrates the general current situation in Lihue. After finishing, he said rather sighingly, even worse than natural disasters are man-made disasters. The Gaohao plutocrats took this opportunity to raise the price of goods. Even the planks used to build houses were more than twice as expensive, causing countless people to cry out in agony. Capitals from various countries have seen this and have massively flooded into the stock markets of Gaohao, and there have been 2 meltdowns. Seeing what was in the video, Li Zhanglong felt his heart beating hard. He hurriedly searched the news and determined the veracity of the incident. And at the moment, the Gaohao Minsheng class of stocks has begun to skyrocket in a straight upward trend. Li Zhanglong pinched his face and muttered, "It's unbelievable that this is true. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable." However, he tried his best to contain his laughter. Said to the assistant on the other end of the line, "Arrange for a cargo ship to purchase a batch of supplies and give them to the Gaohao authorities free of charge in the name of the Li Group, in the hope that the people there can resume their normal lives as soon as possible and get rid of the troubles caused by the disaster." "Yes, Chairman. I'll order it now." The assistant also realized something. The tone became agitated. After calming down a bit, Li Zhanglong felt that things were incredibly dreamy and it was difficult to digest this unexpected event. According to that video report just now, authorities in Lihue speculate that the storm will last for 3 or 4 days. In the meantime, prices on the Gaohao side will get higher and higher, and the related stocks will likewise continue to soar. It's only been a little over an hour since the incident, and the stock price has already risen 50%. In other words, this $50 billion that Su Nan had invested had turned into $75 billion. And next, that number thankfully continues to grow. It's likely to cross the $100 billion mark. Is this kid Su Nan a human being or not? Why can he catch a windfall like this? Strong convective weather. Even professional meteorological equipment can't detect it. How could he predict this in advance when he's in the Magic City? The facts were right in front of Li Zhanglong. If Su Nan had said it was all luck, he would have been the first to say no. Luck, once or twice can be considered luck. But isn't this third time a bit outrageous? Just in time, Su Nan walked out of the kitchen with a pot of fried vegetables, humming a musical ditty in her mouth, with a relaxed and happy look on her face. "Father-in-law, you're here. I thought I heard something outside just now." Su Nan took off the earbuds with a slightly puzzled expression. Li Zhanglong smiled awkwardly. "Oh, just now it was my voice that was a bit louder. Do you need my help in the kitchen? I can still simply fry 2 dishes. Su Nan nodded. "It does require a hand from father-in-law." Chapter 61 Father-in-law, believe in science. A water jar used to pickle salted vegetables was lifted by Li Zhanglong. Su Nan grabbed the lobster that was huddled in the corner. Li Zhanglong wiped the sweat from his forehead. He thought Su Nan wanted something for himself. Turns out it was catching a lobster. But that's a lot of weight for a tank. It would probably take the combined efforts of 2 average men to lift it. Li Zhanglong rubbed the tight muscles on his arms and looked at Su Nan's back with more and more curiosity. This kid was the decision maker who initiated this venture. With the stakes so high, it's possible to be calm and collected and cook in the kitchen like nobody's business. Simply calm and a little scary, as if he had everything under control. "Honey, look at the video I sent you." The video about the Gaohao situation has made it to the top of the hot search list and has received countless attention. Li Sini was naturally no exception and ran down with her cell phone at the first opportunity. Yikes, what's Dad doing here? However, when she saw Li Zhanglong's back, she was startled and immediately ran back upstairs. Hearing this, Li Zhanglong was furious in his heart. Why can't he come as a father? Besides, weren't you two the ones who called me here? And, Sini, you dress like this at home? Li Zhanglong was furious. Su Nan scratched his head in embarrassment. Don't mind father-in-law. Sini is used to it at home. Get used to it. It's still a bargain for you kids. Li Zhanglong was once again enraged. But since he had chosen Su Nan, he wouldn't say anything else. He opened his cell phone and clicked on the link sent by Li Sini. Sunan's face finally showed joy when she learned of Gao Li's news. Sunan, did you kid know ahead of time that something like this would happen to Gao Li? Li Zhanglong hesitated for a moment and asked the doubt in his heart. Hearing this, Sunan pretended to be frozen in shock, and then let out a sigh in a pretense of secrecy. He nodded. Yes, I knew ahead of time that Hai Hook Lix was in for this big storm tonight. How? Li Zhanglong's pupils suddenly shrunk. Strong convective weather is something that no weather equipment can possibly detect in advance, and the tsunami that followed was triggered by having strong convective weather. How could Sunan have predicted it in advance? In the past 2 days, I've been searching for information about our country's traditional culture, and I happened to meet an old Taoist priest. He said that I was blessed with good fortune, and that it would go well with the people around me in recent times. And it did, and I've been very lucky indeed for a while. Later, that old Taoist priest, wanting to dip into the joyful energy in me and have some karmic relationship with me, told me about the impending disaster at Gao Li. After hearing this, Li Zhanglong sneered. So, there's the matter of you taking out a loan of $50 billion behind you to invest in their livelihood stocks? Li Zhanglong didn't believe Sunan's words at all. What an old Taoist priest, making it sound like a metaphysical novel. If that old Taoist priest really has the power, it's been on the list of the world's richest people for a long time. Sunan took out a worn-out trigram atlas, slowly turned over the center section. There was a big bad trigram displayed on it. This is a great evil trigram picture. Seeing this pattern, has father-in-law thought of anything? Li Zhanglong fixed his eyes on how the murderous trigram was so similar to the national flag of Gao Li. It's not just as simple as similar, it's almost identical. Foul trigrams, representing many disasters. From the very beginning of its establishment, Gao Li was reduced to a vassal of others. The lifeblood of the nation is firmly in the hands of the plutocrats. After the stepping down of each authority, it is inevitable that it will be liquidated and come to a miserable end. Thinking of this, Li Zhanglong took another look at the murderous trigrams in front of him, and his mind couldn't help but be shaken. Like other businessmen, he enshrines the god of wealth and the god of Guan in his private estate to bless him with smooth sailing in his business. On festivals, they even take their own daughters to temples to burn incense and worship Buddha. Li Zhanglong was able to get to this point. It can be lucky as hell. Countless businessmen did not touch the thing. All let him touch, but also unexpectedly successful. So, he himself is quite obsessed with things like superstition. It feels like the heavens have blessed him, allowing him to achieve what he has now, with a fortune that ordinary people cannot reach. Sunan smiled slightly. Through the future information, he had already clearly recognized his father-in-law, what kind of person he was. For this kind of superstition, he was very easy to accept. But then, there's no way I'm going to trust that old Taoist so easily. I sent the data of the meteorological changes in Gao Li this morning to my classmate who works in the Weather Bureau to help me calculate the possibility that a disaster will happen in Gao Li. The result is a 70% chance of strong convective weather in Hai Hook. The probability is pretty scary. Even if strong convective weather doesn't happen, it will have some impact on their livelihoods. And Hai Hook Lixil hasn't had a big storm like this in decades, and their Weather Bureau, besides maintaining normal operations, is just drinking tea and groping for fish and mingling, not actively forecasting at all, relying on the results brought in by the monitoring equipment. It is through these data that I have come to the conclusion that something will happen to Gao Yeo, and even if the strong convective weather does not happen, the $50 billion in stocks will not lose much. 70% chance of strong convective weather. Had I known about this in advance? I'm afraid a lot of people will try to punt a hand. Li Zhanglong was silent. He had thought that this kid relied on superstition, did not expect to be real data. Sunan patted Li Zhanglong's shoulder. Father-in-law, you know me. I'm such a steady person. How could I possibly take a huge risk to do something? We still need to believe in science, not just believe in superstitious metaphysics. The corners of Li Zhanglong's mouth moved, forcing himself to resist the urge to give Sunan an over-the-shoulder fall. But he was in a much better mood than he had been a moment ago. Obviously, Sunan noticed Gao Li because of that old Taoist priest, thus discovering such an investment windfall. But, that old Taoist priest seems to have something. He can't really divine anything, can he? Li Zhanglong is stupid. I would love to be able to meet that old Taoist priest and have him divine my future fortune. On the dining table, Li Sini frequently gave Sunan dishes, her delicate face filled with redness. Straight up, he left his old man out in the cold. But Li Zhanglong didn't get angry. He didn't have the heart to pay attention to the little two. It didn't take long to get out of the kitchen before a large group of door-to-door visitors appeared outside the villa. They were all directors of the major enterprises in Magic City. From Li's group to the manor on the outskirts of the city to the villa in the center of the city. After a lot of traveling, I finally found Li Zhanglong. The purpose of these people coming is simple. They want to buy some shares of the Gohak Yeo stock market. Not only them, but capitalists in the capital, Pengcheng, and Hong Kong City all called. From Li Zhanglong himself down to the assistants around him, all of them were on the phone. A series of things that made Li Zhanglong anxious. Not even a few bites of food. Regretting that he had parked his car outside the villa. If he could, he'd love to hide in the villa basement and pretend he hadn't been here. But not now. He can't brush these people off. He can only respond one by one to solve the problem. Chapter 62 Bidding for Stocks. Father-in-law, since so many people want to buy our shares, it might be a good idea to sell these 50 billion shares through bidding. Think about it. Our $50 billion have become the mainstay of the Gao Hukli Minsheng stock market, and capitals from all countries are looking at us. What this situation creates is that once we start selling off our stocks, other capitals will likewise follow. In this case, the stock price is bound to take a big dive, and our stocks are so diversified that it's hard to clear them out at once, so they're bound to be affected in some way. In that case, why don't we just sell those shares and let someone else take that risk, and we'll just keep the money in our hands. As Li Zhanglong was preparing to go out to deal with those people outside the villa, Su Nan opened her mouth and suggested. After hearing this, Li Zhanglong came to a realization. Luckily Su Nan reminded herself. Otherwise he would have cornered these people and refused their request to buy. Missed this great opportunity to transfer risk for nothing. Nice. Li Zhanglong patted Su Nan's shoulder with a look of relief. It may not be impossible for these shares to fetch a good price if they are sold through competitive bidding. This behavior, no doubt, was an early sell-off of those shares. Still, not having to take the risk of a big jump in the stock market is the perfect plan. For a while, Li Zhanglong felt that the cacophony outside was not so annoying. Dad, I'll load up some food for you, and don't forget to eat when you're done discussing things. Su Nan's cooking is still delicious. Looking at the pink insulated lunchbox handed over by his daughter, Li Zhanglong burst into tears and nodded heavily. His own sweet little girl still remembers him as her dad. Chairman Li, old man finally meets you. Chairman Li, I've booked the deluxe box at the Heavenly Palace. Are you free to have a meal together? Chairman Li, the land that we bid on together before. Now I don't want it anymore. I can transfer it to you at a low price. Chairman Li, may I have the honor of a meal? Before he could get out of the villa, a group of people crowded in front of the villa's gate, reaching for him through the gap in the fence. If he didn't know the identity of these people, Li Zhanglong would have thought that it was a zombie siege that wanted to eat him alive. Well, I know where you're coming from, and it's nothing more than wanting to buy some high hook LIX stock from me. This matter is not non-negotiable, but don't gather here to disturb my daughter-in-law. Come with me to Li's group to have a good chat. Hearing this, the tumultuous crowd calmed down. With a smile on his face, he flanked Li Zhanglong as he left the villa, fearing that he would renege and bolt. Li's group conference room. Capital from all directions gathered here. On the walls around the room, several projectors were connected to the conference room's equipment for remote video calls. These are the major capitals from other places, which have difficulty in coming to Mordor at a time, choosing to bid remotely online. If a careful person were to count the participants in the bidding, they could find that this number amounted to as much as 200, and the companies they represent behind them have market capitalizations that start at $300 billion. This is the minimum requirement to participate in the bidding. There are still a lot of capitalists who want to get involved, but their strength was too shallow to rob this group of tigers and wolves, and they obediently chose to withdraw. My God, how did so many people gather? Cheng Xiang sat in the middle of an inconspicuous corner. He surveyed the number of people in the room and was taken aback. With all the competition, can he still snag decent stock? What bad luck! I should have known better than to sell those shares, or else I could have relied on a sentimental relationship and bought some at a low price from Li Zhanglong's hands. At this point, Cheng Xiang was so repentant that his intestines were green. He didn't expect things to take such a turn. Before that, he thought that Li's group was finished, so he rushed to cut with Li Zhanglong. But now it's not just that Li's group isn't finished. Instead, it has become the meat and potatoes of domestic and foreign capital. Now, wouldn't the $50 billion of capital that Li Zhanglong had in his hands to buy the stock be multiplied several times? That's not even the bottom line. Crucially, Li has received extensive media attention. It is estimated that in the next period of time, Li's group will have various collaborations one after another, and stockholders will rush to buy their family's stocks. It made the share prices of Li's group and its subsidiaries climb collectively. Thinking about this, Cheng Xiang was so heartbroken. If he had resold those shares to Li Zhanglong a little later, I'm afraid he could have made an extra $1 billion. Why is this kid Li Zhanglong so lucky? I wonder if he'll even think of his old feelings and give me face now. Cheng Xiang regretted it and lowered the hat he was wearing on his head. This time he came in disguise. After all, as a member of the Pine Lake Chamber of Commerce, They were on the opposite side of Li Zhanglong. But now he was coming forward to give money to Li Zhanglong. If this were to reach the ears of the rest of the chamber, wouldn't it be taken as a joke? This brother, you seem a little familiar to me. The person beside him poked Chang Xiang's arm. This sound. Chang Xiang froze. Why did it feel somewhat familiar? He looked up and his eyes widened suddenly. President, why are you here too? Holy, why are all of you guys here? Qianfeng and the others were embarrassed. They had planned to come here in secret. I didn't expect Chang Xiang to sit directly next to them. We're just here to take a look at the situation. We don't mean to buy. There's no way we, the Pine Lake Chamber of Commerce, are going to let the Li Group earn a single penny on us. Chang Xiang nodded, did not say anything. Always feel that these people do not seem to be telling the truth. It didn't take long for Li Zhanglong to appear in the conference room. He had already, with his men, worked out a rough program, and the stock auction had officially begun. The first auction was for shares of High Hook Lixil New Medicine Group, totaling 100,000 shares. Li's group paid $1.5 billion to take these quantities of stock. This stock has now come up to 70%, with room for tremendous growth over the next few days. The auction had just begun when Li Zhanglong took out a heavy bomb, and everyone's breath caught. I'll offer $5 billion for these 100,000 shares. Chang Xiang was startled by the voice beside him. He twisted his head to look and whispered, President, didn't you say that you wouldn't let the Li Group make money from us? How come you're so ungentlemanly when you make a move? Qianfeng coughed lightly. This stock has a lot of potential, and the next growth is expected to be even more horrifying. Spending $5 billion to buy it is definitely not a loss, or even a little profit. You think, if we made a profit, then did Li Zhanglong lose money? Chang Xiang was sidetracked by him and nodded in confusion. Chapter 63, Sunan's Calculations. However, in order to take this opening, Qianfeng's $5 billion is obviously not enough. A Hong Kong capitalist who participated in the bidding via video call, online, ended up buying the stock for $63 billion. Li Zhanglong was happy. Just the first order alone took in $63 billion. There are about a dozen other good stocks in the back, as well as some middling ones. These are capable of making the major capitals here compete for the first bid. In addition, some capitalists in the pretty country, who were also interested in the stocks he held, had already called to inquire about them. However, after learning the price offered by Li Zhanglong, they chose to buy directly from the plutocrats of Gao Hookli, and the price was not much cheaper than Li Zhanglong. After 2.5 hours of intense bidding, the $50 billion worth of stock that Li Zhanglong was holding was basically sold clean. The men immediately counted the proceeds. Ha, brother Masatsogu. Chang Xiang found Li Zhanglong and wanted to buy the rest of the stock from him. Rubbing some soup will be enough. Only Li Zhanglong didn't even give him a proper look. This gentleman, I'm afraid you're going the wrong way. Down the stairs is in that direction. Xiao Wu, send this gentleman out of the group. Li Zhanglong's assistant brought people around. Chang Xiang was so angry that his face turned red and he clenched his teeth, wanting to have a seizure. But he was no longer a director of the Li Group now, and these people would not be polite to him at all. Moreover, he looked at Li Zhanglong's bear-like back and didn't dare to vent his anger at all, so he could only hold his breath and leave the conference floor. Chairman, the count is out. We sold a total of $1,362 billion of these stocks. $1,362 billion. And that's not even counting the little bit of stock he still has left on hand. If you deduct the $50 billion of the loan, and the interest of $2.5 billion, then this investment can bring a huge profit of almost $85 billion for the Li's Group, which is such an exaggerated figure. My God, this kid Sunan is really my lucky star. Since Sunan came into his vision, the kid has repeatedly built up a miraculous success, bringing huge profits to the company. Li Zhanglong was so happy that he opened the insulated lunchbox, wolfing down Sunan's cooking, and on the internet, Li's Group has hit the hot search. Public opinion is clamoring for coverage of this godlike investment. It's almost as if they copped the bottom of a high hook Li. I'm afraid that in this natural disaster, even the profits of the Shanshin Zaibatsu Group are no match for the Li Group. How in the world did this happen? Why can you make a plunge in advance? Is it possible that Li's Group has a prophet who can foresee all this in advance? Profit. Knife up, knife up. What kind of heart does the person who makes this kind of investment decision possess? $50 billion of capital just plunged headlong into it. Really not afraid of rolling over. Indeed. If this flips over, I'm afraid that even the Li Group will be finished. So I can only say that this is a big gamble. Whatever. I'm going to buy some shares of Li's Group first, expecting a big jump next. When everyone is buying Li's Group stock, their group's shareholders will definitely sell off and realize their cash. And then the stock price will see another wave of decline. So I advise you to think carefully. The comments section is full of financial investors. starting to analyze this wave of investment in Lee's group. However, there were also netizens with an aura of self-holiness who criticized Lee's approach vociferously, think they shouldn't be making this wave of disaster money. And soon, the news of Lee's group renting a cargo ship to donate free supplies to Gao Hookly made it to the hot search, making the internet much less vocal. It didn't take long for a blogger with 1 million followers to post a video. This is a map of climatic data changes in the morning of Gaogushi, and through a series of data analysis, the possibility of strong convective weather occurring there is infinitely close to a certainty. And someone in Lee's group may have noticed this and made a wave of timely investments in such a big gamble, which led to the current situation. That's why it's not so much that Lee's investors are so godlike, but that they have a good eye for discovery, and I hope that we all do the same in our lives, and are good at finding the beauty around us. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like plus follow. We won't see you in the next installment. This video draws on the current heat. Immediately, it received millions of plays. Su Nan has been following the news on the internet. The blogger's video has clearly added another level of heat to the incident. He contacted Lizmore, and the other man was already ready to go. Soon after, the official account of Mikyu released a message to donate supplies to Gao Hookly without compensation. Large quantities of clothing, food, and fresh water were donated, as well as basic medications. On the picture, boxes of supplies labeled with the icon of the Mikuyu company were piled up in several warehouses, with a total value of around $5 million. These were all bought by Su Nan, who sent someone in advance. Prices hadn't risen in those days. Once the message was sent out, Mikuyo quickly received favorable comments from all sides, praising them for their positive energy. And most of these supplies, Su Nan arranged to give to some foreign students in China, as well as the nationals working in Gaogoli, not wanting anything to happen to them in a foreign country. The rest of the portion was given to some traffic bloggers of the High Hook Lixil, as well as the popular flow of fresh meat, teenage dance troupes. These people have been bribed in advance by Su Nan. After all, it's a region where plutocrats can do whatever they want, and everyone is realistic enough to do whatever they're paid to do. Besides, Su Nan didn't need them to go too far. Just have them go on social media, take a picture with a staff member dressed in Mikuyu attire, and post a dynamic about receiving supplies. This kind of thing that can be done in a few minutes can get them the equivalent of a few months' salary. So why not? Within half an hour of the Rice Cuckoo message, High Hook Lixil media platforms are full of rumors about the donation of supplies by Mikuyu company, making it hard to ignore. The people there are starting to get curious about the Mikyu company, and the game Protogod. The number of plays of the original God promotional video has increased by a quarter in a short period of time. And on the domestic scarf, some girls who love Korean celebrities praised this act of Mikuyu company. They didn't expect their brother to receive supplies from Mikuku. Mikuyu is simply the best game maker in the country. Many girls said that they would download the game Original God to show their support when it was officially released. Su Nan wanted this effect. With female players as support, more male players will flock to it. Add to that the strong base of the secondary community. I'm afraid this game of Protogod could be a step up. Chapter 64, whether to go public or not. To be decided by the board of directors. The downpour in Gaohali continued for 3 days and 4 nights. It has caused countless disasters. At noon on the third day, Lee's group sold all the remaining shares on hand. Seeing this, the major domestic capitals began to sell off the stocks they had bought, realizing that the prices of the stocks were no longer capable of continuing their upward climb. It is best to follow Lee's group to sell off in one piece. A large number of shares sold off, causing the stock price to slump. The local plutocrats of High Hook and the capital of the world followed this wave of selling. The Gao Hook Yeo livelihood stocks have seen several diving drops in a single day. The capitalists are making a killing with this wave. It is the people of Gao Hookly who suffer, and those retail investors who follow the trend of investment, and all the consequences are borne by them to clean up the chicken feathers on this ground. This wave of investment had given Lee's group nearly $140 billion of extra liquidity at once. That number is pretty scary. Currently, there are more than 2 months before the repayment period, so there is no hurry to pay back the money yet. It can be used to acquire quality minerals overseas. It is worth mentioning that a number of companies in Gao Hooklishi have experienced this wave of natural disasters. There has been a debt crisis. This includes some quality, high-end businesses. Lee's group saw the opportunity to acquire all of these quality assets at a price that far exceeded that of others. Anyway, it's still true that money spent is money, and money left in the hand is nothing more than a pile of scrap paper that continues to depreciate. Li Zhenlong left all these aspects to Su Nan. With the help of information about the future, Su Nan acquired companies that Gao Hookly would shine in the future, including their technical staff, which he also poached with high salaries to work for the companies under the group. For some of the future global need for mineral resources, Su Nan is also able to buy, cannot buy the shares of investment. Anyway, will not lose. Such a big move has shown domestic capital and retail investors that Lee's Group is dependable and promising. They scrambled to buy Lee's Group's shares, pushing up the stock price by 20%. Thanks to this, the market capitalization of Lee's Group began to rise, and had infinitely converged on the trillion-dollar group. The mayor of Mordor City was ecstatic. If Lee's Group's market capitalization could exceed $1 trillion, then their city would be even stronger. It is able to attract more migrant workers, as well as recent college graduates. Domestic investors, too, will be more favorable to the city. Wouldn't the GDP of Mordor then hopefully override that of the capital in Pengcheng? With this in mind, the mayor of Mordor invited Li Zhenglong to dinner every day, giving Lee's Group a lot of support and tilting in terms of resources. Wanted to raise Lee's Group into a $1 trillion market capitalization megacompany this year. In the blink of an eye 2 months have passed. The market capitalization of Lee's Group managed to exceed $1 trillion. It has successfully made a name for itself both at home and abroad. The company's status has risen all of a sudden. The requests to work with them are endless. Su Nan had been working diligently to handle the investment side of things for the company during this time. Now that the investment department of Lee's Group has been targeted by capitals from all over the world, the market will change as soon as they have the slightest breeze. This made Su Nan annoyed, not good at letting go, and having to be careful in everything she did. Some originally good investment projects. He just invested a few $100 million in capital. Other capital is like a wolf that smells meat. Follow the trend to make investments, one after another. He invested billions of dollars in that company, squeezing Su Nan's share to a very small amount. The examples are endless. There are even a few companies that try to poach employees from the investment department with the intention of prying into the company's core secrets. Forced to do so, Su Nan could only suspend his investment and subside for a period of time. He'll step up to the plate in a big way when Lee's investment department is no longer in the spotlight. Manager Su, your call. Now, Su Nan has been equipped with a team of professional assistants, a backup team for Li Zhenglong, each of whom is professional and fully skilled. Usually, you can act as his secretary, serving him tea and analyzing documents. When traveling you can act as his bodyguard, alert to any dangers that may occur at any time. In short, with such a team of assistants by her side, Su Nan was very comfortable whether she stayed in the company or went out to do her business, and she didn't need to worry about trivial matters at all. Okay, Su Nan took the phone. It was the chairman of the Wuling Car Enterprise called. Obviously there is another good news report. During this time, the development of new energy vehicle enterprises is in full swing, and an average of 5,000 car orders can be received every day. With an order, there is a source of funding. It will be possible to expand the business chain, throw more advertising messages and recruit more professionals. Director Su, this month our business's orders exceeded $300,000. Actually, the Acer Mini sold the best, taking up 70% of the orders. This car Su Nan knew. It was a very compact new energy car. The exterior looks very cute and the price is very affordable. A brand new car for just under $30,000. Coupled with the central government's support, this type of car does not need to deliver additional purchase tax, so it is very popular among people. Seeing that these car companies were developing so rapidly, Su Nan revealed a satisfied smile. An Acer Mini makes about $10,000 in profit, and this month alone, orders for these models have reached 210,000. It's expected to bring in $2.1 billion in profits for the Wuling automaker. This is only the cheapest Mini model, plus other more profitable models. The total profit of the Wuling automobile company this month, I'm afraid to break through $5 billion. Su Nan made a simple calculation. At present, the new energy vehicles began selling only 3 months. Wuling car companies have made huge profits, enough to see how good the prospects for the development of new energy vehicles. Now major capital and retail investors, both domestic and foreign, are looking forward to the listing of these 5 car companies. They regretted it so much that they had to ship the sold cars back to be reorganized before they watched the Tay Priva woefully delisted. It makes them feel that new energy vehicles may take another 5 years before they can re-enter the public eye. But now, the emergence of these 5 domestic car companies, let people realize that new energy vehicles cannot just look at the beautiful country. At the same time, they also realized that domestic cars were emerging strongly with an unstoppable trend. However, wanting these 5 car companies to become public companies is not an easy task. The board of directors is firmly controlled by the Li Group and many bigwigs in the capital. And without the unanimous consent of these people, even the chairman of these car companies can't easily decide on the listing. These 5 car companies are currently expanding rapidly, just when they need capital. Going public is indeed a good option to raise a lot of money in a short period of time and expand like crazy. But the point is, these 5 car companies are not short of money at all. Behind it relied on the Li Group. which had just become a trillion-dollar company, and the backing of a group of bigwigs in the capital. Now they are asking for money, and there is a tilt of resources if they want it, with all kinds of support and subsidies coming one after another. Wouldn't it be good for everyone to divide such a large amount of benefits privately behind closed doors? Why go public and split it with others? 65. Publicity through films. Ended the call with the chairman of Wuling. It didn't take long for Lismore to send him a message. Big brother, our game is ready for internal testing. Today, the size of Mikuku is 500 people. With this kind of number of people, the branch can no longer afford it and has to look elsewhere. It is good that during this time Li Zhanglong and the directors of the major enterprises in Magic City have dealings with each other, and he has acquired a good office building in the city center at a low price. Sunan claimed this office building. Had Rice Kuzis relocate there. Oh, already available for internal testing? Sunan was overjoyed. If the internal test was fine, then the game would be available on the major app stores soon. During this time, the Meter Lululemon marketing was pulled full circle on all fronts. On all major platforms as well as app stores, it has received 70 million download reservations. There are definitely double bookings in this, but even with that number wasted, it's still pretty scary. With these, it is enough to see how much thought Sunan has put into the marketing of the game during this time. Yes, the reason why we were able to do the internal test so quickly was actually thanks to the batch of technicians sent by Penguin. With them, our game was compatible with all kinds of domestic and foreign brands of cell phones within a month, and it can run smoothly on all kinds of brands of cell phones. Penguin is still very good at making handheld games. The vast majority of these talents are currently in Sunan's hands, so much so that Sunan's side of the game production progress flew by and Penguin's progress slowed down quite a bit. A brand new version was originally scheduled for release in the middle of this month. It was postponed directly to the beginning of the next month. This made countless players who were disgruntled with Penguin even more furious, especially the micro-kryptonite and white-knuckle parties. They had counted on the version update rewards to boost a wave of their battle power, and had prepared quite a few props for this purpose. Now, Penguin's decision directly made all their preparations go to waste, and the gap between the battle power is even wider with the Kryptonians. Look at others rushed more than 100,000 accounts, easily kill their own day and night 3 years of account. The heart of the sense of suffocation overflowing. Many players directly chose to abandon the game. There's nothing Penguin can do about it. They can only promise to increase the update rewards and push their people to hurry up and make it. In his heart, he had already cursed Sparrowten countless times. If it wasn't for this guy, giving away all the high-end technical talents for nothing, would we be in this situation today? Over time, Penguin's internal conflicts further intensified. The two major studios, Sweet and Photon, have even entertained the idea of setting up another mountain to do it themselves. End of call with Lismore. Sunan remembered a movie and television company that she had previously looked at, which was about to close down. This company is very powerful and produces movies that are far superior to those traffic dramas that pay hundreds of millions of dollars for fresh meat. Except that the studio is pulling crotch on marketing and the money is being spent on making the movie. In order to ensure the quality of the movie, they would rather not promote their movie and finish the shooting. At the same time, they are extremely antipathetic to commercialization, feeling that I should bring the world insightful, nourishing movies that are remembered by countless people. Instead, they cultivate a few handsome and beautiful traffic starlets, through whom they take advertisements in a big way, make a lot of money, make some bad dramas with no acting skills, and cut the leaks of their fans like crazy. This is all repugnant to them. Because of this, the movie company produced some great work, but it also fell to the brink of closure. In the past 2 months, Sunan had not forgotten about traditional culture and had been sending people around. He realized that what the old ancestors had left them either didn't fit in with the masses, either that or they were replaced by modern industrialization. And then there's the fact that the people simply can't afford it. The daily life of the people is nothing more than food, clothing, shelter and transportation. In terms of housing and transportation, Sunan was definitely out of luck. In terms of food, each region has its own famous dishes, and there are also restaurants listed as intangible cultural heritage, which are well preserved in this regard. What's left? As far as clothes are concerned, there is a lot of room for growth. So, Sunan wanted to start a hanbok company. This aspect of hanfu, advertising alone is not enough. It takes a breakout costume movie to get the actors to perfect the costumes to make it work. So, Sunan set his eyes on this film company, wanting them to make a superior costume movie. In fact, Sunan's publicity will be more effective if she looks for current hot traffic stars, but the risk of traffic stars like this is just too high, not to mention their hundreds of millions of dollars in remuneration, but just their delicate bodies that have to be sent to the hospital by ambulance for a scratch. Which crew can stand it? Treat them a little harshly. and it's expected that their fans can scold the entire cast, including the investors behind them. It is estimated that a drama will be filmed for a long period of time, and in the middle of the process, if this traffic star has some black material, I am afraid that the drama will be directly yellow. Along with that, Hanbok also suffered tremendously. So, it's safest to look for this company with a good reputation, or at least the probability of flipping is not high. Hanahai City, Changle Pictures. It is said to be a movie and television company, but in fact, it is only one of the floors of the office building, and there are not many employees at all. A middle-aged man with puffy eyes and disheveled hair is sitting in his office, scratching his head at a script on his desk. How, exactly, can the plot be logical and full of deep meaning? Zhang Yuan thought hard and couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman with curly hair walked in the door. Xiao Zhang, when will you pay this month's rent? Also, you still haven't given me an accurate answer to the $30,000 you owed me last year. Last year, a film company next door wanted to undercut the price of a movie they had just finished shooting. Zhang Yuan refused without hesitation. The film company next door, directly moved behind the scenes backer, is a big man in the Beijing circle, directly using contacts, cold storage of the movie made by the Long Music Company. Zhang Yuan is weak, but refuses to give in. Started shooting lower-cost web series, but filming a web series. He's also very demanding. For this reason, emptied all the savings, but also owes the landlord 30,000 yuan unpaid. Sis, I don't have any money right now. Zhang Yuan lowered his voice and was helpless. Hey, sis knows you don't have any money either. The charterer sighed. Her eyes suddenly filled with winks. Sister's man died early, and all these years she lived alone, often bullied and looked down upon. Thinking about it, sis does need to find another person to rely on. And Xiao Zhang, you're still single, tall and strong. You're a match made in heaven with me. If you want, this floor, the building is yours. Sis also give you a sports car. How about it? Chapter 66, Shooting a Costume Movie. How is it? Xiao Zhang, the conditions offered by sis are not bad, right? If you ask for a yes, you'll be rich in no time. And the landlady appeared beside Zhang Yuan, and the rich aroma of her body poured out, making one's heart restless. Zhang Yuan gave a sideways glance. The charterer's body was still well maintained, impeccable except for the curls on her head and the mole at the corner of her mouth. However, Zhang Yuan shook his head slightly. Sister, the two of us are really not suitable, and I still have to shoot a movie, so I really don't have the heart to engage in these male-female affairs. Humph. The chartered lady snorted coldly. She put down her body to persuade so long. This guy is still not into the oil and salt. In other words, other people have long become her licking dog. If it was before, the chartered lady would have found Zhang Yuan a very attractive man, but after spending time together, she realized that the man was just deadhead and greasy. It simply won't go against the will. Humph. In that case, hurry up and make up the rent next month, and pay me back all the $30,000 you owe me, with interest, or I'll get a lawyer to meet with you. After the landlady left, Zhang Yuan sat in his chair inside. If the movie doesn't sell for a price, where will he get the money to pay the rent next month? On the employee's side, they are also 3 months behind on their paychecks, thinking that he might not even have any living expenses afterward, and that he would need to ask his soon-to-be retired parents for them. Zhang Yuan felt incompetent and defeated. At that moment, the phone on the table rang. It was a string of unfamiliar numbers. Zhang Yuan chose to answer. A young man's voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Yuan, the owner of Changle? I am. May I ask what you want to see me about? The other man explained his intentions. Wanted to approach himself for a costume movie. Zhang Yuan was silent for a moment. This gentleman, I'm really sorry. Our company is no longer able to support the ability to make another movie due to a shortage of funds. He politely declined. Now that he has a completed urban web series in production on his hands, only by selling this web series will he be able to get money to keep the company going. Funding? This is a small amount. As long as you agree to help me shoot, I can immediately invest $50 million in your company. 50 million. Zhang Yuan was shocked by the number. Their company has put out so many movies and the best one only sold 8 million. What is the concept of $50 million? It's enough to buy out his company and the rights to all those movies. Zhang Yuan quickly realized that something was wrong. There's nothing prestigious about their company. There is almost nothing in terms of publicity. Why would someone come to him out of the blue and ask him to make a movie at this point in time? Due to offending the bigwigs of the capital circle some time ago, Zhang Yuan was walking on thin ice and was careful in everything he did. He quickly wondered if this one was a conspiracy made by the company next door, trying to completely mess up his company with the power of the bigwigs in the capital circle. A cold sweat broke out behind Zhang Yuan. Who was on the verge of despair inside? Why is the world targeting him at every turn? He's just trying to create good movies. Why did it come to this? Is it really possible that he's going to be like other studios and spend all his funds on hiring fresh meat and marketing, with the quality of the movie ignored? Then what's the point of making a movie like that? Seeing that there seemed to be no sound from his side, the young man on the other end of the phone said with concern, "Mr. Zhang, are you alright? I forgot to introduce myself to you. I'm Su Nan, the general manager of Lee's Group's investment department. My assistant will come to Changle Film and Television in the afternoon to talk to you in detail about the investment." Lee's Group. This name Zhang Yuan had heard no less than 10 times in the past 2 months. This company is being discussed upstairs and downstairs. Wait, Mr. Su, are you sure you want our company to make a movie? Zhang Yuan reacted. Listening to the other party's tone should not be a liar. And he knew about Lee's Group, which had recently broken the $1 trillion market capitalization. A listed company that was as good as new, with their huge financial underpinnings to back them up. The chance for Longleaf to come back from the dead is just around the corner. However, adhering to the spirit of preferring the lesser to the greater, Zhang Yuan wanted to know what kind of movie Su Nan was looking for him to make. If the other side wants him to make that kind of eye candy crap, he'd rather not earn that money. Yes, I've done my research in advance, and the movie that your company has produced is of a very high caliber, and if it's marketed properly, it can definitely be a big hit. Marketing? Zhang Yuan was disgusted by this stuff. At the same time he was helpless in his heart. All the money goes to filming. Where's the money for marketing? The media outlets that publicize it open their mouths for hundreds of thousands of dollars. The price of hot search on all major platforms. And the price of promotion is even in the millions to tens of millions of dollars. Having that money is more expensive than quite a few of the movies he's sold. Well, thank you Mr. Su for your trust in our company. I wonder what kind of movie you want to make, so I can have a bottom in my heart to see if our company has the ability to take it on. It's like this. Recently when I was consolidating investment information, I happened to learn that our country's traditional culture is being lost in large quantities. Some of it has lost its heritage, while some of it has been stolen by the Japanese and patented to become their own. That's why I'd like to ask your company to make an old-fashioned type of movie for promoting our culture. Su Nan stated her purpose. Zhang Yuan's heart was shaken after hearing this. Wasn't this the movie he wanted to make? Earlier, he had realized the seriousness of the problem in this regard. Nay, he was so weak that he was powerless to undo it. Zhang Yuan had had the same thought as Su Nan. Nay, the strength is limited, and you can't make a costume movie at all. This kind of movie is extremely demanding, both in terms of costumes and venues. Some of the places suitable for shooting costume movies were all contracted by big drama groups. Either that or they are monopolized by capitalists. The rent for a day of filming is up to $50,000. How could the desperately poor Zhang Yuan possibly come up with that kind of money for renting a venue? So, the idea was shelved by him and eventually died. Now, Su Nan mentions this aspect. It rekindled Chapter 1's thoughts from back in the day. Mr. Su, I have the same idea as you. Don't worry, I'm up next on the movie. I'll have someone customize the script later and send it to you via email for your review when it's finished. Su Nan was relieved to hear Zhang Yuan agree. He replied, in the afternoon, my assistant will take a plane to come to your city to discuss the matter of cooperative investment with you. And by the way, I will deliver the backup information of traditional culture that I have collected during this period of time for your reference and use. Chapter 67, 120. 000 VIPs are all real people. The Proto-God is about to start the internal beta test, and it is expected that the public beta test can be started in a month. The official staff of Original God revealed that the internal test will randomly select 100 lucky netizens to participate in the test. Reward for reservation of the Original God increased. 2,000 original stones for free. The official staff of the Original Gods revealed that another new character has joined the continent of Taiwat, with the launch of the Proto-God's upcoming internal test. Hot search phrases, 4 of which had already been taken up by the Original God. Countless netizens are looking forward to this upcoming game, intrigued by the gameplay and characters. In the evening, a gaming blogger with 4 million followers said that he had drawn a qualification for the Proto-God's insider test. The internal testing, as it is beautifully called, is conducted by people within the company. After walking through an entire plot route process to make sure there are no bugs, only then will the public beta test be open to allow selected players to go through the plot process again to make sure there are no problems when the game hits the shelves. But Mikuzi is off the beaten path. The internal test actually invites regular internet users to participate. That game blogger, for example, got a spot. Of course, this blogger can't be that lucky. The only reason he was able to get a spot was all because of a deliberate arrangement by Mikuyu. Further deepen the promotion of the Original God through his huge fan base. At the same time, it will be able to make expectant players further recognize the uniqueness of this game. This blogger was happy to do so. He was worried about the material. Playing the game ProtoGod Live will not only allow him to solve the material problem, but it will also allow him to attract a huge wave of heat and gain more fans. At the time of the ProtoGod's announcement of the internal test, a game under the name of Penguin Sweet Studio, Wild Sands Conquest, has also announced the opening of its internal beta. They likewise got a gaming blogger with a fairly large fan base to use to promote the campaign. Now, netizens can smell the gunpowder in the air, as both games are promoted in the same way, with a game blogger being recruited for the live broadcast. Is it not a tit for tat? Now, even those who don't follow the game have moved their stools to sit and wait to eat, wanting to see what the two companies can make a mess of. Some fans have expressed concern, however, fear of Mikuyu getting screwed by Penguin, causing the company to fold and game production to come to a standstill. After all, Penguin targeted a wave of meter lulz companies some time ago. There was a lot of online cursing in all kinds of voices. And now look, underneath the initial ProtoGod promotional video, those very low-level trumpets have been abandoned for use. There was still a lot of discord on the pop-ups, though. These pop-ups were preserved. Many lezzies called the initial promo video an ancient battlefield, and from time to time, they would go to the punchline to commemorate the occasion. The next day, at 8 p.m. It was the time when the nightly traffic was at its peak. Two gaming bloggers, who have kicked off an hour-long live stream, have done some previewing. They start with a headline to attract a wave of netizens, and then when it's actually time, they start the main course of the day. Currently, the duo's live streams are at 27 million and 28 million hits respectively, dominating the top two in the gaming section. It even appeared in the front page position of the live division. However, a quick click into the duo's livestream will reveal a world of difference in the number of VIPs they have. The more popular blogger, Sky River, has 25,000 VIPs on his livestream. The less popular blogger, Warm Breeze, has 120,000 VIPs, and the live broadcast is filled with gift effects and the number of pop-ups directly floods the entire screen. Warm Wind didn't realize that this live broadcast had actually sucked so much heat out of him. Just previewing the live broadcast for an hour had allowed him to reap a whopping 200,000 gifts. It's totally comparable to what he makes from one commercial video. He was inwardly immensely grateful to the Mikuyu company for giving him such an opportunity. With this wave of heat, he could totally continue to make ProtoGod-related videos next and make this self-media account of his better and better. Learning about the number of VIPs in Warm Wind's live room, Tianha was somewhat unable to sit still. With a stiff expression, he forced a smile at the camera, occasionally pressing the special effects sound button that made laughter sounds to ease the atmosphere in the live room. He pretended to go to the bathroom, but actually called the head of Penguin. What the hell is going on? Why is the number of VIPs in my live room so low? Did you guys buy me a false VIP count or not? With an angry expression, Tianha blames the head of Penguin. Not only was the number of VIPs in his live room, but also the number of pop-ups and gifts were less than half of Warm Wind's. However, his heat overrides the warm air. You know, the heat in the live room is basically supported by pop-ups and gifts. He's lagging behind the Warm Winds at every turn, and as a result the heat is $1 million higher than anyone else's. And anyone with a clear eye can see that he's paid for it. Tianha inwardly furious. People Mikuyu, a small company, able to mobilize such a large force, by these people robots and VIPs, crazy brush gifts. Penguin is the largest game maker in China. Is it still no better than a small Mikuyu company? As the saying goes, peers are enemies. Tianha and Warm Wind are both gaming bloggers with millions of followers, and have produced review videos for many games, and there are only so many good games. It was inevitable that the duo's videos would collide. For example, half a year ago, Warm Breeze reviewed a hot single-player game and concluded that the plot and gameplay of that game left something to be desired. And after the review, Tianha said that that game was the best single-player game he had ever played in his life. The same game has been reviewed by two major bloggers with inconsistent results. Their fans soon began attacking each other. Forced to intervene in this dispute, Tianha and Warm Wind had no choice but to intervene, and the two argued endlessly about it, causing a considerable amount of conflict. Now, the two were competing together at the same time, on the same platform, vowing to split the difference. Due to the previous grudge, Tianha learned of Warm Wind's live stats and became unbalanced inside. Why do people have such reliable gold masters? And his own gold master, who refuses to buy him even a little VIP, is simply stingy as hell. The head of Penguin was confused. What are you doing without live streaming? I said just leave the operation to us. Don't call to add to the chaos. Tianha gasped and laughed. Can't you see the 120,000 VIPs in Warm Wind's live broadcast? Me Koyu bought him so many, why don't you guys buy them for me? The head of Penguin said. When did Mikyu buy VIPs? Those are real VIPs, they are active users. What are you thinking? By the way, our Penguin is no longer going to buy you VIPs. If you want to press the number of VIPs in Warm Wind Live, you have to invest $13 million at least. So we're at the limit of what we can give you in terms of heat support. Blame it on me for doing a good job of flim-flam marketing and tricking so many nerds into paying attention to this game.